Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
51, Chapter 51, The Difficulty of Opening the Injury Gate. The days in the Anbu passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Sora had been in the Anbu for almost a month. During this month, he participated in various training sessions on time every day, from stealth reconnaissance to code decryption, from taijutsu sparring to tactical coordination. On the surface, like the other reserve members, he systematically learned all the skills required for the Anbu. But only Sora himself knew that the sense of urgency deep inside him grew stronger with each passing day. The assessment 2 months later, although not quite like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, was not far off. After all, only 10 out of 400 would be selected. This elimination rate could be described as brutal. Not to mention that the reserve members in the 201 to 400 number range had trained for a full 3 months longer than Sora's group, and their strength was clearly greater. After training ended, Sora often stayed alone in the taijutsu training ground to continue extra practice of the 8 inner gates. After opening the 4th gate, the injury gate, both speed and strength would increase significantly, enough to push his power to the level of a special jonin. Only then would he have confidence to stand out in the assessment. Fortunately, his ability with the 8 inner gates had already been exposed during his time at the Ninja Academy, so Sora didn't need to deliberately hide practicing it in the Anbu. Moreover, with his Uzumaki clan physique, he had also increased the frequency of opening the gates a bit. Although it couldn't reach the level of his time at the orphanage, it was still much more frequent than Might Due and others. Occasionally, instructors or fellow trainees saw him training the 8 inner gates. They would just glance a few more times and didn't inquire too much. Firstly, they knew but wouldn't ask. Secondly, that's just how the Anbu was. They didn't pry into others' affairs, they only focused on missions. Number 567, Training Extra again. One night, Instructor Leopard, while inspecting the training ground, saw Sora still training hard and couldn't help but ask. Sora stopped his movements and replied respectfully, "Yes, Instructor. I want to improve my strength as soon as possible." The eyes behind the leopard mask examined Sora for a moment, and he asked, 8 inner gates. Sora nodded. Good taijutsu, but be mindful of gradual progression. Instructor Leopard's tone carried a hint of reminder. Overtraining can damage your body instead. Thank you for the reminder, Instructor. I will be careful. Sora said this, but inwardly he smiled bitterly. How could he not know the importance of gradual progression? But time waited for no one. And as the training intensity increased, Sora's appetite also grew considerably, often requiring him to have extra meals. Fortunately, the Anbu's benefits were quite good. No matter how large Sora's appetite, it was fully provided for, so he wouldn't starve to death from frequently practicing the 8 inner gates. 567, Going for extra food again. A fellow reserve member, seeing the small mountain of food on Sora's tray, couldn't resist teasing. Sora just gave a slight smile and said, "The training is intense, it makes me hungry easily." After briefly acknowledging these fellow trainees, Sora directly buried his head in his meal. Not far from him sat another person, who looked slightly plump. Although he didn't know his name, it was obvious without thinking that he was from the Akimiki clan, eating even more than Sora. Time passed day by day. Sora could feel himself getting closer and closer to the 4th gate, the injury gate, but that barrier remained impossible to break through. Why can't I open it? Late one night, Sora sat alone in the training ground, his brows tightly furrowed. During this period, he had continuously tried to break through the injury gate. It felt nearly 10 times more difficult than the 3rd gate, the life gate. This wasn't normal. According to what Might Due said, the difficulty should only be about 3 times greater. Currently, he had followed the method taught by Might Due, repeatedly attempting to break through the injury gate countless times, but each time he failed at the last moment. That feeling was like pushing a door with all his might. It had clearly shaken, but he could never fully push it open, as if his strength gave out. Sora sat in the corner, stroking his chin as he recalled the original work's descriptions of the 8 inner gates. The 4th gate, the injury gate, was located in the chest. Opening it could greatly increase speed and strength, but it would also place an enormous burden on the body. Even a taijutsu genius like Might Guy could only safely open the 4th gate after the age of 10. Could it be because of age? Sora suddenly thought of this problem. He was only 7 years old now. His body was not yet fully developed. The strength of his muscles and bones might still be insufficient to withstand the burden brought by the 4th gate. Moreover, the 8 inner gates was essentially a technique that removed the body's limitations. If the body's foundation wasn't strong enough, forcibly opening higher gates could harm oneself. Thinking of this, Sora couldn't help but feel somewhat discouraged. If this was really the reason, then no matter how hard he tried, it would probably be difficult to open the 4th gate in the short term. But the assessment date was approaching day by day. He didn't have much time to waste. No matter what, I have to try. Gritting his teeth, Sora decided to risk it. In the following days, Sora trained even more frantically. During the day, he attended the Anbu's regular training. At night, he practiced the 8 inner gates extra. His appetite also became even larger, eating nearly 10 times the food of an ordinary ninja at almost every meal. The fellow reserve members all noticed the abnormality of this number 567. Is that kid crazy, training so late every night? You think, maybe he wants to pass the next assessment. Don't joke around. We've only been here a little over 2 months. Aren't we just filler for this assessment? But his taijutsu is really powerful. Not many are his match in taijutsu sparring. Sora paid no attention to these discussions. His entire mind was now focused on breaking through to the 4th gate. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained until the assessment. That night, Sora was as usual doing extra training at the training ground. By now, his body was soaked with sweat, and his muscles trembled slightly from overexertion, but he still didn't stop. One last attempt. If I can't break through today, then I'll have to participate in the assessment using the 3-gate state. Sora sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and began operating the youth breathing method. Then, the chakra within his body slowly gathered towards his chest, preparing to impact the injury gate. Once, twice, 3 times. Each impact brought heart-wrenching pain, but Sora clenched his teeth and forcibly endured it. Not enough. I need even more power. Sora shouted inwardly. He recalled the bits and pieces since arriving in this world, the warmth of the orphanage, Nono's care, Kurene's friendship, the teachings of Might Due and his son, and the grueling training of these past nearly 3 months in the Anbu. And the 3rd Shinobi World War that would erupt in a few years. I can't lose. I must become stronger. Driven by a powerful will, Sora gathered all the chakra in his body and launched the final assault. Boom! It was as if something exploded inside him. An unprecedented power instantly surged throughout his entire body. Sora suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of sharp light in his pupils. Success! The 4th gate, the injury gate, open. However, the joy lasted only a few short seconds before intense pain followed. Sora felt as if all the muscles in his body were being torn apart. Every cell screamed in protest. His chest felt as if struck by a heavy hammer, making breathing difficult. Fine droplets of blood also seeped from the surface of his skin, looking particularly frightening. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 52, Chapter 52. The assessment begins. Is this the side effect of the gate of pain? Sora struggled to maintain his breathing, feeling the changes in his body. His speed had indeed increased significantly, and his strength had also improved a lot, but the burden on his body far exceeded his imagination. Sora could feel that in this state, he could only last for a maximum of 3 minutes, otherwise he would suffer permanent damage. And in this state, he also understood why he had been unable to break through the 4th gate before. His body was not strong enough. This was not to say Sora's physique was weak. His physique was already several times stronger than his peers. This strength referred to the foundation of the body itself. One must know that Sora was only 7 years old now, and all aspects of his body were not yet fully developed. The 8 gates release formation was originally a secret technique that squeezed the body's potential to release energy. The fact that he could open the first 4 gates was already achieved by relying on the innate physique of the Uzumaki clan, plus the enhancement from the Azure Dragon Fruit, and even then, it was barely manageable. But these external boosts could not help accelerate the natural growth of his internal organs, bones, and meridians. All of these needed time to slowly develop. It could not be rushed. Simply put, it boiled down to one sentence: his body's hardware was not up to standard. For his 7-year-old age, being able to open 4 gates was already his current limit. If not for the Azure Dragon Fruit secretly strengthening his physique, the impact from just now would have been enough to seriously injure him. If a forced opening is already like this, then a fully stabilized 4th gate. Hiss. Sora sucked in a cold breath, not daring to imagine the consequences. A few minutes later, Sora released the 8-gate state, collapsing onto the ground as if completely exhausted, gasping for air. All his muscles ached terribly. Even lifting a finger felt difficult. With my current physical condition, the 4th gate can only be used as a last resort trump card. It cannot be used casually. Sora reached this conclusion. Even so, being able to open the 4th gate was still an important breakthrough. This meant that during the assessment, he had a final ace up his sleeve. Afterward, Sora also mentally calculated. I remember Rock Lee was 13 when he opened the 5th gate, but that was because he only came into contact with the 8 gates release formation after graduating at age 12. Based on this estimation, the physique of a normal 11 or 12-year-old can probably withstand the load of the 5th gate. And my current physical strength is already far beyond my peers. Calculated this way, I estimate by age 9, that is, in 2 years, I should be able to attempt to break through the 5th gate. And the 4th gate, I should be able to fully adapt to it within a year. Unfortunately, I previously thought I could reach the 6th gate, the Gate of View, within 2 years. It seems that's impossible. Sora, lying on the ground, sighed. Then he staggered to his feet and walked back to the dormitory, collapsing directly onto the bed. This forced opening of the 4th gate had really put him through the ringer. He needed a good sleep to recover the damage to his body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, arriving at the 3-month assessment time. During these 3 days, relying on his own astonishing recovery ability, Sora forcibly opened the Gate of Pain 2 more times. This abnormal situation quickly caught the attention of Instructor Eagle and several other trainers. However, since Sora was personally assigned to the Anbu by the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, they didn't say much about it. They were just internally shocked and reported the situation truthfully to the Hokage's office. The final reply they received was only one sentence: "Do not concern yourselves." The Forest of Death, Anbu Assessment Assembly Point. It was now 6 a.m., and the sky had just begun to brighten. 400 trainee members were divided into 2 groups, lined up neatly at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Everyone wore identical tanuki masks and Anbu uniforms. The atmosphere was very tense. Because there were 400 participants, the number was too large, so they were divided into 2 groups, with 100 people from each training area. Sora's number was towards the back, and he was assigned to the second group. At this moment, he was standing in the formation, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding environment. This forest was all too familiar to him. It was precisely the location used for the Chunin exams during Naruto's generation in the original story. I didn't expect the Anbu assessment would also be held here. It seems Konoha really likes using this place for various tests. Sora muttered to himself. But thinking about it, it made sense. The Forest of Death had complex terrain and dense trees, making it very suitable for this kind of comprehensive assessment. In charge of this assessment was Instructor Eagle from Training Area 1. Instructor Eagle was currently standing on a raised platform at the front, scanning the trainee members below, then spoke in a deep voice. The assessment rules are simple. You need to find hidden scrolls within the Forest of Death. There are 3 types of scrolls: true scrolls, false scrolls, and key scrolls. Additionally, there are some fake scrolls mixed in among them. The final requirement is to decipher the cipher text, collect the true, false, and key scrolls, and proceed to the tower at the center of the forest. The first 10 to arrive will pass the assessment. As he spoke, Instructor Eagle took out an ancient-looking gray scroll and held it in his hand. Sora, standing in the formation, carefully observed the scroll in Instructor Eagle's hand. He noticed there was a seal on it. Presumably, this was the so-called cipher text. Only after deciphering it could one confirm whether the scroll inside was real or fake. Simultaneously, a slight commotion arose from the crowd. After all, only 10 out of 400 would be selected. This elimination rate made everyone feel immense pressure. Instructor Eagle on the platform continued. During the assessment, you are allowed to seize scrolls from others, but intentionally causing death is prohibited. We will monitor the entire process. Of course, accidents can happen in combat. If a death occurs accidentally, you bear the consequences yourself. Additionally, we will not intervene in the assessment process. But remember, only 10 people will pass in the end. Truly the formal Anbu assessment. The requirements are much higher than the Chunin exams, no comparison. Sora below, hearing these rules, also secretly sighed, then silently analyzed the assessment rules. It was very clear. Searching for scrolls tested investigation and judgment abilities. Deciphering the cipher text required knowledge of cryptography. Seizing scrolls involved combat skills. And finally, reaching the tower tested tracking and stealth abilities. A very comprehensive test, indeed capable of filtering out the talents needed by the Anbu. As for the phrase, "will not intervene" mentioned by Instructor Eagle, wasn't that just allowing everyone to act freely, meaning alliances were possible? But such rules were also destined to make participants distrustful of each other. Even if alliances were formed, they would be temporary. Sora glanced sideways at his surroundings. He saw others also wore thoughtful expressions, and some were even already using hand signals. Seeing that the assessees below had all heard the rules clearly, Instructor Eagle said no more and directly announced. Group 1, assessment begins. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With his command, 200 figures shot into the forest like arrows released from their bows, quickly disappearing into the dense woods. The Forest of Death had a diameter of about 20 kilometers. For these 200 assessees, along the way, not only did they have to find scrolls, but they would also encounter a lot of combat, or have to avoid enemies. Therefore, nearly 5 hours later, figures finally reappeared at the entrance of the Forest of Death. At the front were Anbu ninja leading 5 trainee members. Although their faces were obscured by masks and their expressions unclear, one could tell from their sharp aura. They were clearly the strongest who had passed the assessment. But the main group following behind had a much more dispirited aura. Many were injured, their clothes torn, and several were carried out on stretchers. Clearly, This assessment was a genuine fight fought with real intensity. After everyone had walked out of the forest, at Instructor Eagle's command, these people dispersed and returned to the Anbu base. However, Sora noticed that besides the 5 who passed the assessment, another 15 people were kept behind. This puzzled him a bit, but there was no time for Sora to think it over. An Anbu ninja quickly walked to Instructor Eagle's side and reported in a low voice for a few moments, indicating that the arrangements within the Forest of Death had been completely reset. Instructor Eagle nodded. Without further ado, he immediately raised his voice. Group 2, assessment begins. As soon as the words were spoken, the 200 people of the second group, where Sora was, all moved at once, rapidly charging into the Forest of Death. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 53, Chapter 53, Waiting for the Rabbit. After 200 people entered the Forest of Death, they instantly rushed towards different directions. Sora was also mixed in among them, choosing a relatively remote direction to proceed. During the 3 months of training in the Anbu, although Sora was only average in most training programs besides the Taijutsu classes, he still learned how to use the environment to hide his tracks and how to better observe the movements of others. Along the way, Sora maintained a speed that was neither fast nor slow, while constantly shifting his gaze to search for possible locations where scrolls might be hidden. After traveling for about 10 minutes, Sora finally found a hidden scroll in a hollow of a large tree. The scroll was cleverly hidden deep inside the tree hollow, with leaves and moss used as camouflage on the outside. If not for Sora's exceptional eyesight, he likely would have missed it. First one. Sora thought to himself, quickly retrieving the scroll. The scroll was entirely gray, covered with a layer of complex sealing formulas, exactly the type Instructor Eagle had shown. Sora did not rush to decipher the code. Instead, he first stored the scroll away and continued his search forward. According to the assessment rules, scrolls were divided into 3 types: true, false, and key. There were also fake scrolls mixed in. Only by collecting the true, false, and key scrolls and deciphering the code could one be considered to have passed the assessment. This meant that simply finding scrolls was not enough. One also needed to judge their authenticity and decipher the codes on them. This assessment method is indeed much more complicated than the Chunin exams, Sora thought while searching. Although the second stage of the Chunin exams was also held in the Forest of Death, it only required seizing the Heaven and Earth scrolls, far less complex than this. The Anbu assessment tested not only strength, but also intelligence, judgment, and patience. After another half hour or so, Sora found a second scroll. This time it was discovered under a rock in a small stream, hidden very covertly. Sora placed the 2 scrolls together and began trying to decipher the codes on them. Although his code-breaking skills were not top-notch, they should be sufficient for this kind of assessment. Sora concentrated, channeling chakra into the scrolls to sense the sealing formulas on them. A moment later, Sora frowned. This scroll is fake. Although the code on the scroll was complex, it lacked the chakra flow patterns characteristic of a real sealing formula. It was clearly a counterfeit. Sora tossed the fake scroll aside and began deciphering the second scroll. This time it took a bit longer, but he eventually reached a conclusion: this is a key scroll. The code on the key scroll was completely different from the fake one, possessing clear chakra flow patterns. Moreover, it resembled a type of code Sora had studied during training. With the key scroll, I still need the true scroll and the false scroll to complete the set. Just then, Sora turned and focused his gaze to one side. He sensed 2 unfamiliar chakra reactions appearing. Quickly hiding behind a large tree, Sora held his breath and observed intently. He saw 2 reserve members approaching from the distance. They also seemed to be searching for scrolls, but they didn't appear to have found much. The 2 obviously also noticed Sora's presence. Their movements became cautious, and their eyes scanned the surroundings warily. The atmosphere tensed up instantly. However, after a stalemate of only a few seconds, both sides tacitly chose to retreat without conflict. They should be from the same section as me. Otherwise, if it were just me alone, they would definitely have chosen to fight. Sora pondered internally. Just now, Sora and the 2 were always facing each other head-on. Although he didn't see the numbers on their backs, Sora could roughly guess. After all, while he wasn't top tier in other subjects, his practical combat training had always been among the top ranks. Moreover, he was the shortest, plus that lock of white hair on his head. Wearing a mask or not made little difference. Those 2 recognized Sora at a glance. Therefore, without knowing for sure if Sora had any scrolls, and since rashly starting a fight would only expose their own location and attract other competitors, those 2 also chose to leave directly. Afterwards, Sora continued searching forward and found 2 more scrolls. After deciphering them, unfortunately, both were fake. Looking at the scrolls in his hand, Sora was speechless. Now he only had 1 key scroll, and 2 hours had already passed. Judging from the situation of the first group, the assessment would probably end within about 5 hours. At Sora's current pace, it would take 6 hours. Clearly, he could not pass the assessment. But just then, he suddenly realized a problem. Wrong. The focus of this assessment might not be on obtaining scrolls. Sora stopped, leaning against a large tree, and began carefully considering the rules and purpose of the assessment. Under these rules, the Anbu was screening for all-round talents. But in fact, few ninja could excel in all areas. Some were good at reconnaissance and tracking, but might perform averagely in combat. Some were powerful in strength, but not skilled at deciphering codes or stealth. Like Kakashi in the original story. Although called the copy ninja, he also had shortcomings in certain aspects. Sora thought. And the rules of this assessment were clearly designed to test the reserve members' abilities in various aspects. Finding scrolls tested reconnaissance ability. Deciphering codes tested intelligence. Seizing scrolls tested combat ability. Reaching the tower tested stealth and speed. But the problem was, few people could excel in all these aspects. So, what does the Anbu really want to see? Sora fell into thought. He recalled Instructor Eagle specifically mentioning the term entire process monitoring, and also how, after the first group's assessment ended, besides the 5 who passed, another 15 were specially retained. Those 15 people should be the ones who performed outstandingly in some specific aspect. Sora concluded. Even if they didn't pass the assessment, those who showed exceptional performance in a certain area would also receive special attention and training from the Anbu. For most reserve members, that was already a good result. But Sora's goal was more than that. What he needed was to pass the assessment and become a full-fledged Anbu member, not merely to be noticed for excelling in one area. Given my current strength, wanting to excel in all areas is almost impossible. Sora objectively assessed his own abilities. In Taijutsu, he had strength slightly above the average Chunin level. Even with the 8 gates, he could briefly reach the level of a special Jonin. But in other areas, like stealth, reconnaissance, code breaking, etc., he was only at an average level. In that case, it's better to play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses. Sora made a decision in his heart. His advantage lay in Taijutsu and combat ability. Among the 200 reserve members, most were at the Chunin level, with very few at the special Jonin level. This meant that in direct combat, Sora had a considerable advantage. Instead of spending a lot of time searching for scrolls, I should go directly near the final tower and wait for others. Sora thought of a bold plan. When others found scrolls and were heading to the tower, he could directly attack and seize them. This way, he would save time searching for scrolls while utilizing his combat advantage. Like the story. Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 54, Chapter 54 The Provocative 369. Sora hid in the shadows and carefully thought for a moment, then made up his mind. Although doing this is a bit risky, it is worth a try. However, the key to this plan was choosing the right location and timing. Arriving near the tower too early might make him a target for everyone. Arriving too late might mean missing the best opportunity to seize a scroll. First, I must find a place where I can observe the tower entrance but also not be easily discovered. Sora recalled the topographic map of the Forest of Death that the Anbu instructor had shown them during training. The tower was located in the center of the forest, surrounded by a relatively open area. But there were also some trees and rocks that could serve as hiding spots. It's best to choose a large tree that overlooks the tower entrance. This way, I can observe people coming and going, and also quickly strike when necessary. After deciding, Sora no longer wasted time looking for a scroll. Instead, he headed directly towards the tower in the center of the forest. Along the way, Sora no longer held back his speed. At the same time, he tried his best to avoid contact with others. When he sensed a chakra reaction, he would detour in advance. About half an hour later, Sora arrived near the tower. After looking around, he chose a large tree about 100 meters away from the tower entrance. He silently climbed up and hid in the dense leaves. From this position, he could clearly see the situation at the tower entrance, while also not being easily discovered. Good, now I just need to wait for the fish to take the bait. Sora leaned against the tree trunk, closed his eyes to rest, and simultaneously sensed the movements around him. At this time, in the observation room inside the tower, several Anbu instructors were watching this scene through monitor screens. Isn't that number 567? Why is he outside the tower? The leopard instructor said in surprise. The eagle instructor narrowed his eyes. It seems he wants to ambush other examines near the tower and directly seize their scrolls. A clever approach, but this requires strength. The owl instructor nodded and said, Number 567's Taijutsu is among the best of the reserve members, but other aspects can only be considered average. Choosing to directly seize scrolls instead of searching for them himself is indeed the most suitable strategy for him. I just don't know if he can handle it. Time passed minute by minute. Occasionally, sounds of fighting came from the distance in the forest, but the area near the tower was unusually quiet. Almost half an hour has passed, and not a single person has come. By now, 3 hours had passed since the start of the exam. Sora thought to himself, it seems finding the scrolls is much more difficult than imagined. Just as Sora was thinking this, faint footsteps finally came from the distance. He immediately held his breath, completely hid his body within the leaves, and only revealed a pair of eyes through a gap in the leaves to observe below. The person coming was an Anbu reserve member who looked about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a tanuki mask. His pace wasn't very fast, and he looked back from time to time, as if guarding against someone behind him. Taking advantage of the moment this person turned his head, Sora could see the number printed on his back, 369. It's actually him who arrived first. Sora frowned slightly. This number 369 had given Sora a hard time when he first joined the Anbu. He spoke in a cold and arrogant tone. Back then, Sora had judged that this kind of person was either a fool looking for death, or extremely confident in his own strength. And someone who could enter the Anbu was definitely not a fool. Sora even speculated that he was one of the 15 who performed outstandingly in the previous exam and were specially selected. His strength was most likely at the level of Takebutsu Jonin. Number 369 walked steadily, vigilantly observing his surroundings, holding 3 scrolls in his hand. Clearly, he had already collected the required true, false, and key scrolls, and had successfully deciphered the ciphertext. Sora quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Although seizing number 369 scrolls was the quickest way, as the first to arrive, his strength was certainly not weak. Sora was not confident he could defeat him. Moreover, there were still 4 spots left. There was no need to take such a risk at this time. I might as well let him pass. Sora made a decision. I'll act when weaker people come later. That's more reliable. However, just as number 369 was 50 meters away from the tower entrance, he suddenly stopped walking and sharply turned his head to look at the large tree where Sora was hiding. Friend in the tree, after watching for so long, aren't you planning to come down and say hello? Number 369 said with a cold laugh, his voice carrying a clear provocative tone. Sora was startled in his heart. He believed he was hiding extremely well, but he was still discovered. It seemed this number 369 indeed had extraordinary abilities. His sensory capabilities far exceeded that of an average Chunin. Since he was already discovered, there was no point in hiding any longer. Sora quickly scanned the surroundings, confirmed no one else was coming, then jumped down from the tree, landing 10 meters in front of number 369. Number 369, congratulations on being the first to arrive. Sora said calmly. Please enter the tower. I will not stop you. Sora's intention was clear, he did not want to conflict with the other party, hoping the other party would sensibly enter the tower. However, number 369 clearly did not think the same way. From Sora's noticeably shorter stature and that tuft of white hair, he directly recognized him. Then, a sneer came from under his mask. I wondered who it was. So it's number 567. What, knowing your own strength is lacking, you want to lie in wait here to pick up easy gains? Sora frowned slightly, but did not reply. He did not want to engage in pointless arguments with the other party. Seeing Sora not answering, number 369 became even more pleased with himself. I heard you were specially recruited by the Hokage, entering the Anbu at 7 years old, truly a genius. But I think you're just someone with connections, who got in through the back door, right? These words made Sora's eyes turn cold. He could tolerate others questioning his strength, but he could not tolerate others questioning everything he had obtained through hard work. Number 369, seeing that Sora still wasn't speaking, thought he was scared, and his tone became even more arrogant. What, hit the nail on the head? Don't dare to make a sound. I already told you, the Anbu is not a place for children to play house. If you have no strength, get lost quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here. At the same time, in the observation room inside the tower, what is number 369 doing? The leopard instructor asked, puzzled. He has already collected the scrolls. He can pass the exam by directly entering the tower. Why is he still provoking number 567? The eagle instructor pondered for a moment, then said, number 369 is an outstanding member from the previous batch of reserves. His current strength is at the level of Takebutsu Jonin. But he has a flaw, he is overly arrogant. It seems he wants to take this opportunity to teach number 567 a lesson and prove that he is the strongest. The owl instructor added. Moreover, he might also be worried that number 567 would sneak attack him from behind at the last moment. So he chose to provoke him openly, forcing the other party to come out and fight. After all, number 567 was specially recruited by the Hokage himself. His strength should not be underestimated. On the screen, number 369's provocation became more and more excessive, even starting personal attacks. This number 369 is going too far. The leopard instructor frowned. He could have smoothly passed the exam, but he has to complicate things unnecessarily. The eagle instructor crossed his arms, but a look of interest appeared in his eyes. Fine, let's see how number 567 responds. If he really has extraordinary potential as the Hokage said, this might be a very good test opportunity. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 55, Chapter 55, versus the Special Jonin. The field. Facing the continuous provocations of number 369, Sora finally spoke. Number 369, I am telling you one last time, please enter the tower. I do not want to fight you. Number 369 laughed loudly. What, scared? With courage like yours, you are worthy of entering the Anbu. I am telling you, today you either admit defeat and get lost, or I will beat you until you cannot get up. Sora sighed softly. He had originally wanted to avoid unnecessary combat, but now it seemed impossible. He had always sought stability, but stability had never meant cowardice. Since the other party had spoken to this extent, if he still did not accept the fight, he would not only be looked down upon but might even affect his future development in the Anbu. Moreover, Sora was now within Hiruzen Sarutobi's sight. As long as he did not expose his fruit ability, the stronger he appeared, the more he would be valued and the safer he would be. It must be remembered that the current Sora was only 7 years old, indicating he had even greater potential. Ultimately, whether in the Anbu or in this world, everything ultimately came down to strength. I did not want to cause trouble. Sora's eyes turned cold. He slowly assumed a combat stance, and his voice gradually grew louder. But since you insist on fighting, then I will accompany you to the end. Seeing this, number 369's lips curled into a smug smile beneath his mask. The reason for his provocation of Sora was actually quite different from what several Anbu instructors had guessed. His true personality was not as arrogant and dismissive as his outward appearance suggested. That was merely a layer of disguise. After all, in the survival rules of shinobi, the knife hidden in the shadows is sharper. An overly straightforward temperament can easily expose weaknesses. The reason for his provocation of Sora lay in his identity, the Uchiha clan. Currently, there were indeed some Uchiha clansmen in the Anbu. They were personally selected and trained by Uchiha Kagami, a disciple of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. This group was precisely the embryo of the later Prokonoha Doves faction within the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, fate did not comply with wishes. Uchiha Kagami had already died in battle during the Second Shinobi World War and could not continue to guide the relationship between the clan and Konoha. These clansmen selected by Uchiha Kagami, although their temperaments were among the better ones within the Uchiha, still could not completely shake off the clan's imprint. Number 369 was one of them. After all, those as clear-headed and steady as Uchiha Kagami and Shursui Uchiha were ultimately a minority within the entire Uchiha clan. Saying number 369 and others were picking the best from a bad lot was not an exaggeration. Therefore, they still carried a bit of the Uchiha clan's common flaw. The pride hidden in their bones always made them place too much importance on clan honor. Even knowing some convictions might not be rational, it was difficult for them to easily let go of that obsession. Number 369 had long heard about the matter between Sora and Ryota Uchiha. Although he was not closely acquainted with the Uchiha brothers Ryota and his sibling, they were ultimately from the same clan. The fact that Ryota Uchiha was brutally beaten by Sora at the ninja school examination field had ultimately damaged the Uchiha's face. Now that there was such an opportunity to regain face, he naturally did not want to let it go. Good, finally a bit of backbone. Number 369 sneered. Let me see just how much talent you, this Hokage special recruit, really have. Then, without further ado, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands and started with a great fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot from number 369's mouth, heading straight for Sora. Seeing the fireball rushing towards him, Sora immediately judged that its power was no ordinary matter. He did not dare to take it head-on and quickly dodged to the right. At the same time, he assessed. The scale and chakra amount of this great fireball, as I guessed, are definitely at the special Jonin level. Boom! The fireball flew past Sora's body. The scorching heat wave made his skin feel hot. The place where he had been standing was now burnt black. Not bad speed, kid. Number 369 sneered. But how many times can you dodge? Before the words finished, number 369 formed seals again. Wind release, great breakthrough. A strong gust of wind blew from number 369's mouth, combining with the not yet fully dissipated remnants of the fireball, forming a sea of fire that completely blocked Sora's retreat. Combination jutsu. Sora was inwardly shocked. He had not expected number 369 to be so proficient at combining ninjutsu of different attributes. Facing the spreading sea of fire, Sora had to retreat. But he soon discovered that number 369 had already calculated his retreat path. Several shuriken flew from different angles, sealing all his possible dodging directions. The sea of fire blocked the path, the shuriken blocked movement. This was forcing Sora to either withstand it directly or jump to dodge. If he jumped, he would become a living target. Facing multiple attacks, Sora remained exceptionally calm. In an instant, he made a decision. He did not retreat or jump. Instead, he charged forward, straight into the sea of fire. Is he crazy? In the observation room, the leopard instructor stood up in surprise. However, the next moment, everyone froze. They saw Sora, as he approached the edge of the sea of fire, suddenly change direction, skimming along the very edge at high speed. At the same time, his eyes rapidly moved, accurately judging the trajectories of the shuriken, dodging all attacks by a hair's breadth. What precise body control! The eagle instructor's eyes flashed with appreciation. Maintaining such calm judgment in that situation is not easy. Number 369 was also slightly surprised but soon regained his composure. Interesting, but not enough. He formed hand seals with both hands again. Earth release, earth-style wall. An earthen wall suddenly rose in front of Sora, blocking his forward path. At the same time, number 369 had already charged from the side. A kunai had somehow appeared in his hand. "It's over, kid." Number 369 shouted. Sora, facing danger without panic, had already guessed number 369's intention when the earth wall appeared. He instantly changed direction. Not only did he not slow down, but he used the force to kick off the earth wall. His body spun in the air, dodging number 369's sudden attack. What? Number 369 was startled, not expecting Sora's reaction to be so fast. After landing, Sora quickly put distance between himself and number 369, analyzing rapidly in his mind. He is proficient in many types of ninjutsu: fire release, wind release, earth release. And his tactical coordination is good. He is not the type who only knows how to act recklessly. It seems I need to take the initiative to attack. But having roughly figured out number 369's abilities, Sora resolved to no longer defend passively. Instead, he quickly charged towards number 369, fully unleashing his taijutsu to initiate attacks, pulling the battle mode into his own familiar domain. Third gate, Gate of Life, open. Green energy surrounded Sora's body. His speed and power instantly increased. In almost an instant, he arrived in front of number 369, delivering a heavy punch straight to the other's face. Number 369 clearly did not expect Sora's speed to increase so much so suddenly. In haste, he could only raise his arm to block. Thud. Number 369 was knocked back several steps, feeling his arm go numb. What strong power. Is this really a 7-year-old? Number 369 was inwardly shocked. Sora, gaining momentum, pressed on relentlessly, launching continuous attacks. His taijutsu was fierce and precise, each move aimed directly at vital points, forcing number 369 to constantly retreat. Damn it. Number 369 cursed under his breath and quickly formed seals. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Multiple small fireballs shot from number 369's mouth, flying towards Sora from different directions. Sora, unflustered, quickly moved, weaving between the fireballs. Occasionally, when he could not completely dodge one, he would use skillful force to deflect it. Although the fireballs were quite hot, the azure dragon fruit he had eaten had granted him considerable fire resistance. Seeing the Phoenix Sage fire technique was ineffective, number 369 changed tactics again. While retreating to put distance between himself and Sora, he threw shuriken and kunai, trying to restrict Sora's movements. But none of this worked. Attacks of this level could not restrict Sora, who had opened the Gate of Life. However, just as Sora quickly dodged all the shuriken, number 369 suddenly formed seals. Wind release, Gale Palm. A strong gust of wind suddenly appeared, changing the flight paths of the shuriken. The shuriken Sora had already dodged now flew towards him again from inconceivable angles. What? Sora was startled and hurriedly changed direction to dodge. But he was still a step too slow. One shuriken grazed his arm, drawing a string of blood droplets. Combination tactics. Sora was inwardly stern. He had planned all of this from the start. Number 369 put on a pretentious smile and said, "How about it, kid? My tactics are beyond your imagination." Sora glanced at the wound on his arm. It was not deep and would heal before long. But this strike made him completely realize number 369's level of danger was even higher than he had anticipated. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 56, Chapter 56, One Punch Man. Sora took a deep breath and once again assumed a fighting stance. How about it, still not ready to admit defeat? Number 369 taunted. The next attack won't be just a graze, it will be serious. Sora did not answer. Instead, he focused all his attention on observing number 369's every move, trying to find an opening. Seeing Sora remain silent, number 369 snorted coldly and launched another attack. This time he used Earth Release. Earth Release, Earth-style rising spears. Several earthen spears erupted from the ground, thrusting towards Sora. At the same time, number 369 himself charged from the front, his kunai aimed directly at Sora's vitals. Faced with attacks from above and below, Sora remained calm in the face of danger. He first leapt up quickly, avoiding the earthen spears from below. Then, while in midair, he adjusted his posture, passing by number 369 as they crossed paths. The instant the two passed each other, Sora suddenly struck out. A precise hand chop slashed towards the wrist of number 369's kunai holding hand. With a slap sound, number 369 grunted in pain, and the kunai flew from his hand. What? Number 369 exclaimed in shock, hastily retreating. After landing, Sora did not hesitate. He immediately gave chase. His movements flowed like water, each strike continuous and precise, forcing number 369 to retreat repeatedly. Damn it! Number 369 cursed silently. He could see it now. Close combat with Sora was impossible. He could only bombard from a distance with ninjutsu. So, his hands rapidly formed seals. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A vivid fire dragon spewed from number 369's mouth, rushing straight at Sora. This was a B-rank fire release ninjutsu, its power far surpassing the earlier Great Fireball. Facing such a powerful ninjutsu, Sora had no choice but to temporarily avoid its edge. He chose to swiftly dodge to the side at the first moment. But the Great Dragon Fire Technique was not a simple linear attack. A cold smile curled under number 369's mask. His right hand maintained chakra output, while his left hand rapidly changed through three-hand seals. The fire dragon, which had been charging straight ahead, seemed to be given life. It suddenly raised its head and swung its tail in the air, its scorching dragon eyes locking firmly onto Sora's figure. "Don't think you can dodge it." Number 369 shouted lowly, his wrist giving a sharp twist. As he was dodging sideways, Sora's heart tightened. As expected of the Great Dragon Fire Technique. Whether it was power, scale, or control precision, it was a huge leap above the previous fire release ninjutsu. In that split second, Sora made a decision. Taking it head-on was unwise. Completely avoiding it carried high risk. Then, his swiftly dodging figure suddenly halted. Both hands quickly formed seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. A blazing fireball of similarly considerable size spewed from Sora's mouth, meeting the menacing fire dragon head-on. Because Sora was concerned about the Byakugan, this time he genuinely released a great fireball. He just didn't inject much chakra, with the vast majority of the flames still coming from burrow breath. Boom! The next moment, the huge fireball and the roaring fire dragon violently collided. A deafening explosion sounded. A massive mushroom cloud of flames billowed into the air. A powerful shockwave mixed with scorching heat waves wildly spread in all directions. At the same time, Sora used the impact from the collision of the two powerful fire techniques as cover. Using the force, his figure rapidly retreated backward, narrowly escaping the core blast area. He was only brushed by scattered sparks and heat waves, which fortunately did no real harm to him. He must have expended a fair amount of chakra. Sora stabilized his posture, staring through the drifting smoke and flames at the panting number 369 opposite, calmly analyzing. Using so many ninjutsu consecutively, especially a B-rank technique, must have consumed a lot of chakra. Just as Sora expected, after using the Great Dragon Fire Technique, number 369's breathing became noticeably more ragged. An opportunity. A sharp glint flashed in Sora's eyes. He no longer hesitated. He exploded with full speed, instantly closing in on number 369. This time, his attacks were even more fierce, each strike aimed directly at vital points. Number 369 clearly hadn't expected Sora's speed to still increase after such a clash. In his haste, he could only barely parry. After a few exchanges, he had completely fallen into a disadvantage. How is this possible? Number 369 thought in shock. Why does he still have such strength and speed? In the observation room, the instructors also saw the situation. Number 567's stamina and chakra are holding up well, the leopard instructor said. In comparison, number 369's chakra consumption is too high. The owl instructor also exclaimed in amazement, number 567's taijutsu is truly superb. Speaking purely of taijutsu, with 3 gates open, he already has 1 foot in the level of special jonin. I remember that kid from the captain's family only became a chunin last year. In the arena, Sora had completely gained the upper hand. His attacks were like an unceasing tide, forcing number 369 to retreat step by step. I can't go on like this. The expression under number 369's mask lost its feigned arrogance, gradually turning calm. He faked a move, quickly retreated, and at the same time began forming hand seals. This time, the seals were more complex than any before. Combination technique, Fire Wind Vortex. Number 369 simultaneously spat out flames and a whirlwind. The two intertwined and spun in the air, forming a massive vortex of fire that swept towards Sora. This was a combined ninjutsu he had specially spent years of hard training to create himself, a B-rank fire release and a C-rank wind release. The wind fanned the flames empowered the wind. Its power approached that of an A-rank ninjutsu. Facing such a powerful technique, Sora's expression turned grave. He could feel the terrifying power contained within this ninjutsu. Taking it head-on meant one thing: death. However, the vortex of fire covered an extremely large area, almost sealing off all dodging routes. Only a full power breakthrough will work. Sora had already had the gate of life open for a while now. Fortunately, his physical constitution was strong enough. Resolved, he once again increased his chakra output. The green energy covering his body became even more intense. The fourth gate, the gate of pain, open. The tearing sensation in his muscles returned, but it also boosted Sora's speed to its limit. Sora charged straight at the edge of the fire vortex. The instant before he would be swept in, he forcefully kicked off the ground. His body shot past the edge of the vortex like a stone from a slingshot. The scorching heat wave made Sora feel a sharp pain, but he successfully dodged the attack. What? he dodged even that. Number 369 was dumbfounded, looking at the unscathed Sora in disbelief. Whenever he had used this combination technique before, the enemy either died or was crippled. Sora was the first to ever dodge it, and using this combination technique had exhausted the last of his chakra. He could only stand frozen in place, gasping for breath in large, ragged pants. When number 369 used the combination technique, Sora already knew this would be the outcome. After dodging the fire vortex, he directly shifted sideways and vanished from his spot. The next moment, his figure appeared behind number 369 like a ghost, leaping into the air. The entire process was soundless and faster than imagined. Number 369 only felt the hairs on his back stand on end. An intense sense of crisis instantly enveloped his entire body. He barely managed to turn his head. The first thing he glimpsed from the corner of his eye was Sora's eyes. Devoid of any emotion, calm like stagnant water, eyelids slightly lowered, as if the life-or-death struggle before him was merely dusting off some dirt. What followed was a fist that rapidly filled his field of vision. This punch, how is it possible? In his view, that fist seemed to fill heaven and earth. Simple and unadorned, yet carrying a terrifying, oppressive feeling of being unavoidable and indefensible, as if it wanted to crush all his pride and defenses. Can't dodge. Genjutsu. I can only use Genjutsu to create an instant of opportunity. At the critical moment between life and death, number 369's pitch-black eyes turned crimson. The left eye with a single tomo, the right eye with 2 tomo. The 3 tomo spun rapidly. He stared fixedly at Sora's eyes, now so close, forcing a few last drops of chakra from his dried-up body. Genjutsu, Hell Viewing Technique. An Uchiha. The instant number 369's eyes changed, Sora sensed something was wrong. His fist was already inches from the opponent, but Genjutsu activation often happened in the instant of eye contact. For a moment, Sora felt the scene before him was about to change. A cold, alien chakra tried to invade his mind, to make him see an illusion of his own failure. But Sora inwardly snorted coldly. Almost at the very same moment he felt the Genjutsu invasion, the power within him belonging to the top-tier mythical Zoan, Dragon's Aura, spontaneously surged forth. An invisible yet vast and mighty spiritual force, like a slumbering lion disturbed by an ant, carrying a trace of displeasure and an inherent oppressive aura, erupted forth. Number 369 only felt his Genjutsu evaporate instantly, like ice and snow meeting molten lava. What's more, an even more terrifying will, as if originating from a primordial beast, rushed back along the Genjutsu connection, rough and violent. However, number 369's cry of pain was only half uttered when Sora's fist, carrying the immense power of the opened fourth gate, solidly smashed into his face. Thump, crack. A dull thud wrapped around a clear sound of bone cracking. Number 369 couldn't even utter an extra grunt. His body fell straight down diagonally, crashing heavily onto the ground. Then, carried by the momentum, he tumbled and slid a long distance before stopping, plowing a deep furrow in the ground. No, impossible. Completely drained, number 369 lay on the ground, muttering deliriously, his consciousness fading. I am Uchiha. Uchiha. How could I lose to a brat? His voice was intermittent, filled with unwillingness and disbelief, repeatedly muttering words like Uchiha and cannot lose. But his body had completely betrayed his will. Finally, his head tilted to one side, and he completely lost consciousness. The arena fell silent. Inside the high tower observation room, there was also a brief silence. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 57, Chapter 57, Pass the Assessment. In the observation room of the high tower, it was completely silent. Leopard Instructor opened his mouth, taking a long time to force out a sentence. This kid, he actually won. Owl Instructor adjusted his mask, his tone full of disbelief. His speed at the end, was that the fourth gate? The gate of pain? He's only 7 years old. Eagle Instructor crossed his arms, his gaze sharp. It's not just the fourth gate. Number 369 used a Sharingan Genjutsu at the end, but number 567 was completely unaffected. This is very unusual. Could he have some special Kekkei Genkai? Leopard Instructor guessed. Eagle Instructor shook his head. Unclear. But the Hokage specifically instructed us not to delve into his secrets. We just need to know he is a Konoha ninja. That is enough. Speaking of which, Owl Instructor looked at the screen where Sora was panting. This kid's combat intelligence is too high. From the initial ambush, to the tactical choices in the middle, to the decisive opening of the fourth gate for a counterattack at the end. It's nothing like a 7-year-old child. Leopard Instructor nodded in agreement. Indeed. I remember the last one who passed the assessment using this method was the head captain. On the field, Sora panted heavily, feeling the soreness from his muscles all over his body. The burden of the fourth gate is still too great. If I hadn't been forced into a corner, I really wouldn't want to use this move. His eyes swept the surroundings. After confirming no one else had come nearby, Sora walked over to number 369, or rather, to Uchiha Kenta. He bent down, quickly picked up the 3 dropped scrolls, and confirmed they were the true, false, and key scrolls. After bandaging the place cut by the shuriken earlier, Sora did not linger. He quickly walked into the high tower. Entering the tower, Sora quickly assessed the interior situation. The light inside was somewhat dim, but he keenly sensed that he was not alone inside. His gaze swept over and saw another trainee member wearing a tanuki mask quietly standing in the corner shadows of the tower hall, number 233. Number 233 had clearly arrived earlier than Sora. He was leaning against the wall, also seemingly catching his breath. When Sora walked in, his body tensed imperceptibly for a moment. His gaze, through the holes of the mask, landed warily on Sora. Him. Number 567. Number 233's heart tightened slightly. When he approached the tower from another direction earlier, he had glimpsed the finale of the fierce battle between Sora and number 369 from afar. Especially Sora appearing like a ghost behind number 369, and that earth-shattering final punch, left an extremely deep impression on him. He subconsciously averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Sora. In his mind, he had already classified Sora as an extremely dangerous person not to be provoked lightly. Sora noticed number 233's subtle reaction but did not care. The Anbu was a place where the strong were respected. Gaining awe by demonstrating strength was perfectly normal. Right now, he only wanted to hand in the scrolls and pass the assessment as quickly as possible. Sora walked to the table in the center of the hall and placed the true, false, and key scrolls on the table. Behind the table sat an expressionless Anbu clerk. He checked the scrolls, confirmed the cipher had been correctly deciphered and the combination was correct, recorded something in a register, then nodded at Sora, indicating he had passed. Second. Sora counted silently in his heart. He walked to a corner far from number 233 and sat down. He immediately released the 8 gates released formation state. Intense soreness and fatigue instantly flooded his entire body, making him unable to suppress a grunt. The burden of the 4th gate on the body is still too great. I absolutely must not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary for the next year or so. Sora adjusted his breathing while admonishing himself silently. Then he carefully sensed his internal condition. Fortunately, the total time he had opened the 4th gate was less than 2 minutes, so there was no serious damage. The powerful recovery ability brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit was quickly repairing the muscle tears. Not long after, movement came from the tower entrance again. The 3rd person to pass appeared, number 388. His condition looked more disheveled than Sora and number 233. His uniform was damaged in several places, and his breathing was somewhat ragged. After entering, he warily looked at the 2 who arrived first, especially giving Sora a few extra glances. Then he silently walked to another side to wait. A little more time passed. Suddenly, 3 people rushed in almost simultaneously from near the entrance. The 3 arrived almost one after another. Seeing 3 people already in the hall, Sora could tell from their eyes that their expressions under the masks were likely extremely unpleasant. Only the top 5 could pass. Now 3 spots were already taken. Clearly, there was 1 extra person in their small group, and 1 person needed to be left behind. Thus, conflict inevitably erupted among the 3 newcomers for the final 2 spots. They did not use large-scale ninjutsu, as their chakra was heavily depleted from the previous forest, and the space was narrow. It was mostly taijutsu and rapid exchanges of shuriken. The sounds of kunao clashing and fists and kicks hitting flesh echoed at the tower entrance. Sora just lifted his eyelids for a glance, then paid no more attention. This level of struggle was meaningless in his eyes. The outcome was already decided. Number 233 and number 388 were similarly indifferent. They even slightly adjusted their postures to avoid being drawn in. The rules of the Anbu were this cruel. Spots were limited. Being 1 step late could only be blamed on one's own lack of strength or bad luck. Finally, the top 5 members of the second group were determined. Eagle Instructor, who had been standing like a statue in the shadows of the tower, finally spoke, his voice icy as he announced, "Assessment concluded. Those who failed to collect the scrolls and arrive within the specified time have failed." In the end, the 10 people who successfully passed the assessment were determined. Besides Sora, number 233, and number 388, there were 6 others. Uchiha Kenta had already been carried away on a stretcher by 2 Anbu medical personnel. He was still unconscious, the mask on his face completely shattered, revealing a bruised and swollen cheek and tightly closed eyes, a rather miserable sight. Who knows if he would regret provoking Sora after waking up. About half an hour later, the remaining 100-plus trainee members received the signal and gathered one after another in the clearing in front of the high tower. Many were injured, their expressions weary and dejected. Eagle Instructor stood in front of the crowd, his gaze sweeping across the area. He first announced the numbers of Sora and the other 9. Numbers 233, 269, 567. The above 10 have passed this assessment. Report to headquarters at 6 in the morning the day after tomorrow to officially join the Anbu. Next, he read out another 30 numbers. These included the 15 retained from the first group's assessment and 15 others who performed outstandingly in this assessment. The above 30, although you did not pass the assessment, performed excellently in a certain part of the assessment. You will be assigned a Jonin instructor for follow-up targeted training. Continue to work hard. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 58. Chapter 58. Returning to the orphanage. Standing in the front row, Sora thought to himself, as expected. He had always remembered that the Anbu notification letter mentioned a Jonin instructor. After arriving at the Anbu and finding about 400 candidates, he felt it was strange. He realized that even if 10 people were assigned one Jonin instructor, it would require 40 Jonin. But this was clearly impossible. Konoha currently only had about 200 Jonin. Sora thought it was reasonable for the Anbu to have 40 Jonin. However, these Jonin also needed to leave the village, even go abroad for various missions. They obviously could not all serve as these Jonin instructors. It seems they are the real candidates. Sora pondered silently. There was an assessment every 3 months. 10 would pass, and 30 would be selected to become real Anbu candidates. These people would have Jonin instructors. Exactly 3 candidates were paired with one Jonin instructor, forming a team. In total, there were 30 candidate Anbu and 10 Jonin instructors. Sora thought these Jonin instructors were probably Jonin returning to the village from missions on rotation, taking on the guidance of these newcomers as an additional duty. Or perhaps serving as a Jonin instructor was itself a mission. Interestingly, among the 10 who passed this assessment, except for Sora, all were part of the 30 selected 3 months ago. As for the remaining 300 plus who just failed the assessment, numbers 401 to 600 meant they still needed to wait for the next assessment opportunity. Numbers 201 to 400 had permanently lost the qualification to become official Anbu. Of course, it could not be ruled out that if a ninja war broke out in the future, they might be temporarily selected into the Anbu. After all, compared to other Konoha ninja who had not received Anbu special training, their background and strength would be more suitable. So in Sora's view, this Anbu training was more like a higher-level advanced institution for Konoha ninja after graduating from the ninja academy, similar to high school or university in his previous life. But fortunately, Sora successfully passed the assessment. This had nothing to do with him anymore. Now he just wanted to quickly take on a few simple missions after joining and then return to the orphanage to develop his fruit ability. After the announcement, Instructor Eagle said nothing more and directly ordered the dismissal. Those who passed the assessment and obtained Jonin instructor qualification could rest for 1 day and report the day after tomorrow. The others would return directly to the Anbu base to await orders. Sora, dragging his still somewhat sore body, immediately left the Forest of Death, a place that made him feel oppressive. He did not return to the Anbu dormitory but headed straight for the direction of the orphanage. 3 months of high-pressure training and brutal assessments made him miss that simple yet warm place intensely. Along the way, Sora reflected on the just concluded assessment. At first, he had wondered in his heart. He had hidden perfectly without any flaws. The assessors should not have detected his traces. Unexpectedly, the one he encountered this time was another Uchiha. However, number 369, whom he knocked unconscious, did not concern Sora, even with the Uchiha name. This was an official Anbu assessment, monitored throughout. Moreover, Sora had given warnings 3 times consecutively, and his subsequent actions were all within the rules. Not to mention just breaking the other's face, even if he had killed the person on the spot, it would have been within regulations. If the Uchiha clan dared to trouble Sora over this matter, they wouldn't be troubling Sora. They would be troubling the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Sora pushed open the familiar gate of the orphanage, the setting sun was just bathing the small courtyard. Brother Sora. Yumi, nearly 5 years old, was the first to notice him and rushed over quickly. Beside her, Ayumi, the same age, followed with wide, round eyes. Miyamoto Ichiro and Yusuji Rin also gathered around, asking questions all at once. Sora, you're back. This time you were gone for so long. Was the training hard? Looking at their concerned faces and the greetings in their eyes, Sora felt much of his fatigue dissipate. He ruffled Yumi and Ayumi's hair and showed them a faint but genuine smile. Yes, I'm back. At the same time, inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his smoking pipe and picked up the assessment report just delivered by the Anbu, reading it carefully. Nara Shikagure stood quietly before the desk, awaiting his instructions. Note: Nara Shikaku is about the same age as Namikaze Minato, around 18 now. Changed to his father, Nara Shikagure. When he saw the part about Sora's encounter with Uchiha Kenta, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyebrows raised slightly, and he couldn't help but utter a soft, "Oh. Shikagure, what do you think?" He handed the report over. Nara Shikagure took the report and quickly skimmed it. When he saw that Sora opened the 4th gate, Gate of Pain, and defeated Uchiha Kenta, who had special Jonin strength, with 1 punch, a flicker of surprise also passed through his eyes. Opening the Gate of Pain at 7 years old and being able to defeat a special Jonin from the Uchiha clan head-on. Nara Shikagure put down the report and stroked his chin. This kid's growth rate is much faster than we anticipated. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. It had only been a little over 5 months since Sora took first place in the Ninja Academy assessment. From a Chunin, he had grown to someone who could defeat a special Jonin head-on. His strength improvement was extremely rapid. He even mentally elevated Sora to the same level as Kakashi. Kakashi became a Chunin not long after graduating last year. At most, his strength was now about equal to Sora's, or he might not even be able to defeat Sora, even though Kakashi was a year younger. But this did not affect Sora's rocket-like rise in status within Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Unfortunately, Sora was ultimately an outsider. Narashikage spoke up with a suggestion. Is the Uzumaki clan's physique that strong? Should we conduct an examination? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag of his smoke and slowly exhaled. No need. Sora is a child who inherits the will of fire. He remembered Sora's excited gaze standing beside him during the school opening ceremony, and the records in the files showing Sora's good relationships with Nono Yakushi, Kurane Ui, Asuma, and others. Moreover, in his eyes, Sora was ultimately just a taijutsu genius with low ninjutsu talent and not a high ceiling. Even if Sora could open the 8 inner gates to the 8th gate, Gate of Death in the future, it didn't matter. That was a life-risking technique. Sora wouldn't come to trade his life for his. And if it was only the 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, Konoha had many ninja who were not idle. Furthermore, why go to great lengths to examine Sora? No matter how strong his physique was, could it surpass that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? Currently, Konoha hadn't even successfully replicated the would-release Kekki Genkai. There really was no spare capacity to investigate a peripheral member of the Uzumaki clan. If they really insisted on researching the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, why not directly study Kushina? Compared to Sora, Kushina, being an orthodox Uzumaki clan member and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was undoubtedly a better and safer research subject. Unless, Sora displayed a new Kekki Genkai. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 59, Chapter 59, Partial Beast Transformation. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another deep breath of smoke, and slowly exhaled. His tone then carried a trace of worry as he said. However, he ultimately is not a child who grew up in Konoha. He was only brought back at age 5, and has stayed in the village for barely 2.5 years at most. I worry, he lacks sufficient sense of belonging to Konoha. The stronger his power, if his heart is not here, the greater the potential future problems. The office fell quiet for a moment, only the faint crackling sound of burning tobacco could be heard. Narashikage pondered for a moment, then spoke again. Lord Hokage, your concern is not unfounded. But from current observations, Sora has shown considerable kindness and bonds towards the children of the orphanage, his classmates at the Ninja Academy, and even marginal ninja like Might Due. He is not a cold and ruthless child. We can definitely use these bonds to gradually cultivate his feelings for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened silently, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. He knew Narashikage's analysis was very reasonable, and also aligned with the bond philosophy he had always upheld. But as the Hokage, he had to consider more, and further ahead. A child of such extraordinary talent yet from outside, like a double-edged sword. Even though he clearly understood in his heart that Sora's upper limit might not reach the very top, just looking at the current momentum, Sora could at least reach the initial Kage level in the future. Used well, Sora would be a top-tier weapon capable of withstanding storms and protecting the village. But if there was the slightest mishap, this power far exceeding his peers could also cause unpredictable trouble. Moreover, as the Hokage, Sarutobi Hirutobi knew better than anyone that orphans from outside villages like Sora did not have an easy life in Konoha. I hope so. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Fortunately, the Anbu still has Sakumo. He seemed to be saying this to Narashikage, and also seemed to be talking to himself. With me in the Anbu, there won't be any problems. A calm yet indisputable voice suddenly sounded from the corner of the office. At some point, a figure had appeared there as if blending into the shadows, silently and without a sound. He seemed to have been there all along, just no one had noticed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Narashikage both seemed accustomed to this and were not surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up towards the corner. Sakumo, you're here. Heitake Sakumo slowly walked out from the shadows. He was wearing standard Anbu attire, but did not have a mask on his face. His gaze was sharp, his aura steady. The famous white light chakra saber was sheathed at his waist. Merely standing there gave people an inexplicable sense of security and pressure. Yes, I just returned to hand over a mission. Heitake Sakumo's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other. Regarding the situation of number 567, Sora, I am already aware. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him. What do you think of this child? Heitake Sakumo gave a concise evaluation. Amazing talent, precocious temperament, extremely high combat intelligence. As for loyalty, currently it seems he may not feel deeply about the concept of Konoha, but he will protect those he cares about. And the people he cares about are currently all in Konoha. These words were undoubtedly an affirmation of Narashikage's earlier analysis. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression softened considerably. Getting such an evaluation from Heitake Sakumo was enough to explain many things. With you watching over him, I am reassured. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally showed a smile. I never need to worry about the Anbu with you in charge. Heitake Sakumo gave a slight nod. It's my duty. With his response, the originally tense atmosphere in the office also quietly eased, no longer as grave as before. From beginning to end, none of them expressed any doubt about Sora instantly breaking Uchiha Kenta's genjutsu. With their level of strength, they all clearly understood that in the state of having opened 4 gates, the flow of chakra in Sora's body would become extremely fast. Not to mention just a D-rank hell viewing technique, even if it were a B-rank genjutsu, he could break it quickly. Moreover, Sora had shown similar genjutsu breaking performance earlier when fighting Uchiha Takumai. As for the instructors like Eagle, they were merely unable to see clearly due to being involved, stunned by the scene of a 7-year-old Sora defeating an Uchiha, and didn't have time to think carefully. When they came to their senses afterward, they also belatedly realized the key point, so naturally there was nothing to question. Orphanage, Nono's home. After dinner, Sora returned to his room and let out a long sigh of relief. 3 months of high-intensity Anbu training and assessment had almost occupied all his time and energy. Not to mention developing the fruit ability, even maintaining daily training was quite difficult. Now finally back in this relatively private space, a long-lost sense of relaxation spread. Sora moved his still somewhat sore and stiff limbs, feeling the power that had been dormant for a long time within him slowly awakening and flowing. 3 months without practice, I wonder if I've gotten rusty. Sora murmured to himself, then focused his mind, attempting to mobilize the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. A warm current rose from within his body, quickly surging towards his arms. Dense patterns of Azure Dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. His fingertips became sharp, gleaming with a metallic cold light. The entire process was smoother than he remembered. Wherever his will went, the power followed as easily as moving his fingers. It seems easier. Sora was somewhat surprised. He tried to direct the power towards his legs. The same feeling of smoothness came. The muscles of his calves slightly bulged, covered with a layer of tough scales. His toes also underwent subtle draconic changes. Next was his chest. The skin over his heart became hard, faintly forming the rudiment of a protective scale armor. It seems these 3 months of high-intensity taijutsu training in life-and-death combat, although not directly training the fruit ability, greatly improved my body control and willpower, indirectly promoting the fruit's fusion and development. Sora quickly figured out the key. Zoan-type devil fruits were inherently closely related to the user's physical strength and spirit. The Anbu's training was undoubtedly an efficient catalyst. Since that's the case, might as well try developing a new part. Sora focused his attention on his back. This was a visual blind spot and also a part easily ambushed in battle. If he could cover his back with dragon scales as well, his defense would be greatly enhanced, at least he wouldn't have to worry about being easily stabbed through from behind by ordinary kunao. He closed his eyes, carefully perceiving the muscles and bones of his back, guiding that warm power to flow towards his spine, shoulder blades. The process was more difficult than imagined. The nerves in the back were not as sensitive as those in the limbs. The flow of power was somewhat sluggish, as if separated by a membrane. The generation of scales was also intermittent, appearing and disappearing. Sora exhaled, beginning to patiently try again and again, adjusting his breathing and the frequency of power output. Sweat gradually soaked the special bandages on his body, but the fully focused Sora didn't mind, as if he had returned to the days of bitter training by the river day after day. He didn't know how much time had passed when he finally felt a clear burning sensation along a line in the center of his back, along his spine. Dense, tough dragon scales finally stably emerged. Although the area was still not large, they indeed covered the vital point. Success. Sora felt a surge of joy in his heart, slowly withdrawing his power. The draconic characteristics gradually faded. He collapsed onto the bed, feeling the slight fatigue transmitted from his body, but his heart was quite satisfied. Now, Sora's hands, legs, and chest could be quickly beastified at will. His back could also slowly complete the transformation under his control. Currently, only the waist and head remained. Once these 3 parts were trained to be as flexible and instantly beastified as his hands, that would be the peak of the second stage he originally envisioned. Partial beast transformation. After that, he could try to enter the 3rd stage. Complete beast transformation. Azure Dragon form. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 60, Chapter 60. Konoha's White Fang. Collapsed on the bed, Sora could not help but think of the scene during dinner. From Miyamoto Ichiro's mouth, he learned that Konoha's higher-ups seemed to have completely forgotten this place. They neither sent new caretakers to take over Nono's work, nor were new war orphans sent over. The vast courtyard was now left with only these few familiar faces and the increasingly silent old director. Fortunately, basic funding was still disbursed on time. Although the amount was not large, it was barely enough to keep them fed. This is fine, Sora thought to himself. He did not have much sense of belonging to the orphanage itself. What he cherished were the people here. Initially agreeing to Nono's request to take care of the other orphans was more out of a promise and gratitude towards her. But after a long period of interaction, without realizing it, a feeling similar to family had quietly taken root. This gave Sora, who had been an orphan in 2 lifetimes, a new feeling. Bonds. Sora murmured, staring at the ceiling. The core of power in the Naruto world always seemed to revolve around this word. It was both a source of strength and often became a shackle of pain. The morning of the day after tomorrow, 5:50 a.m. Konoha Anbu Underground Headquarters. Sora arrived on time. He had changed into that black Anbu trainee uniform, wore that simple tanuki mask on his face, and the number 567 was clearly printed on his back. 9 people were already standing at the assembly point. They were the other 9 who passed the assessment, numbers 233, 269, and others were among them. The atmosphere was silent and oppressive. No one was talking, maintaining a subtle sense of distance between each other. Occasionally, full-fledged members wearing various animal masks passed by silently, casting indifferent glances over them, this group of newcomers, as if looking at a new batch of tools. Sora silently walked to the end of the line and stood still. Eyes observing nose, nose observing heart, he maintained silence like the others, but his mind was quickly analyzing the arrangements to come. According to Sora's knowledge, the Anbu currently had about 100 members, divided into 4 divisions, labeled A, B, C, D. Each division had 6 squads. He did not know which squad he would be assigned to. 6 a.m. sharp. An intangible sense of pressure suddenly descended. Without any sound of footsteps, a figure appeared like a ghost directly in front of the line. He was also wearing Anbu attire but did not wear a mask, revealing a somewhat weathered face with eyes sharp like electricity. His posture was not deliberately imposing, yet it naturally exuded a sharp aura of one who had been through many battles, like a sharp blade sheathed. Though not drawn, its cold gleam already pierced to the bone. Most striking was the short sword at his waist, emitting a faint white chakra glow. Konoha's white fang. Sora's pupils beneath the mask contracted slightly. Even though he knew in advance that the head commander was Heitake Sakumo, facing him directly, he could still feel that immense pressure stemming from strength and achievements. This was completely different from facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gentle authority. This was a more direct, purer form of power. Heitake Sakumo's gaze slowly swept over the 10 people. Everyone touched by his gaze unconsciously straightened their backs, as if locked by an intangible searchlight. His gaze seemed to linger on Sora for a fraction of a second longer. Although extremely brief, Sora keenly caught it. So I am indeed being specially noted. Sora understood in his heart. His age of 7, his status as a Hokage special recruit, and his performance of defeating Uchiha Kenta in the assessment were enough to attract the attention of this Anbu head commander. But this was also within Sora's expectations. If he wanted to pass the assessment quickly, he would inevitably attract these people's attention. Fortunately, he had already considered this. Merely opening the 8 inner gates to the 4th gate would not make Sarutobi Hiruzen wary of him. On the contrary, it would make him value Sora more. Therefore, Sora was not flustered at all. He simply reined in his aura, making himself seem no different from the other trainee members. But if Sora knew Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others' evaluation and handling of him, he would probably laugh out loud. Heitake Sakumo indeed had the ability to keep an eye on Sora, but the premise was that Heitake Sakumo had to stay alive. As a transmigrator, Sora knew that soon, Heitake Sakumo would be maneuvered to death by Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Heitake Sakumo's inner thoughts were indeed stirred slightly because of Sora. He had carefully read Sora's report. Opening the 8 inner gates 4th gate at 7 years old, excellent taijutsu, sharp combat awareness, and even more rare was his on-the-spot calmness and decisiveness. Such a seedling was indeed uncommon. As for whether he was originally from Konoha, Heitake Sakumo did not care. Just as he had said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he cared more about character. But children who gain power too early are prone to go astray. Therefore, he needed to observe carefully to see what kind of heart lay beneath this power. From what he saw now, at least he was very composed, without the arrogance of a young person who had achieved success early. I am Heitake Sakumo, head commander of the Anbu. A cold voice broke the silence, without any wasted words. Congratulations on passing the assessment. From today, you will be official members of the Anbu. The Anbu has only one rule: absolute obedience to orders. The mission comes above all else. Your past identities, your names, mean nothing here. Remember the code names you will choose later. They will be your only identifiers in the future. Now for division assignment. Heitake Sakumo took out a scroll and unrolled it, beginning to read the list and division assignments. Number 233, 3rd Division, C4. Number 269, 1st Division, A4. Number 388, 2nd Division, B6. Number 567. When he read Sora's number, Heitake Sakumo's gaze fell on him again. 3rd Division, C5. Squad Leader, code name, Fox. 3rd Division, Squad Leader code name Fox. Could it be him? Sora pondered privately. The Anbu who had brought him from outside to Konoha back then was precisely someone wearing a fox mask. Subsequently, the other 9 were also assigned to different divisions and squads. After the assignments were complete, Heitake Sakumo rolled up the scroll. Your squad leaders will inform you of specific missions and duties. Remember, the Anbu is Konoha's shadow, the sharpest blade protecting the village. Do not fail in this duty, and do not fail the effort you have put in. His gaze swept over everyone once more, pausing on Sora for a moment, seemingly containing some kind of warning and expectation. Dismissed. Go find your squad leaders to report. As his words fell, Heitake Sakumo's figure, just as when he appeared, silently merged into the shadows and disappeared. That suffocating pressure also dissipated. The 10 people at the assembly point all secretly let out a sigh of relief in unison. Without any communication between them, everyone, according to their division information, tacitly walked toward different passages. Sora glanced at the area indicator map on the wall, identified the location of the 3rd division, and followed behind number 233, stepping into the converging, gloomy passageway. 3rd division, C5, Fox. Sora thought silently. I hope I can receive external missions early, so I'll have more free time to develop my abilities. Is this conversation helpful so far? Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 61, Chapter 61 Codename, Green Snake. The passage was very dark, illuminated only by a few torches hung on the walls at intervals. Sora followed silently behind number 233. Fortunately, his vision had been enhanced, so he could see everything in the passage clearly. After turning a few corners and passing through a heavy iron door that required chakra verification, the scene before Sora's eyes widened slightly. This place resembled a small assembly area, with several rooms distributed around it, each door marked with a different number. The room for Team Hei 5, or Class Hei 5, was located in a corner of the assembly area. Number 233 stopped in front of the door, stepped aside, and gestured for Sora to enter. He himself walked towards the door of the neighboring Class Hei 4. The two of them did not communicate at all throughout the entire process, as if they were merely strangers sharing the same path. Sora took a deep breath and pushed open the door to Class Hei 5. The room was not large and was furnished very simply: a table, a few chairs, and a cabinet for storing scrolls. At this moment, there were already 3 people in the room. One of them was sitting behind the table, wearing the fox mask that Sora remembered clearly. He seemed to be reading a scroll and did not look up when he heard the door open. The other 2 were standing to the side. One was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, wearing a fierce wolf-shaped mask. The other was sitting quietly in a chair in the corner, posture upright, wearing an owl mask. Judging by the build and subtle movements, this should be a woman. The gaze from behind the fox mask shifted from the scroll and landed on Sora, who had just entered the room. His movements seemed to pause for a moment. Although it was hard to tell clearly through the mask, Sora could feel the scrutinizing gaze lingering on him for a while. Number 567, reporting, Sora said calmly. The fox mask put down the scroll and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. 567. Sora. His voice, coming through the mask, carried a matter-of-fact, cold tone, but Sora keenly caught a hint of subtle, complex emotion. That's me, Captain. Sora was already certain that this fox captain before him was the Anbu who had brought him back from the border to Konoha 2 years ago. After all, strictly speaking, this fox was the first person Sora had encountered after arriving in this world. At the same time, Sora also understood Heitake Sakumo's intention in assigning him to Fox's team, to use this connection to bridge the distance, allowing Sora to gradually develop a sense of belonging to Konoha and to the team. And there's probably also the intention of having Fox keep an eye on me. The fox before him not only gave Sora a sense of familiarity but also a faint sense of pressure. Clearly, even if not an elite Jonin, he was an experienced veteran Jonin. It's worth noting that within the Anbu, this level of strength was barely sufficient for a squad leader position. And this fox squad leader also felt waves of emotion stirring in his heart at this moment. That child discovered in the border ruins 2 years ago, thin, weak, like a candle flame that could go out at any moment. He had merely followed procedure by bringing Sora back to the village, not even expecting Sora to survive. Who could have imagined that in just 2 short years, that faint flicker of flame not only stubbornly continued to burn but even burst forth with such dazzling brilliance. A 7-year-old official Anbu member, opened the 4th gate of the 8 gates, defeated a Uchiha special Jonin in a direct confrontation. He had read this report several times and still found it somewhat unbelievable. Fox suppressed his emotions, his voice returning to its usual calm. I am Fox, captain of Class Hei 5. These 2 are your teammates. He pointed to the wolf mask leaning against the wall. Grey Wolf, skilled in tracking and strong assaults. Then he pointed to the owl mask in the corner. Night Owl, skilled in reconnaissance and traps. Grey Wolf merely gave a slight nod as a greeting. His eyes, visible through the mask's holes, sized up Sora, seemingly somewhat curious about his short stature, but he said nothing. Night Owl stood up and also nodded in greeting, her movements crisp and efficient. It seems Grey Bear and another person were lost in a previous mission. Sora thought to himself. He remembered that this team originally had Grey Bear and another person. A standard team had 4 members. That last vacancy was probably filled by someone who had died before Sora arrived in this world. The thought flashed through his mind briefly. Sora didn't dwell on it further and also nodded in return to the 2. Fox then tapped the table and said plainly, a few simple words about the rules. The mission comes first, obey orders. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't look at what you shouldn't see. Teammates can be trusted, but remain vigilant. Staying alive is the only way to continue serving the village. Concise and to the point, full of the Anbu style. Understood, Sora replied. Follow me. First, go to the logistics department to get your equipment. Mainly, choose your codename and mask. Fox stood up and walked towards the door. Sora followed. Grey Wolf and Night Owl remained in the room. The logistics department was located in a separate area deeper within the base, with special guards at the entrance. After Fox presented the necessary documents, he led Sora inside. Unlike the dark and oppressive atmosphere of the outer passages, the interior of the logistics department was brightly lit, appearing very orderly and efficient. Rows of shelves were neatly organized with various ninja tools, clothing, medicinal potions, and a dazzling array of masks. A clerical worker wearing a plain white mask without patterns received Sora and the other two. Newcomer selecting codename and mask, Fox stated the purpose simply. The clerical worker nodded and guided Sora to a massive wall. The wall was covered with various animal masks, from common ones like cats, dogs, foxes, and wolves, to rarer ones like eagles, cranes, monkeys, and snakes. There were even some with peculiar designs, appearing quite diverse. Choose one that suits you, Fox said, crossing his arms nearby. The codename usually corresponds to the mask. Once chosen, this will be your name within the Anbu from now on. Sora's gaze slowly swept across the entire wall. Within the Anbu, masks and codenames served as identity markers, reflecting to some extent the chooser's personality or aspirations. Ghost face, lion head, these are too ostentatious. Wearing them would definitely make you the first target in a fight. But raccoon dog, wild boar, these two are alright, you'd blend into a crowd and be hard to find. Sora mentally picked and chose, not making a decision immediately. His gaze passed over mask after mask, finally settling on two adjacent masks. One was a coiled, emerald green snake-shaped mask. The positions of the snake's eyes were hollowed out, conveying a sense of coldness and mystery. The other was an even more majestic, fierce-horned azure dragon mask. Azure dragon. Sora's heartbeat skipped a beat. This seemed tailor-made for him. But the next second, he dismissed the idea. Too flashy. In an encounter with an enemy, wearing such an imposing, obviously extraordinary mask would definitely make you the primary target, prioritized for concentrated attacks by opponents. Although it couldn't be ruled out that some people looking to save effort or slack off might specifically pick an opponent with a seemingly weaker mask like the green snake, those who would choose such a soft target were often not particularly strong themselves. Therefore, Sora's gaze finally settled on that green snake mask. Snake. In the world of Naruto, snakes often brought to mind Orochimaru, associated with danger and conspiracy. But on the other hand, snakes also represented concealment, endurance, and transformation. Sora remembered an old saying from his previous life, deep mountains and great marshes produce dragons and snakes. There was also the saying the transformation of dragon and snake, referring to the rise and change of extraordinary individuals. Green snake might one day transform into an azure dragon. I choose this one, Sora pointed to the green snake mask, his voice calm. Fox followed his finger and looked. Seeing it was the green snake mask, he paused slightly in surprise but quickly returned to normal. Green snake, not bad. Record it, Fox said to the clerical worker. The clerical worker took down the green snake mask and handed it to Sora, simultaneously recording on a scroll, codename, Green Snake, former number, 567. The mask felt slightly cool to the touch, hard and lightweight in texture, polished smooth on the inside. Sora did not put it on immediately, just held it in his hand and examined it carefully. Fox didn't concern himself with that. Seeing Sora had decided on a codename, he said, let's go. The mission briefing should be arriving soon. Grey Wolf and Night Owl are still waiting for us. The two left the logistics department and merged back into the dark passageway. From this moment on, number 567, Sora, was in the past. The Anbu Green Snake had officially arrived. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 62, Chapter 62, Mission to the Land of Grass. Time was like sand flowing through fingers, slipping away quietly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Sora officially joined the Anbu. During these 3 months, Team Hei 5, where Sora belonged, had executed over 10 missions, both big and small. Perhaps to accommodate Sora, most were C rank and B rank. It should be noted that in Sora's Team Hei 5, the captain, Fox, was a veteran Jonin. The two teammates, Grey Wolf and Night Owl, were both special Jonin. Although Sora's base strength was only at Chunin level, after opening the 8 gates, he could barely be considered at the special Jonin level. Normally, they would execute A rank missions, or even S rank. The several C-rank missions they executed were mainly within the village or within the Land of Fire, involving protection, patrol, and investigating suspicious individuals, occasionally dealing with some reckless bandits and outlaws. These types of missions held almost no difficulty for Sora. They served more to familiarize him with the Anbu's operational procedures and teamwork. B-rank missions began to involve potential conflicts with other ninja villages, or pursuing defected genin, or clearing out relatively strong bandit threats. Sora participated in 2 missions tracking suspected IWA spies, and 1 mission to surround and destroy a bandit group that included several rogue ninjas. At this mission level, the strength Sora displayed on the surface was already sufficient to handle the situations. He even performed quite brilliantly, quickly subduing enemies at critical moments multiple times, earning the initial recognition of his teammates Grey Wolf and Night Owl. Fox, on the other hand, always maintained an observant stance, acting as a rear commander on the sidelines. He rarely intervened personally, but each time he did, it was precise, ruthless, and efficient, fully demonstrating the bearing of a veteran jonin. During breaks between missions, Sora also returned to the orphanage several times for rest and recuperation. Currently, the animal transformation on his back could be controlled at will. Targeted training for his head had also begun. However, the head was ultimately a critical area, so the mastery speed was slightly slower. Occasionally, he would also arrange to meet Kurane Ui. Sometimes they would eat at Ichiraku Ramen, sometimes they would simply stroll around the village. Kurane was very sensible. She never pressed for details about Anbu missions. Each time they met, she would carefully look Sora over. Only after confirming he was fine would she show a relieved smile and tell him about interesting things from the academy. He also ran into Asuma, Katetsu Hagane, and those guys a few times. They boisterously demanded Sora treat them, saying it was to celebrate his official entry into the Anbu, but Sora did not agree. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. That afternoon, at the training ground near the orphanage, Sora had just finished a round of daily taijutsu training and was preparing to return to the orphanage to continue training his animal transformation ability when an Anbu clerk wearing a wildcat mask suddenly found him. Green Snake, headquarters has an urgent mission assigned to you. The other party handed over a scroll, his tone filled with an official, matter-of-fact quality. Sora took the scroll, somewhat surprised. Normally, Anbu missions were assigned to squads as a unit. It was rare to assign one individually to a specific member. A solo mission, and an urgent one at that. A trace of doubt rose in Sora's heart, but his face showed no expression. He quickly opened the scroll to review it. Mission content: go to the Land of Grass, rendezvous with a Konoha spy codenamed Dandelion, and escort him, her and the important intelligence she carries back to a Land of Fire border outpost. Mission rank, B rank. Mission requirements: depart immediately. Must reach the rendezvous point within 48 hours. The end of the scroll bore the encrypted seal of the Anbu and the code name of the mission issuer. A code name Sora hadn't seen before, Renuki. B-rank mission, for me to execute alone. Sora looked up at Wildcat. What about my captain and teammates? Wildcat's voice was utterly flat, as he slowly said. Your captain, Fox, has other confidential missions and is temporarily unreachable. Teammates Grey Wolf and Night Owl are still recuperating in the medical department. Currently, only you and Team Hay 5 are in a mission-ready state. Sora fell silent for a moment. Grey Wolf and Night Owl, a month ago during a seemingly simple C-rank escort mission, unexpectedly encountered an attack by rogue ninjas. Although they repelled the enemy, both sustained fairly serious injuries. Captain Fox was also temporarily reassigned 2 weeks ago, said to be carrying out a confidential investigation mission, and had not returned yet. It is a bit coincidental that 3 people in one squad are simultaneously unable to execute missions. This thought flashed through Sora's mind, but Wildcat's urging interrupted his train of thought. The mission is urgent. You need to depart immediately. Wildcat's tone carried an undeniable insistence. Sora suppressed the slight doubts in his heart. The Anbu's rule was to obey orders, and manpower was indeed tight right now. Understood. Sora nodded. I will prepare to depart immediately. Good. The necessary equipment has been prepared for you in the 7th equipment room. Good luck on your mission. After saying this, the Wildcat clerk shined away. Sora stopped overthinking. He turned and walked quickly towards the Anbu base's equipment room. Along the way, he briefly analyzed the mission situation. The Land of Grass was located between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. Its domestic environment was complex, with intertwined forces. A mission to rendezvous with a spy held relatively many variables and required extra caution. Moreover, during this period, although the Third Great Ninja War had not yet fully erupted, friction and spy activities between the major ninja villages were already becoming increasingly frequent. The Land of Grass, as a buffer country, had always been a key target for infiltration by various forces. If one wasn't careful, there was a high likelihood of encountering relatively powerful ninjas. But since it's a B-rank mission, it should still be within my capabilities. Not long after, Sora reached the 7th equipment room. He then received some equipment, shuriken, explosive tags, soldier pills, and the like, plus a simple map of the Land of Grass and detailed coordinates for the rendezvous point. Although Sora didn't use shuriken and explosive tags much, he still carefully inspected each piece of equipment. After all, it was better to be prepared. After confirming everything was in order, he stored them in a scroll. Returning to the dormitory, Sora quickly changed into the Anbu's standard combat uniform, put on his green snake mask, thought for a moment, and prepared a few extra smoke bombs. With my current strength, handling a B-rank mission should definitely be no problem. As long as I don't run into a Jonin, I can basically handle it. Even if my luck is bad and I really encounter one, if I can't win, running away is always an option I can manage. Furthermore, I still have the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. If this mission is truly not right, I at least have a backup plan. Sora had a clear understanding of his own strength. In his normal state, he was at an upper Chunin level. Opening the 8 gates put him roughly at the special Jonin level. As for the fruit ability, Sora had never fully displayed it within the village. Even he himself wasn't sure of the current upper limit of this ability. After all, he had only used parts of it simply during missions over these 3 months. This was because Sora discovered his several teammates weren't particularly perceptive types. Even Night Owl only sounded intimidating by code name. They were far less perceptive than the sensor-type ninjas Sora remembered from his memories. So, even if he used his ability, it wouldn't be easily detected. After completing preparations, Sora did not delay. He immediately left the Anbu base and quickly headed towards the direction of Konoha's main gate. The way was unobstructed. The exit procedures had already been arranged. The guarding ninjas inspected his mission scroll and directly let him pass. Interestingly, Sora noticed one of the guarding ninjas looked somewhat like Katetsu Hagane. Leaving Konoha's main gate and stepping into the lush forest, Sora took one last look back at Konoha village, which appeared peaceful and harmonious under the setting sun. Finish the mission early, return early. Without further hesitation, Sora exerted force with his feet. His figure leaped a few times and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, speeding swiftly towards the direction of the land of grass. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 63, Chapter 63, Dandelion. At night, within the mountain forests of the land of grass, a petite, dark figure was swiftly moving through the trees. Sora maintained even breathing, moving at extremely high speed, but each landing produced only the faintest sound, like a real green snake slithering through the forest. It is already the early morning of the second day. Time is still relatively ample. Nearly over 20 hours had passed since leaving Konoha. Sora estimated his own speed and the remaining distance. At this speed, reaching the designated rendezvous point for the mission would take at most another 10 hours, far less than the 48-hour time limit specified in the mission. However, carrying out a B-rank mission alone, especially a sensitive job like meeting a spy, feels somewhat off. As he traveled, Sora repeatedly pondered the details of this mission in his mind. Even if the Anbu were short-handed, they wouldn't send a 7-year-old rookie to carry out a cross-border mission alone. Moreover, it involved meeting a spy carrying important intelligence. Such missions normally required at least a 2-person team, one to make contact and another to provide cover and backup. Is this the third's test for me? Or, Danzo? Sora had considered before that after attaching himself to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would be safe within the village, but outside the village was a different story. After all, Hiruzen was not the police of the Pacific, his reach was not that wide. If this is Danzo's scheme, then this so-called Dandelion is probably also a root member. But simply abandoning the mission based on Sora's conjecture was obviously impossible. Having no other choice, Sora could only become even more vigilant. He then deliberately controlled his speed, not only to conserve energy for unexpected situations, but also to leave himself enough time for observation and thought. The taste of soldier pills was really nothing to praise. They were dry, rough, carrying an indescribable bitter herbal medicine flavor, chewing felt like eating sand, and they scratched the throat when swallowed. But it must be said, these things really staved off hunger. One small pill could provide the energy needed for several hours of high-intensity activity. No wonder ninjas treat these things as meals. The efficiency is truly high. It's just the taste, tisk, not even as good as the compressed biscuits and pre-made meals from my past life. After simply replenishing energy, Sora set off again. The closer he got to the mission location, the more careful he became, not only expanding his perception to the maximum, but also frequently widening his eyes to observe his surroundings. Unfortunately, although the Azure Dragon Fruit greatly enhanced Sora's night vision, during the day it was only slightly better than an ordinary person's. The vision enhancement from the Azure Dragon Fruit is still too weak. If only I had insight like the Byakugan or the Sharingan. Sora shook his head, dispelling unrealistic fantasies, and focused on traveling. At noon, Sora finally reached the rendezvous area marked on the mission scroll, a remote valley located on the border of the land of grass. A valley? The rendezvous point is actually chosen in a place like this. Sora abruptly stopped, quickly hiding in the dense canopy of a tree, his gaze fixed tightly on the valley ahead, carefully observing the surrounding movements. Common sense dictated that rendezvous missions were mostly chosen in crowded places within towns, places that were concealed and not easily suspicious. But this time, it was chosen in such a desolate valley. A feeling of something being off inexplicably arose in Sora's heart. The valley before him had steep slopes on both sides, dense vegetation, with only a narrow path leading deep inside. The terrain was easy to defend and hard to attack, but also easy to be ambushed. This terrain is too suitable for silencing someone. Sora's internal alarm bells rang loudly. He did not rashly enter, but instead carefully scouted several circles around the valley's periphery, observing the situation inside from different angles. Within his line of sight, he found no obvious signs of an ambush, nor did he sense any abnormal chakra fluctuations. Either it is truly safe, or, the other party's counter-reconnaissance ability is extremely strong, or they are hidden extremely well. Sora leaned towards the latter. After repeatedly confirming no obvious danger, Sora then slipped into the valley silently like a ghost. According to the mission instructions, he needed to make contact with Dandelion under a certain eaglebeak rock deep within the valley. The valley was very quiet. Sora suppressed his own presence to the extreme, like a real green snake, slowly moving forward using the shadows of rocks and bushes. Before long, Sora saw that protruding eaglebeak rock. Beneath the rock formed a small shaded area. A vague, blurry human figure could faintly be seen curled up there, almost blending into the surrounding environment. Found it. Sora did not immediately approach, but once again carefully observed the surroundings, especially those locations suitable for an ambush. After confirming it was safe, he then slowly walked out from the shadows. He appeared casual, but in reality was prepared to activate the 8 gates at any moment. The windmill has turned. Sora lowered his voice and spoke the rendezvous code. The figure in the shadows moved slightly. A hoarse, low voice responded, only towards the land of fire. The code matched. That person slowly stood up from the shadows and walked out. When Sora clearly saw the other's appearance, his brow furrowed slightly beneath the mask. This was a man who looked around 30 years old, tall and thin, wearing a set of worn, gray traveling clothes, over which was draped a cloak covered in dust. His complexion was a kind of pale from long-term lack of sunlight. His lips were thin and very pale in color, his nose bridge high and straight. But his eyes made Sora feel very uncomfortable. They held a cold-blooded, indifferent apathy. The color of his pupils was very light, almost gray-white. When he looked at someone, there was almost no emotion, only a sense of scrutiny and appraisal. What concerned Sora the most was the faint, cold aura emanating from this person. It wasn't the oppressive feeling from chakra, but a deeper, more fundamental chill, as if he held no reverence for life at all. This kind of presence. Sora's internal vigilance was maxed out, but he still maintained a businesslike tone and asked, codename Dandelion. That's me. You are the contact. Anbu, Green Snake. Sora pointed to his own mask. The intelligence. Dandelion did not immediately produce the intelligence, but instead used those gray-white eyes to look Sora up and down, pausing particularly on his short stature and the green snake mask on his face, as if confirming it was really him. Only you alone. The mission instructions specified only one person. Sora answered calmly. The intelligence. Dandelion seemed to hesitate for a moment, but still carefully took out a small metal tube, about the thickness of a finger, from his chest. Important intelligence, regarding Iwagakure's troop movements in the land of grass. At the very moment of handing over the metal tube, Sora keenly noticed his fingers tremble slightly. An extremely subtle chakra fluctuation emanated from Dandelion. There was a trick after all. Sora's internal alarm bells rang loudly. The instant he took the tube, he violently retreated backward. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 64, Chapter 64. The mantis stalks the cicada. At almost the same moment, Dandelion's fingers suddenly formed seals, so fast that only an afterimage remained. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. With Dandelion's low voice, countless thick branches suddenly shot out from the ground beneath Sora's feet, winding upwards like living snakes. These branches carried a cold touch, instantly tightly binding Sora's legs. Even more bizarrely, Dandelion's figure suddenly disappeared from his original spot, and the next moment he slowly emerged from the large tree behind Sora, his hands clawing towards Sora's neck. This was exactly Shinku Ui's signature genjutsu, using realistic tactile illusions to catch the enemy off guard. But just as the genjutsu was about to succeed, the dragon's might within Sora surged autonomously. Break! Sora let out a low shout, an aura like that of a primeval beast suddenly erupted. The branches entwining his legs shattered and dispersed like flowers reflected in water or the moon in a mirror, and the figure of Dandelion attacking from the tree twisted and disappeared. The real Dandelion was still standing in place, a trace of shock appearing on his face. He was a Jonin, and he had just used the A-rank genjutsu demonic illusion, tree-binding death, yet it was easily resolved by Sora. Although the intelligence did mention that Sora had broken an Uchiha genjutsu, that was under the premise of him having opened the 8 gates and his chakra flowing at high speed. To quickly capture Sora, he had used his strongest genjutsu right from the start, but the result was completely unexpected. By now, Sora had landed steadily after several backflips, his right hand already resting on his ninja tool pouch, his gaze beneath the green snake mask turning cold. Sora's voice came through the mask, his tone icy. Is this your so-called important intelligence? Hearing Sora's words, Dandelion recovered from the shock of his genjutsu being broken and returned to his lifeless demeanor, as if the one who had just launched a sneak attack wasn't him at all. As expected, it's someone from Root. Sora sneered inwardly, his alertness raised to the highest. This kind of sudden sneak attack, and this cold-as-ice temperament, no mistake about it. Dandelion did not answer Sora's question, nor did he even look at Sora any further. He simply raised his hand slightly, making a simple gesture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures emerged silently like ghosts from the shadows of the rocks and bushes on both sides of the valley, instantly forming a semicircle surrounding Sora. Together with Dandelion in front, it was exactly a standard 4-person root squad. Sora's gaze quickly swept over the 3 newly appeared individuals. The person on the left wore a black leopard mask, had a medium build, moved lightly, and carried 2 short swords crossed on his back. His chakra aura was sharp, giving a feeling of agility and danger. His strength was estimated to be that of a Takebutsu Jonin. The person on the right wore a wild boar mask, had the most burly physique, with bulging muscles. Just standing there gave a sense of pressure. His fists were larger than earthen pots, clearly a type specializing in taijutsu. His strength was also estimated to be that of a Takebutsu Jonin. The last person stood slightly further back, wearing a common tanuki mask. However, the chakra fluctuations from his body were more obscure and colder than those of the black leopard and wild boar. The sense of threat he gave Sora was only slightly weaker than that of the squad leader Dandelion. He was probably not far from being a Jonin. 1 Jonin, 3 Takebutsu Jonin. Danzo really thinks highly of me. Sora's expression beneath the mask became extremely grave. This setup, used to deal with a kid who ostensibly only has Chunin strength, is simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The 4 root members did not exchange any communication, not even a glance. The moment after appearing, with extreme tacit coordination, they simultaneously launched their attacks. Dandelion formed seals with his hands again, this time earth release, earth spears. Several sharp stone spears suddenly thrust upwards from beneath Sora's feet. The black leopard's figure swayed, charging forward swiftly like a real leopard. Both swords were drawn, bringing up 2 cold flashes of light, aiming directly at Sora's arms. The intention was clearly to capture him alive. The wild boar let out a low roar, his massive body bursting out with speed that did not match his physique. His huge fist, wrapped in a gust of wind, punched towards Sora's face with incomparably fierce power. As for the guy wearing the tanuki mask, suspected to be a Jonin, he stood still with his arms crossed. But his cold gaze was locked tightly onto Sora, as if waiting for a one-hit kill opportunity, or guarding against Sora's escape. The attacks were fierce, the coordination tacit, sealing off all Sora's space to evade. Can't hold back. Otherwise, I'll really fall here today. Faced with this certain kill situation, Sora did not hesitate in the slightest. 8 gates released formation, 4th gate, gate of pain, open. Boom. Vast chakra surged out from within his body like a bursting flood. Green energy steam instantly enveloped Sora's entire body. A powerful sense of strength filled every corner of his body. He pushed off forcefully with his feet, the ground instantly cracking. Sora narrowly dodged the thrusting stone spears from below and the wild boar's heavy punch. SSSSH. Although he avoided vital points, the black leopard's dual sword still cut his arms, drawing 2 lines of blood. But Sora seemed to feel no pain. Leveraging the greatly increased speed and strength after opening the gate of pain, his body twisted forcefully mid-air, a fierce whip kick sweeping towards the pursuing black leopard. Thud. The black leopard clearly did not expect Sora's speed after opening the 4th gate to be this fast. In haste, he could only block with his dual swords. A huge force transmitted from the blade, shaking his arms numb. He involuntarily slid back several meters before steadying himself. His gaze beneath the mask was filled with shock. This is the 8 gates released formation. The 4th gate already has this kind of strength and speed. After one strike forcing back the black leopard, Sora did not pause. The moment he landed, he sprang up again, taking the initiative to charge toward the strongest, Dandelion. Must first deal with or seriously injure this leader. Seeing this, Dandelion's gaze remained cold. He quickly formed seals. Wind release, vacuum wave. Several sharp wind blades howled as they slashed toward Sora. But Sora, with the gate of pain open, had greatly enhanced dynamic vision. His body twisted in various inconceivable angles in the air, narrowly avoiding all wind blades like a swimming fish, instantly closing the distance. Dandelion seemingly didn't expect Sora to close in so easily. He instinctively retreated while trying to form seals again. Now, a glint flashed in Sora's eyes, knowing the opportunity was fleeting. Relying on the 8 gates alone isn't enough. Must use that. But he did not hesitate to mobilize the power of the azure dragon fruit within his body. A force different from chakra, more ancient and vast, instantly poured into his legs. Visible beneath the bandages, the muscles of Sora's calves slightly swelled. The skin surface revealed fine, dense, and tough azure dragon scales. The bones at his ankles emitted faint crackling sounds, becoming more powerful, as if dragon claws took root, closely connected to the earth. Simultaneously, a light and nimble wind element power naturally coiled around Sora's legs. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 65, Chapter 65, Instant Kill of 2. Beastify both legs, overlay wind element manipulation. Push my speed to the limit. Sora roared in his heart, pushing the power he could control at this moment to its peak. Boom. His figure seemed to truly turn into a flash of azure lightning. His speed actually surged yet another notch on top of having opened the gate of pain. Only a faint afterimage and a circle of stirred-up dust remained where he stood. His true self had already instantly broken through the defenses Dandelion had hastily set up, appearing right in front of him. What? The always expressionless Dandelion finally showed a look of horror for the first time. This speed completely exceeded his expectations and understanding. Even the Tanuki masked ninja observing from the rear suddenly straightened his body, a flicker of shock and doubt bursting in his eyes. Squelch. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out. Sora's 5 fingers were curled and spread. His right hand had already transformed into a dragon claw during the charge. It now ruthlessly stabbed into Dandelion's chest cavity, accurately gripping the still violently beating heart. A warm, elastic sensation transmitted through the scales of the dragon claw. The thing was frantically pulsating in Sora's palm. Thump, 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 thump. Sora was just an ordinary office worker in his previous life who hadn't even killed a chicken. In the previous few missions, although he could finish slitting throats cleanly and efficiently, holding a beating heart directly now didn't bring the expected nausea and fear. Instead, there was only a cold, almost numb calmness. Is this the rule of this world? A thought flashed through Sora's mind. Either kill, or be killed. The orphanage experience was the prelude, but here is the real beginning. As if some latent instinct was activated, or perhaps the aura of this cruel ninja world had long since subtly reshaped Sora. He could even calmly feel the pulsation in his palm growing weaker. This all happened too fast. From Sora's burst to the close-quarters assassination, it was almost completed in the blink of an eye. By the time Leopard and Wildcat masks reacted, roaring as they charged forward, Sora's eyes turned cold. The dragon claw clenched with force. Pop. A muffled sound. The heart, still beating futilely, completely exploded in his palm. Sora violently pulled out his right hand, which had reverted from its draconic form. It was covered in warm blood and fragments, with a sticky sensation. Without even looking at the corpse that instantly lost all vitality and slumped down, Sora decisively retreated, putting distance between himself and the remaining 3 again. Dandelion looked down in disbelief at the bloody hole in his chest, then looked up at the cold-eyed Sora not far away. His mouth opened, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately he just fell down powerlessly. His body twitched twice, then fell completely silent. Only the wailing of the wind through the valley remained, along with the heavy, angry breathing of Leopard and Wildcat. Tanuki slowly walked forward, stepping over Dandelion's corpse. Those eyes peering through the mask holes fixed on Sora like a poisonous snake. Chilling killing intent spread without concealment. Their Lord Danzo had issued a capture alive order. As for why capture alive, the reason was all too obvious. Sora could open the 4th gate of the 8 gates at age 7. At this rate, opening the 7th gate probably wouldn't take much longer. Once Sora could open 7 gates, his assistance to Danzo would be incalculable. Danzo even entertained the thought of having Sora open the 8th gate to take out Sarutobi Hiruzen, so he himself could ascend to the Hokage seat. But the current Sora was vastly different from the intelligence report of high Chunin level, bursting to special Jonin level. However, root ninja were imprinted from birth with absolute obedience. Danzo had not considered the scenario of a Jonin being instantly killed by Sora. So for their squad, from beginning to end, there was only the capture alive path. Even if it cost 2 more lives, they absolutely could not disobey the order. Sora breathed slightly heavily, feeling the slightly agitated power within his body from the instant burst. His gaze beneath the green snake mask was equally cold. First one. The air in the valley seemed to solidify. Dandelion's corpse lay on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The remaining 3 root ninja surrounded Sora in a triangular formation. Killing intent spread like a tangible substance. 1 Jonin, dealt with just like that. Sora himself was somewhat surprised. The speed boosted by the Azure Dragon Fruit is actually this fast. But he quickly calmed down. That previous strike was a surprise attack, exploiting the enemy's underestimation. Moreover, even a Jonin cannot change the iron rule of the ninja world: high attack, low defense. A slight misstep leads to being hit. The remaining 3 would definitely not give him another chance like that. Sure enough, Leopard and Wildcat exchanged a glance and launched their attacks simultaneously. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Wildcat slammed his hands on the ground. An earth wall abruptly rose behind Sora, blocking his retreat. Almost simultaneously, Leopard's figure appeared like a ghost to Sora's left. Twin blades carrying a sharp whistling sound slashed towards his legs. Wind release, vacuum blade. The blades were covered with sharp wind attribute chakra. Extremely fast. And Tanuki, who had been standing still, finally moved. His hands rapidly formed seals, then slammed them on the ground. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The ground churned. A dragon head composed of earth and rock suddenly drilled out, opening its maw. A string of hard mud bullets shot towards Sora like machine gun fire. 3-pronged attack. Sora's heart tightened. Root's methods are indeed ruthless. Facing the dense assault, Sora's body erupted with green energy steam. His legs exerted force violently, and his entire person shot skyward like a cannonball, narrowly avoiding Leopard's slash and the dense Earth Dragon bullets. Bang! The ground where Sora originally stood was pitted by the Earth Dragon bullets and the heavy punch Wildcat subsequently swung. Debris flew. Their power is immense. Absolutely cannot take it head-on. Sora adjusted his posture mid-air, his gaze quickly sweeping over the three below. Must eliminate one first. His sight finally locked onto Leopard. This guy is the fastest, the biggest threat. If he tangles me up, the other two can attack opportunistically. I'll be in danger. More importantly, when Sora burst his speed to instantly kill Dandelion, Leopard was the first to react and give chase. That kind of reaction speed and agility, if he lives to report back, my concealment of the fruit's abilities is ruined. Must prioritize eliminating him, even if it costs something. Decision made, Sora forcibly twisted his body mid-air. Wind elements swirled around his legs as he plummeted towards Leopard like a meteor. Here he comes. Leopard seemed to have anticipated it. His twin blades crossed, wind attribute chakra fluctuating violently. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A highly compressed sphere of wind shot from where his blades crossed, whistling shrilly as it flew at Sora. At the same time, Wildcat also roared as he charged over. His huge fist, glowing with yellowish-brown chakra, slammed towards Sora's landing point. Earth release, rock fist technique. The Earth Dragon controlled by Tanuki also raised its head again, unleashing another wave of mud bullets. Facing the three-pronged combined assault, Sora's eyes hardened ruthlessly. He did not dodge or evade. His right hand transformed into a dragon claw again, grabbing towards the wind sphere. Simultaneously, he concentrated his will. The skin on his chest instantly covered with a layer of tough azure dragon scales, prepared to withstand any mud bullets that got through. Fool. Actually taking my vacuum great sphere head-on. A cruel smile appeared beneath Leopard's mask. His wind release could easily cut through rock, let alone flesh and blood. But the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Rip. The dragon claw and wind sphere collided, emitting a grating, tearing sound. The wind sphere was actually torn apart by the dragon claw. The scattered air currents cut countless marks into the surrounding ground. Fine, dense wounds also appeared on Sora's dragon claw, blood continuously seeping out. But he had ultimately blocked this attack. A few mud bullets that got through struck his draconified chest, emitting dull thudding sounds, but were steadily blocked by the dragon scales, not causing substantial damage. What? His defense. Leopard's pupils contracted sharply, clearly finding it hard to believe. Not only did he tear apart my wind release barehanded, but he easily blocked Earth Dragon bullets too. And in that instant of his stunned disbelief, Sora, leveraging the impact force of the wind sphere's explosion, saw his speed surge yet again. He instantly closed in, appearing right in front of him. Watch out. Wildcat's roar came from the side, but his rock fist was ultimately a step too slow. Squelch. The sound of a sharp claw piercing flesh rang out again. Sora's dragon claw accurately pierced Leopard's throat. Irk. Leopard's body stiffened abruptly. His twin blades clattered to the ground. He feebly grabbed Sora's arm, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness, before finally slumping down powerlessly. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 66, Chapter 66 Summoning Technique, Baku. But at the same time, the Wild Boar's rock fist and the second wave of the Earth Dragon bullet attack also arrived. Sora did not hesitate, immediately pulled back to retreat, while using his arms covered in dragon scales to cross and guard in front of himself. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy rock fists and dense mud bullets mostly missed, a few were deflected by his dragon-transformed arms, but a few mud bullets with trickier angles struck Sora's chest area, emitting dull thudding sounds. His arms and chest went numb from the impact, but he was not injured. So close. Sora quickly increased the distance, warily looking at the remaining two. The defensive power of the dragon transformation on the chest is indeed reliable, worthy of being the protective heart scale. In less than a minute, the Root 4-man squad had already lost 2 members. Wild Boar stood in place, panting heavily. The eyes beneath his mask stared fixedly at Sora, filled with rage and a hint of barely perceptible fear. Even though he was a root ninja whose autonomous consciousness had been erased, leaving only a killer instinct, he now genuinely felt a chill originating from his marrow. The Sora before him, in his half-beast transformed posture, emitted a suffocating pressure. 7 years old. Only 7 years old. Under the siege of 4 of them, he had withstood the bombardment of ninjutsu and consecutively instantly killed his captain and teammate in the most savage, most direct way. This wasn't a fight at all, it was more like a one-sided crush. But Tanuki still stood at a slightly farther distance, his eyes coldly watching all this, seeming completely indifferent to his comrades' deaths, and only dismissed the Earth Dragon bullet. This guy hasn't truly gone all out from start to finish. But he's observing me. He's collecting my combat data. But Sora adjusted his breathing while shifting his attention to Tanuki. A root ninja couldn't be indifferent to a comrade's death, unless he had a more important mission. Capturing me alive, or collecting sufficient intelligence, is his primary objective. He might even want to use Wild Boar's hand to further deplete and test me. And Tanuki's thoughts at this moment were indeed as Sora predicted. From the moment Sora instantly killed Dandelion, he hadn't expected the remaining three to capture Sora unharmed. So he had been guarding from the side the whole time, providing support while secretly collecting intelligence on Sora. The way Sora erupted just now further confirmed his judgment. Sora's current strength was clearly significantly stronger than what was written in the intelligence reports, and he also mastered a beast transformation secret technique similar to the Inyazuka clan's, but its power was even fiercer than the Inyazuka clan's. Must finish this quickly. Can't let him keep watching any longer. Sora took a deep breath, feeling the still surging power within his body, and turned his gaze to Wild Boar. This big dumb guy has strong power, but his speed is a weakness. As long as I'm careful of his earth release and heavy fists, dealing with him isn't difficult. The troublesome one is that Tanuki. Since he isn't making a move, I can't figure out his capabilities at all. Just as Sora was quickly analyzing the battle situation, Tanuki finally spoke, his voice as cold as ice. Wild Boar, capture him alive. This is Lord Danzo's order. His tone was flat and unfluctuating, as if merely stating a simple fact. Let Wild Boar go risk his life first. It will consume more of this kid's stamina and chakra, and let me see all his trump cards clearly. Understood. Wild Boar clearly showed a hint of resistance, but ultimately roared and his entire body's muscles bulged again. Earth yellow chakra covered his entire body like armor. Earth release, Earth spear. His skin instantly became as hard as rock, his whole body seemingly transforming into a stone giant, charging toward Sora with heavy steps. Each step caused the ground to tremble slightly, with a terrifying momentum. And Tanuki began forming hand seals again, this time the seal sequence was even more complex. Can't wait any longer. Sora's eyes focused, and he actively moved to meet Wild Boar. Just as the two were about to collide, Tanuki's ninjutsu was completed. Lightning release, Earth flow. Intense electric currents instantly raced across the damp ground toward Sora, attempting to paralyze his movements. But Sora had been keeping part of his attention on Tanuki. Seeing this, he immediately leaped high into the air, narrowly avoiding the lightning on the ground. Wild Boar seized the opportunity, his huge rocky fist carrying terrifying force aimed at Sora who was defenseless in midair. Die. Just as the huge fist was about to hit, since Sora chose to jump to avoid Tanuki's lightning release, he clearly had a countermeasure. He suddenly took a deep breath, his chest puffed up, and a blazing red glow lit up deep in his throat. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. No, it was Dragon Breath. This time, Sora didn't even bother putting on an act, he didn't even form seals with his hands. The fiery dragon breath came directly from his open mouth. Boom! Blazing fire dragon breath surged out from his mouth, the extreme high temperature instantly swept over the area ahead. Wild Boar's rocky giant fist bore the brunt, actually starting to glow red and melt under the extreme high temperature. What? Wild Boar let out a terrified scream. His earth spear technique rapidly crumbled under the terrifying high temperature of the dragon breath. The flames then spread to his arm and body. Intense pain made him retreat frantically, trying to extinguish the flames on his body. But how would Sora let go of this opportunity? Before the dragon breath had completely dissipated, his figure had already appeared before Wild Boar like a ghost. The dragon claw manifested again, carrying a cold killing intent, aimed straight at Wild Boar's heart. No! Wild Boar's eyes widened in terror, trying to raise his other arm to block. But having lost the earth spear enhancement and being burned by the flames, he was too slow. Thump! The dragon claw pierced through his chest without hindrance, crushing his heart. Wild Boar's movements suddenly froze, the light in his eyes rapidly faded. His massive body fell to the ground with a crash, splashing up a cloud of dust. In this short time, 1 Jonin level and 2 Takibetsu Jonin level root ninjas, completely annihilated. Sora breathed heavily in ragged gasps. The continuous use of the Azure Dragon Fruit's Dragon Transformation and Dragon Breath abilities was inconsequential after 2.5 years of practice by Sora, they were already like instinct. But the 8 gates within the first 4 gates were different. For Sora, not yet 8 years old, the burden was extremely heavy, making him feel a wave of fatigue, and his muscles transmitted waves of tearing pain. But Sora dared not relax in the slightest, his gaze sharply turning to the last person, Tanuki. However, when he clearly saw the other's actions, his pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that Tanuki had already completed a complex seal at some unknown time, his hands pressed on the ground. Summoning technique, Baku. Poof! A huge burst of white smoke erupted. A giant creature, its size comparable to a small hill, appeared in the valley. Although not as large as the mountain-sized one summoned by Danzo, its intimidating power was still shocking. It had the signature long trunk and large ears, its appearance resembling a giant elephant, its entire body emitting a terrifying, heart-palpitating chakra. Baku. Although several sizes smaller than Danzo's, this is definitely that summoning beast. Sora's heart was greatly shaken. This guy really is a Jonin, and able to summon the Baku, his status in root is definitely not low. The Baku let out a low roar. A tremendous suction force suddenly generated from its long trunk, as if wanting to swallow everything in front of it. Sora only felt a powerful force pulling at him, his body uncontrollably sliding toward the Baku's nostrils. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 67, Chapter 67, The Yellow Sparrow Behind. Damn it. Sora desperately plunged his dragon claws into the ground, trying to anchor himself, but the ground crumbled under the Baku's suction. His body was slowly dragged from the ground, sliding towards that abyssal maw. Tanuki stood quietly atop the Baku's head, looking down coldly at the struggling Sora. Finally, a hint of controlling everything appeared in his eyes. You forced me to summon the Baku, kid. You should be proud. Now, obediently become Danzo-sama's collection. I have to find a way to break this situation. Otherwise, I really will be done for today. Sora ignored Tanuki's words. His brain raced, thinking of countermeasures. The 8 gates time was limited, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. Yet, his body was uncontrollably dragged towards the Baku's mouth. The dragon claws plowed deep furrows in the ground but couldn't completely stop the momentum. Gravel and dust pelted him head-on. Sora's vision became blurry. Damn it. This suction is too strong. Is this the power of a summoning beast? A Root Jonin's Baku has this kind of power. What about Danzo's own? Sora was horrified, feeling the pressure brought by a top-tier summoning beast so clearly for the first time. This couldn't go on. The time for the 8 gates was running out. Once exhausted, he would truly be at their mercy. I have to interrupt it. Or, make it shut its mouth. Sora's eyes turned fierce. He took another deep breath, his chest heaving violently. A red glow flashed deep in his throat. Burrow breath. Another burst of scorching dragon breath spewed forth. But the target wasn't the Baku's massive body. Instead, it precisely shot into the inside of its long trunk, which was frantically inhaling. Boom! Flames instantly surged into the Baku's nostrils, the high temperature scorching the fragile inner walls. Growl! The Baku let out a cry mixed with pain and anger. The tremendous suction abruptly faltered. Its long trunk instinctively jerked violently, trying to shake off the burning pain. Now, seizing this opportunity, Sora pushed off the ground with all his might. The power of his dragonized legs, wind element, and the 8 gates erupted to the extreme simultaneously. His entire person shot backward like an arrow from a bow, narrowly escaping the Baku's suction range. Thud! Sora landed heavily behind a rock in the distance, breathing heavily, his chest rapidly rising and falling. Using burrow breath consecutively and maintaining the 4th gate state took a tremendous toll on him. His muscles felt like they were tearing, and his chakra was nearly depleted. No, I can't win. Sora quickly assessed the situation. That Tanuki himself was extremely strong, clearly a Jonin. Plus, this tough, strange ability summoning beast, the Baku. Using all his methods, he had only barely protected himself. If the fight dragged on until the 8 gates time ran out, his fate was predictable. He would inevitably become a blade in Danzo's hand. After all, in his previous life, even pyramid schemes could brainwash people into idiots, let alone in this Naruto world with supernatural powers. He didn't think he could withstand Root's brainwashing. I can only run. Once this thought emerged, it couldn't be suppressed. Although unwilling, only by living could there be a future. But, I probably can't go back to Konoha. A chill settled in Sora's heart. He had killed 3 Root members and displayed power far beyond expectations and abilities suspected to be a Kekii Genkai. Danzo would absolutely not let him go. Even if he could escape back to Konoha, would Sarutobi Hiruzen completely break with Danzo for an outsider like him? Sora felt the hope was slim. The more likely scenario was confinement, research, or even control by Danzo using more insidious methods. Damn it. I finally gained a foothold in Konoha. But just as Sora's thoughts raced, preparing to find an opportunity to retreat. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 figures shot out from the dense forest on the other side of the valley without warning, instantly landing in the field. They assumed defensive postures, their sharp eyes sweeping over the corpses littering the ground, the Baku painfully shaking its trunk, and finally settling on Sora and Tanuki. The 4 head protectors they wore were from Uegakure. The leader was a tall, stern-faced Iwa Jonin. Behind him were 3 alert Chunin. Iwa Nin. Sora's pupils constricted. Why here? He suddenly remembered the mission scroll's content, to rendezvous with the spy Dandelion carrying intelligence on Iwa troop movements. Could it be, part of the intel was real? These Iwa Nin tracked Dandelion here. Sora instantly understood. The trap Danzo set wasn't completely fabricated. He used a real spy and pursuers, only changing the contact person to himself. And Dandelion was Root's own person. The mission objective changed from rendezvous to capture. But Danzo probably never expected that Sora wouldn't be captured. Instead, he counter-killed 3 people, delaying long enough for the real Yellow Sparrows, these Iwa Nin pursuers, to arrive precisely at this critical moment. Tanuki, standing on the Baku's head, his expression under the mask instantly turned extremely ugly. Iwa pursuers. Of all times. He cursed inwardly. The plan had a major deviation. Sora's strength far exceeded expectations, prolonging the fight and now attracting unexpected disruptors. His eyes quickly scanned the IWA Jonin and the 3 Chunin, assessing their strength. A standard Jonin team. A significant problem. Especially now, with the Baku somewhat frenzied from its burnt trunk, and Sora, though heavily drained, still a threat. The situation instantly became complicated. The IWA Jonin's gaze swept over the corpses of Dandelion and the others on the ground. He looked at Sora and Tanuki, clearly in Anbu attire but wearing animal masks, and the giant summoning beast. His brow furrowed, seemingly quickly judging the situation. He hadn't seen the initial scene where Sora instantly broke the genjutsu and killed Dandelion, but while lurking closer earlier, he happened to witness the astonishing scene of Sora bursting with speed, using those weird beastified claws to instantly kill Leopard. What a strange secret technique. That beastification doesn't look like Konoha's Inyazuka clan. Speed, power, and defense are all ridiculously strong. And that fire. A flash of greed appeared in the IWA Jonin's eyes. This kid looks young but has this kind of strength and secret technique. If we could capture him. His gaze shifted to the Baku and Tanuki. Konoha Anbu infighting? Or something else? But that summoning beast looks troublesome. Almost instantly, the IWA Jonin made a decision. He pointed at Sora, who appeared the most drained and the youngest, and ordered the Chunin behind him. You 3, go capture that kid. Alive. The secret technique on him is very valuable. Yes. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 68 Chapter 68 The trapped cicada sheds its shell. The 3 Awagakur Chunin immediately charged towards Sora. The Awagakur Jonin himself formed hand seals with both hands, aiming at the Baku and the Tanuki on its head. Earth release, earth flow river. Rumble. The ground beneath the Tanuki and the Baku instantly softened, turning into a churning mudslide, attempting to trap and wash them away. Bastard. The Tanuki cursed inwardly, forced to make the Baku leap up while forming hand seals with both hands. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A highly compressed wind sphere shot towards the Awagakur Jonin, trying to interrupt his jutsu. The battle erupted instantly. The Awagakur Jonin entangled the Tanuki and the Baku. Over here, the 3 Awagakur Chunin had already closed in on Sora. Sora's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to move, one of the Awagakur Chunin rapidly formed hand seals, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Demonic illusion, false surroundings technique. Sora only felt the scene before his eyes blur. The surrounding rocks and environment seemed to twist and deform. His sense of direction instantly became disoriented, even the enemy's positions became difficult to discern. C-rank genjutsu. And a disruptive type. Sora realized immediately. Under normal circumstances, he would either forcefully break it with Dragon's Might, or open the 8 inner gates to accelerate chakra flow to dispel it. But right now, cannot break it. A thought flashed through Sora's mind like lightning. Right now I am chakra depleted, physically exhausted. This is a perfect opportunity. The IWA mean want to capture me alive, there won't be immediate danger to my life for now. Let them and the root dogs fight each other. I can use this chance to recover. Thinking this, Sora forcibly suppressed the dragon's might that instinctively wanted to surge from within his body. He even directly deactivated the 8 inner gate state. The green steam instantly dissipated. Instantly, feelings of exhaustion and muscle tearing assaulted him simultaneously. Sora acted as if affected by the genjutsu. His eyes became dazed, his movements also became sluggish, as if he had lost his sense of direction. Got him. Capture him. Seeing this, one Iwagakur Chunin immediately rushed forward, taking out a rope to bind Sora. The moment he got close, under the cover of his body staggering, Sora performed an extremely fast and concealed motion, grabbing a large handful of soldier pills from his ninja tool pouch, quickly stuffing them into his mouth. He chewed roughly a couple of times before forcing them down his throat. He almost choked to death. Damn it, the taste is consistently terrible as always, but I need to eat more. Sora inwardly complained, while simultaneously fully operating the super-fast digestion ability brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit. Streams of hot energy quickly rose from his stomach, transforming into nourishment for his nearly depleted body. The fatigue began to slowly recede, and chakra also started to gather bit by bit. Sora's appetite had always been huge. Although it couldn't match Hinata's achievement of over 40 bowls, he currently needed to eat over 20 bowls per meal. It wasn't that his stomach was that large, but his digestion speed was extremely fast. This was also one of his hidden trump cards. Sure enough, that Iwagakur Chunin only roughly tied Sora's hands behind his back. After confirming he couldn't form seals, he didn't pay any more attention. In their view, a chakra depleted, genjutsu affected, and tied-up brat was no longer a concern. Done. The brat is captured. He shouted towards his companions. Good. Let's go help the Jonin-sama. Seeing this, the other 2 Chunin immediately turned and rushed towards the Iwagakur Jonin who was fiercely battling the Tanuki and the Baku. The Chunin who had tied up Sora also pushed Sora behind a large rock, saying stay put, before also rushing towards the main battlefield. For a moment, no one was paying attention to Sora anymore. Sora leaned against the rock, his eyes vacant as he stared ahead, as if truly trapped in the genjutsu and unable to break free. But his brain was operating at high speed. Inside his body, he was frantically digesting the soldier pills, feeling the slow return of his strength. Fight. Fight more fiercely. Sora cautiously observed the distant battle from the corner of his eye. He saw the distant Uegakur Jonin clearly had very rich combat experience. He didn't engage the Baku head-on, but continuously used Earth Release to alter the terrain, create obstacles, and disrupt the Baku's movements. At the same time, he used various Earth Release, rock projectiles and Earth Release, rock pillar spears to attack the Tanuki standing on the Baku's head from range. Earth Release, rock pillar spears. Thud, thud, thud. Sharp stone spears protruded from the ground, stabbing towards the Baku's relatively soft underbelly. The Baku cried out in pain, letting out an angry roar. Its long trunk tried to inhale again, but due to the internal burns, the suction force was clearly not as strong as before, and it seemed somewhat painful. The Tanuki continuously performed wind release techniques for counterattacks and defense. Wind release, vacuum wave. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp blades of wind slashed towards the Uegakur Jonin, forcing him to constantly dodge or raise Earth-style walls to block. The addition of the 3 Uegakur Chunin greatly reduced the pressure on the Uegakur Jonin. Although they couldn't deal fatal damage to the Baku, the constantly thrown explosive-tagged Kunao, and occasionally performed low-level jutsu like Earth Release, Earth Flow River and Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu for harassment and restraint, greatly limited the Tanuki's effectiveness and the Baku's movements. Wind Release, pressure damage. The Tanuki seemed angered. Forming seals, he released a high-pressure wind sphere, instantly blasting an Uegakur Chunin who failed to dodge in time, making him vomit blood and fly backwards. But another tall and thin Chunin immediately took his place. Earth Release, Earth Prison Dome of Magnificent Nothingness. Sora's pupils contracted. It was actually a B-rank jutsu. It should be noted that Chunin generally used C-rank and similar jutsu. Clearly, this Uegakur Chunin's strength was not to be underestimated either. Sora leaned against the rock without moving a muscle, secretly committing this tall and thin Chunin to memory. He then saw a hemispherical earthen prison trap the Baku. Although, because the caster was a Chunin, it was soon shattered by the Baku's trunk, it successfully bought time. Seizing the opportunity, the Uegakur Jonin pressed both hands forcefully on the ground. Earth Release, Mountain Soil Technique. Rumble. 2 massive hemispherical rocks suddenly closed in on the Baku from its left and right sides, as if trying to crush it in the middle. The Baku let out an earth-shaking roar, straining with its body and trunk to hold back the closing giant rocks. For a moment, it reached a stalemate. Standing on the Baku's head, the Tanuki continuously used wind blades to chip away at the giant rocks. Crushed stone fell incessantly. The battle entered a brief stalemate. Sora silently watched all of this. The soldier pills within his body were rapidly transforming into energy. Good opportunity. The Iwanin have been a great help. He cautiously moved his wrists tied behind his back. For Sora, this level of restraint was practically useless. Wait a bit more. Wait for them to wear each other out, wait for me to recover a bit more. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. And now, this oriole seemed to think it had control of the entire situation. Little did it expect that Sora, this seemingly helpless cicada, was quietly accumulating the strength to strike back. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 69, Chapter 69 Azure Dragon Fangs. Sora leaned against the cold rock, his eyes maintaining a vacant, lifeless appearance, yet inside his body was operating like a high-speed furnace. The consumed soldier pills were continuously transforming into streams of thermal energy, constantly surging towards all parts of Sora's body. A little more. Just a little more recovery. The Azure Dragon Fruit's digestive ability is truly a lifesaver, even though I usually eat so much I almost ate the orphanage into poverty. The battle in the distance had reached a fever pitch. Although the Baku was tough-skinned, thick-fleshed, and terrifyingly strong, its most powerful absorption ability was greatly reduced after its nose was injured, and its movements were somewhat clumsy. The Uegakur Jonin was highly experienced. He didn't engage in direct confrontation at all, instead constantly using Earth Release to alter the terrain, draining the Baku's stamina. Earth Release, Quagmire of the Underworld. The ground beneath the Baku instantly transformed into a vast muddy swamp, causing its massive body to slowly begin sinking. The Baku roared in fury, struggling to break free, but only sank deeper. The Tanuki standing on its head continuously used Wind Release to slice through the surging mud, while also having to deal with the harassing attacks from the tall, thin Chunin. Wind Release, Vacuum Serial Wave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several wind blades slashed towards the tall, thin Chunin attempting to get close, but they were nimbly dodged by the opponent using the substitution technique. Earth Release, Stone Staff Thief. While dodging, the tall, thin Chunin didn't forget to form hand seals. A hard stone staff erupted from the ground, slamming hard into the Baku's leg. The damage wasn't significant, but it was extremely insulting, making the Baku even more frantic. Seeing the opportunity, a flash of ruthlessness passed through the Uegaku Jonin's eyes. His hands completed hand seals at an extremely fast speed. Earth release, rock fist technique. His right fist was instantly encased in hard, heavy rock, its volume swelling several times. However, he didn't attack directly. Instead, he changed hand seals again, channeling all his chakra into it. Earth release, added weight rock technique. A heavy, earthy yellow glow instantly covered the enormous rock fist, its weight multiplying several times over. Now, break! The Uegaku Jonin roared, charging out fiercely from the flank, leaping up. His heavy fist, carrying the force of 1,000 Jun, smashed down like a meteor towards the Baku's most vulnerable side of the head. Simultaneously, the tall, thin Chunin also placed both hands on the ground. Earth release, Earth-style dome prison. A hemispherical earthen prison instantly temporarily trapped the Baku's legs. Although it was quickly shattered by the Baku's struggles, this momentary restraint was enough. Boom! An incredibly heavy, dull thud sounded, like a mountain rock splitting apart. The Baku let out a shrill, extreme cry of misery. Its enormous head was struck hard by this heavy fist infused with the added weight rock technique. A large portion of its skull instantly caved in. Blood and brain matter sprayed out from the shattered area. The massive body convulsed violently a few times, finally emitting a final, unwilling whimper before collapsing to the ground with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust, completely silent. We did it. The tall, thin Chunin gasped for breath, a look of joy appearing on his face. The Uegaku Jonin also landed on the ground, breathing slightly heavily. He dispersed the rock on his arm, looked at the dead Baku, and snorted coldly. Humph, beasts are just beasts. Meanwhile, the Tanuki standing on the Baku's corpse, affected by the similar symbiotic contract, also suffered some kind of backlash. His body shuddered violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened by more than half. Now, a flash of sharp light appeared in the Uegaku Jonin's eyes. His hands formed seals again. Earth release, headhunter technique. A rocky arm suddenly reached out from beneath the Tanuki's feet, grabbing his injured ankle which made movement difficult. The Tanuki wanted to form seals to resist, but his severe injury and the backlash made him a step too slow. The Uegaku Jonin had already charged close like a leopard. A heavy earth release, rock fist smashed mercilessly into his chest. Crack! The clear sound of shattered ribs was heard. The Tanuki's body flew backwards like a kite with its string cut, smashing heavily against the valley rock wall, then sliding down limply. Half of his mask shattered, and blood and fragments of internal organs continuously spilled from his mouth. It was clear he wouldn't survive. Lord Danzo's mission failed. His final thought was not fear of death, but despair over the mission's failure. He was clearly thoroughly brainwashed. The scene was now left with only the panting Uegaku Jonin and the tall, thin Chunin, as well as the two Uegaku Chunin lying on the ground, one dead, one injured. Humph, Konoha's Anbu, nothing special. The Uegaku Jonin spat, dispersing the rock on his arm. His gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield, finally landing on the bound Sora. The tall, thin Chunin also let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. The Jonin-sama is still the best. Now not only can we obtain the intel, but we can also capture a kid with a strange secret technique. This will definitely be a major achievement when we return. Don't be careless. First, that kid. The Uegaku Jonin's words were cut short as a sudden change occurred. At this very moment, when their minds were most relaxed, that Sora, whom they had regarded as a lamb for the slaughter, moved. Now, an ancient and imposing aura flashed by and vanished. Sora's hands were instantly covered in dense, tough, azure dragon scales. His 5 fingers transformed into sharp claws. With just a light struggle, the ropes binding his wrist snapped like paper. Simultaneously, the muscles in his legs rapidly swelled, dragon scales emerged, and a faint aura of wind quietly encircled them. No hand seals, no precursor signs of chakra eruption, not even a hint of killing intent leaking out. There was only pure, extreme speed. The next moment, boom! The rock Sora had been leaning against suddenly cracked with spider-web-like fissures. Sora's figure had already vanished. What? The smile on the tall, thin Chunin's face instantly froze. All he saw was a blur before his eyes as an azure-colored afterimage, like a ghost, appeared right in front of him. Too fast. So fast his vision couldn't capture it, his brain couldn't even react in time. What happened? That kid, wasn't he tied up, under a genjutsu? This was the tall, thin Chunin's last thought. Thud. The dull sound of claws piercing flesh clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Sora's dragon claws had already accurately and mercilessly pierced into the tall, thin Chunin's heart area, giving a squeeze and a pull. The tall, thin Chunin's body stiffened violently. The shock and disbelief in his eyes instantly solidified before his consciousness quickly sank into eternal darkness. Instant kill. A true, instantaneous kill. Bastard. The Uegaku Jonin was both shocked and furious. He reacted extremely quickly, almost leaping backwards in retreat the moment the tall, thin Chunin was attacked, while his hands flew through hand seals. He never imagined that this kid who looked only 7 or 8 years old, chakra exhausted and under a genjutsu, had been pretending all along. Moreover, this burst of speed, this bizarre beast transformation ability, this ruthless and decisive method, far exceeded his expectations. Damn it. This kid is even more dangerous than that guy with the tanuki mask. Alarm bells rang wildly in the Uegakur Jonin's mind. He instantly elevated Sora's threat level to the highest. Earth release, earth-style wall. A thick earthen wall instantly rose, blocking the space between him and Sora. But Sora didn't even glance at that earth wall. Earlier, when choosing between the two, he specifically picked the Chunin Strength Tall, Thin Ninja because he was more confident in dealing with this one. Fortunately, he successfully instantly killed the tall, thin Chunin. And now, since he had chosen to act, he had to finish this quickly. The commotion here was likely to attract others, whether from Konoha, Uegakur, or other factions. None of that would be good for Sora. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 70, Chapter 70, Offense and Defense Reverse. The 8 inner gates released formation, the 4th gate, the Gate of Pain, open. But boom! Green energy steam erupted once more, and a powerful chakra airflow continuously spread. What was different from before was that Sora could feel the burden of opening the 8 inner gates was significantly lighter this time. Although there was still the pain of muscle tearing, it was far less unbearable than before, and it was being rapidly repaired by the Azure Dragon Fruit's powerful regenerative ability. Indeed, opening the 8 inner gates while in dragon transformation state imposes much less burden, and the strength is also much greater. Sora calmly analyzed in his heart. After all, the 8 inner gates released formation essentially removes the body's limitations and releases potential. Sora's body strength after dragon transformation far exceeds that of a normal person, allowing him to withstand stronger force impacts and also unleash greater power. And this was not Sora's first attempt either. During the 3-month gap between previous missions, he had already secretly tested opening the 8 inner gates while in dragon transformation state in uninhabited places. Precisely because of this experience, Sora could now so smoothly control these two powers without any sense of awkwardness or discomfort. As for why he only used the 8 inner gates and didn't first superimpose dragon transformation when instantly killing Dandelion earlier, it was because the 8 inner gates was already exposed information, while the dragon transformation ability was Sora's unexposed trump card, to be used only at the most critical moment. This also led to Dandelion being instantly killed by Sora. Ultimately, the ninja world is fought with information warfare. Right now, with dragon transformation superimposed on the 4-gate state, my strength should be close to the level of an elite Jonin. Sora's eyes were icy as he felt the surging power within his body, and he decisively launched another attack without hesitation. His dragon-transformed legs, combined with wind element and the power of the 8 inner gates, allowed him to instantly erupt with terrifying speed, almost teleporting around the earth-style wall and appearing at the Uegakur Jonin's flank. What kind of monster is this? The Uegakur Jonin's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with shock. Now he finally saw Sora's full appearance. Apart from the waist, this boy's entire body had undergone astonishing changes. Both hands had completely transformed into sharp claws covered in cyan scales, gleaming coldly. The muscles on his legs were bulging, and although wrapped in special bandages, dense scales could be seen underneath, brimming with explosive power. Along his spine on his back, a row of small bone spurs had grown, vaguely forming the outline of a dragon's spine. Dragon scales under the bandages were also faintly visible. The head was even more astonishing. 2 small dragon horns protruded from his silver-white short hair, part of his face was also covered in scales, and his pupils were actually vertical slits. Most heart-stopping was a thick dragon tail slowly swaying behind him, carrying a terrifying, each sway producing a sound of cutting through the air. What on earth is this monster? His entire body, except for his hands and face, is wrapped in bandages, but beast-like features are clearly visible. Are these bandages meant to conceal these changes? And this speed, it far exceeds that of an ordinary Jonin. What kind of secret technique is this? In a flash, many thoughts raced through the Uegakur Jonin's mind. Then, not daring to hold back any longer, he slammed both hands on the ground. Earth-style rock gun. Pft, pft, pft. Several sharp stone spears abruptly thrust out from under Sora's feet, blocking his advance. Simultaneously, the Uegakur Jonin formed hand seals again. Earth-style, rock armor technique. A layer of hard rock swiftly covered his entire body, forming a heavy suit of armor, leaving only a pair of vigilant eyes exposed. Sora's figure moved like a ghost, rapidly weaving through the forest of stone spears. His dragon-transformed eyes had extremely strong dynamic vision, always allowing him to narrowly evade attacks at the last moment. In the blink of an eye, he had closed in on the Uegakur Jonin again. Don't underestimate me. Earth-style, fist rock technique. The Uegakur Jonin roared, his rock-covered fist whistling through the air as it smashed fiercely toward Sora. Facing the powerful and heavy rock fist, Sora did not dodge or evade. His right claw covered in dragon scales clenched into a fist and punched out. Around the fist and claw, the power of wind and thunder faintly gathered. It was the instinctive convergence of the Azure Dragon Fruit's ability to control wind and thunder. Boom! Fist and claw collided, producing a deafening explosive sound. A shockwave spread out violently with Sora and the other man at its center. What? The shock on the Uegakur Jonin's face instantly turned to horror. He felt an irresistible, terrifying force coming from Sora's seemingly slender fist. The rock armor on his arm actually emitted a cracking sound of strain, instantly covered in fissures. Bang! The Uegakur Jonin was sent staggering back by this immense force, each step leaving deep footprints on the ground. The rock armor covering his right arm also shattered completely, clattering to the ground in pieces. Monster! A chill finally rose in the Uegakur Jonin's heart. This kid's strength, how can it be so great? And that penetrating power. Sora, seizing the advantage, pressed forward relentlessly. Pushing off with his feet again, he closed in, his dragon claw aiming straight for the opening exposed by the other's shock, his throat. The Uegakur Jonin, after all, had rich combat experience. Enduring the severe pain in his arm, he stomped his foot forcefully. Earth-style, added weight rock technique. Sora suddenly felt his body grow heavy, his speed involuntarily slowing a bit. The Uegakur Jonin seized the chance to form hand seals again, taking a deep breath and puffing out his chest. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Boom! The ground churned, and a huge earthen dragon head emerged, opening its maw. A dense barrage of mud bullets shot toward Sora like machine gun fire. At such close range, it was almost impossible to avoid. But a cold glint flashed in Sora's eyes. Fly! A thought instinctively arose. The abilities of mythical Zoan fruits largely depend on the user's own cognition and imagination. As a modern soul, what Sora subconsciously envisioned was not Kaido's method of flight relying on flame clouds for support, but the effortless command of wind and rain, riding clouds and mist of dragons in mythology. As the thought moved, an intangible airflow naturally gathered beneath his feet, as if walking on the wind, carrying a touch of ethereal immortal-like aura. This was Sora's first attempt at flight, his movements still somewhat unskilled. But at this critical moment of life and death, his potential was stimulated to the extreme. Swoosh! Sora's body defied gravity, rising from the ground by a hair's breadth, grazing past the dense earth dragon bullets as if gliding. Flying! The Uegakur Jonin stared dumbfounded, his brain almost short-circuiting. This is, that Tsuchikage-sama's super lightweight rock technique? No, this isn't a ninjutsu. This is pure flight ability. He had seen the third Tsuchikage Oniki perform the super lightweight rock technique from afar on the battlefield, but that required extremely precise chakra control. Sora's flight before him, although slightly unskilled, carried a primitive, ferocious majesty, as if the sky was his territory to begin with. This kind of pure flight ability, he had only heard of in legends. The boy before him had overturned his understanding again and again. In the brief moment the Uegakur Jonin's mind was shocked by the flight ability, Sora had already completely escaped the coverage area of the Earth Dragon bullets and instantly closed the distance to an extremely close range with him. 71, Chapter 71, Everyone Must Die. Do you like it that Sora goes for instant kill? Behind the green snake mask, Sora's eyes were icy, devoid of any emotion. On his left claw, blinding blue electric arc suddenly erupted, crackling with violent noise. The Uegakur Jonin, seeing that furious lightning, pupils contracted sharply. He wanted to retreat, he wanted to defend, but his body's reaction was ultimately a beat too slow. Sora's lightning claw, with a speed quicker than thunder, smashed fiercely onto the Uegakur Jonin's rock armor. Zzzzzzz. Furious lightning instantly exploded, like countless blue venomous snakes, instantly piercing through the rock armor's defense. Gah! The Uegakur Jonin let out a shrill, miserable scream, his whole body trembling violently. A terrifying numbness instantly spread throughout his body, muscles spasming uncontrollably, even the flow of his chakra became extremely sluggish and stagnant. The rock armor on his body also shattered piece by piece under the lightning's ravage, clattering as it fell away, revealing the scorched black skin underneath. He looked just like a Cloud Nine. Damn it, this brat's lightning release, how is it so strong? And with no hand seals at all. The Uegakur Jonin was utterly horrified in his heart. The intense numbness made it almost impossible for him to think. He could only rely on his years of combat instinct to try and retreat. But how could Sora give him a chance to catch his breath? Take advantage of his weakness, take his life. A cold light flashed in Sora's eyes. His dragonized right claw rose again, aiming directly at the Uegakur Jonin's now completely unprotected throat. It's over. However, just as the dragon claw was about to touch the other's skin, a frantic and resolute, vicious grin suddenly appeared on the Uegakur Jonin's face. Cough, together, go to hell. Konoha's little monster. He rasped a low roar. Not only did he not retreat, but with the last bit of his strength, he lunged towards Sora with all his might. Simultaneously, his hands, with great difficulty, came together to form the simplest hand seal. Secret technique for Black Seal's formation explosive tag. Sora felt an extremely dangerous, extremely unstable chakra fluctuation suddenly erupt from within the Uegakur Jonin's body. Dense, intricate black seals instantly appeared on his scorched black skin surface. These seals writhed like living things, emitting a heart-palpitating glow. Through that shattered, charred skin, Sora could even see layers upon layers, an astonishing number of explosive tags pressed tightly against his flesh underneath. Madman. Sora's pupils abruptly contracted, a wave of scalp-numbing fear washing over him. This guy actually planted this many explosive tags inside his own body. This was even crazier than those Cloud Nin who play with lightning release. The Iwagakure Jonin completely abandoned defense and evasion. Like a human bomb with its fuse lit, he spread his arms wide, trying to wrap Sora in a death grip. Must not let him grapple me. Sora's internal alarms blared loudly. Although the Azure Dragon Fruit's defense was formidable, facing such a close range, concentrated detonation of so many explosive tags, he didn't dare guarantee he'd come out unscathed. Retreat. Without hesitation, Sora's dragonized legs powerfully pushed off the ground, wind elements swirling around him. His body shot backward as if teleporting. At the same time, his left hand swiftly reached for the ninja tool scroll at his waist. Release. With a light poof, smoke flashed, and several spherical smoke bombs and a large handful of explosive tags instantly appeared in his hand. Sora's eyes hardened. He directly hurled the smoke bombs in his hand at the lunging Iwagakure Jonin, throwing them right in his face. Poof, poof, poof. The smoke bombs burst open mid-air. Dense, grayish-white smoke instantly billowed out, enveloping both their figures, severely hindering vision. Useless. You can't escape. The Iwagakure Jonin roared madly within the smoke, charging recklessly towards Sora's last known position. The black seals on his body grew brighter and brighter, becoming extremely unstable. He didn't care about the obstructed vision. His goal was to lock onto Sora with his body and perish together. Konoha already has the White Fang and the Sannin. An even more terrifying monster absolutely cannot appear. For Iwagakure's future, you must die here. This was the Iwagakure Jonin's final obsession. Although during the Second Great Ninja War, Konoha primarily fought the village hidden in the sand, the figures of Konoha's White Fang and the Sannin dominating the battlefield, invincible wherever they went. That fear, as one of the few who participated in fighting Konoha back then, was still branded in his heart to this day. And the potential Sora displayed before him was even more terrifying than those few. Bizarre full-body beast transformation, terrifying taijutsu bursts, the ability to manipulate fire and lightning, even flight. Once Sora grew up, the threat to Iwagakure would be catastrophic. As a Jonin who had lived through that brutal war, he absolutely would not allow this to happen. Even at the cost of his life, he must strangle this threat in its cradle. However, Sora's reaction was far faster and his tactics more flexible than he imagined. While throwing the smoke bombs, Sora had already used his enhanced perception after dragonization to lock onto the Iwagakure Jonin's position. Sora didn't just retreat blindly. Instead, he moved sharply to the side. Simultaneously, he flung the large handful of explosive tags in his hand, scattering them like heavenly flowers, accurately throwing them onto the ground along the path ahead of the charging Iwagakure Jonin. You like to blow up? Then try this first. Swish swish swish. Over a dozen explosive tags embedded into the ground and surrounding rocks like shuriken. Almost at the same moment, Sora formed a one-handed seal, shouting low. Explode. Boom. Ear-splitting explosions rang out in a chain. The explosive tags Sora threw were detonated first. Furious flames and shockwaves instantly devoured that area, also completely engulfing the Iwagakure Jonin who was charging forward. What? Gah! The Iwagakure Jonin was caught completely off guard. He never expected Sora not only wouldn't run, but would counterattack this way. The unstable, about to detonate chakra layer outside his body, stimulated by this sudden external explosion, instantly triggered a terrible chain reaction. Kaboom! A sound far more terrifying than all previous explosions, as if it could tear eardrums, suddenly erupted. The explosive tags inside the Iwagakure Jonin and his own forbidden technique were prematurely triggered by Sora's explosive tags. A massive fireball shot into the air. Scorching heat waves swept outward in all directions like a tsunami. The ground shook violently. Broken rocks flew everywhere like rain. Although Sora had retreated early and used his own explosion to offset part of the impact, he was still violently flung back by that terrifying shockwave. Thud. Sora slammed heavily into a large boulder. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His Anbu uniform and special bandages were tattered and torn, revealing the glowing blue-green dragon scales underneath. Cough cough, he really went all out. Sora wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling the churning energy in his body, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon Fruit's recovery power was extremely freakish. In just this short while, the discomfort inside his body was rapidly subsiding. He estimated he'd recover to normal in no time. He looked up towards the explosion's epicenter. There was only a charred black crater and lingering smoke. The Iwagakure Jonin was already gone without a trace. What a madman! Sora thought with lingering fear. Is this Iwa's will of stone? For the village, not hesitating even to self-destruct. Then Sora's gaze swept over the chaotic valley, finally settling on the only remaining living person, that Iwagakure Chunin who had long been scared stiff, collapsed on the ground. Now, that Chunin's face was pale as paper, his body trembling violently uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with boundless terror and despair. He had witnessed with his own eyes the Jonin-sama being forced to self-destruct. He had also seen with his own eyes that Konoha little monster, in such a terrifying explosion, had only spat out some blood and soon stood up again. And his injuries seemed to be healing automatically. Monster. He really is a monster. The Iwagakure Chunin's mind went blank, leaving only endless chill. Jonin-sama's life-risking attack, actually didn't kill him. When he saw Sora's icy gaze sweep over and finally lock firmly onto him, he felt his blood was about to freeze solid. That look held no warmth at all. It was like looking at a dead person. Sora slowly straightened up, wiping the blood from his mouth. The green snake mask had long been damaged and fallen off during the previous fight and explosion, revealing his somewhat youthful yet scaled face covered in blue-green dragon scales, with a pair of cold, vertical pupils. His gaze, like a palpable killing intent, firmly locked onto that shivering Iwagakure Chunin. Did you see it? Sora's gaze swept over the scene. Dandelion, black leopard, wild boar, tanuki, Baku, the Iwagakure Jonin, the tall skinny Chunin, and another Iwagakure Chunin's corpse. The entire valley was like a bloody slaughterhouse. And all of this, because of him. His Azure Dragon Fruit ability, his dragon transformation, dragon breath, lightning, flight, almost all his trump cards had been revealed in that brutal battle just now. He absolutely could not let any eyewitness leave alive. Everyone present here today, every single one. Everyone must die. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 72 Chapter 72 Cleaning the Valley. Sora's gaze fell upon the sole surviving Iwagakure Chunin. The other had completely lost the will to fight, collapsed on the ground, eyes glazed, unconsciously muttering, "Monster, don't come near." Sora felt no ripple of emotion in his heart. His figure moved, appearing like a ghost before the Iwagakure Chunin, a dragon claw sweeping past. Thud. After the dull sound of a blade cutting into flesh, the valley fell into complete silence. Warm blood splattered onto Sora's dragon scale-covered hand, bringing a sticky sensation. Sora stood in place, slightly stunned. It had been 2.5 years since transmigrating to the Naruto world. There had been plenty of fights and training, and he had done things like quickly slitting throats before. But like today, using this method to eliminate so many people in one go, it was a first. During the life-and-death struggle just now, adrenaline was surging. He only focused on fighting for his life and didn't feel anything special. Now, with all strong enemies eliminated and only him left alive in the valley, the heavy smell of blood hit his face. Looking at the corpses strewn across the ground in various postures, an indescribable, physiological discomfort finally welled up belatedly. TSK, still a bit. But the feeling came quickly and left even faster. Almost the next second, the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit within Sora seemed to circulate on its own. A barely noticeable wild instinct quietly suppressed that bit of discomfort, and his heart returned to a state of icy calm. He even felt a strange acclimatization to the smell of blood in the air. Sora frowned, shaking the blood droplets off his dragon claw. This Azure Dragon Fruit, it seems it doesn't just grant abilities. It's also subtly influencing me. But now is not the time to delve into this. Sora took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, quickly scanning his surroundings. The top priority was to deal with the scene. He absolutely must not leave any clues pointing to his abilities. Then Sora carefully sensed the area once more, widening his eyes to scan the entire valley and the surrounding forest. Good, no other chakra reactions. Right, the location chosen by Root, it must be remote and hidden. Bumping into one team of IWA tracking Dandelion was already a low-probability event. It's impossible for there to be a second wave. Confirming safety, Sora's brain began operating at high speed, thinking of a plan. Old dog Danzo set a trap for me. This matter definitely won't be hidden from Sarutobi Hiruzen later, but I can't let him know all my cards. Run away directly? Leave Konoha? This thought was instantly dismissed as soon as it flashed. No, it's mid-year 39 in Konoha calendar now. There's still over 3 years until the Third Shinobi World War breaks out. With my 7-year-old child's body, without the village's protection, even with the Azure Dragon Fruit, growing up would be too difficult and dangerous. Sora deactivated the 8 gates, leaning against a large tree to slowly consider. He didn't really want to leave Konoha. People like Ui Kurane, Nono Yakushi, the guy father and son, and the stable life he had finally managed to build up a bit, he didn't want to give it up just like that. After all, he had already lived in Konoha for 2.5 years. The people he was familiar with, cared about, wanted to protect with all his strength, were all in this village. As Heitake Sakumo had said, the people Sora truly cared about were currently all in Konoha. And this was precisely what Sarutobi Hiruzen often referred to as bonds. I must go back. And I need to find a reasonable, explainable reason to go back. But Sora's gaze swept over the corpses on the ground, a plan rapidly taking shape in his mind. Simply put, it was that Root encountered Iwa tracking a spy by accident while capturing Sora. Both sides erupted into a fight to the death. And Sora, a mere 7-year-old child with only Chunin-level strength who happened to be at the scene, seeing the situation turn bad, opened the 8 gates and desperately escaped while they fought to a mutual standstill. Right. I simply don't know who won in the end, nor do I know if the Iwa took the intelligence. I only cared about saving my own skin. That's the most reasonable. The more Sora thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. My apparent strength is Chunin-level Taijutsu plus the 4th gate of the 8 gates. Suddenly bursting out and instantly killing a Takebutsu Jonin can still be explained as a life-or-death struggle. But if I appear too strong, it would instead raise suspicion. So, I must be the one who fled in a panic. And when I fled, the battle was still ongoing. I know nothing. Plan confirmed. Sora hesitated no longer, immediately starting to create the fake scene. He first walked to the corpse of Leopard. First is you, sorry, still need to use you a bit. Sora said in a play-acting manner, then recalled the strike he used to instantly kill Leopard earlier, controlled his strength, and threw another punch from the same direction. Bang! Leopard's head directly exploded like a watermelon. Next, Sora began focusing on creating traces of the Iwa's withdrawal. The Iwa were the victorious side. They definitely had to withdraw. And with their Jonin dead, their condition wouldn't be too good. The traces can't be too perfect. Sora said it that the tall and thin Chunin on the Iwa side survived, while the other 3 died on the spot. Then he chose a direction opposite to Konoha, partially dragonized his foot to a suitable size, put on the shoes of the tall and thin Chunin, and created some disorderly footprints on the ground, with varying depths, imitating the tall and thin Chunin's hasty retreat. He also left a few small, torn pieces of cloth bearing the Iwagakur symbol on several bushes. It looked like a surviving Iwa, wounded and carrying intelligence, had hurriedly fled from here. Afterwards, Sora continued forward until he encountered a river, pretended to jump into the water, then flew back to the valley from the air in a wobbly manner. Finally, his gaze swept over the corpses of the other Root members. These can't remain. Best to leave no evidence. But Sora took a deep breath, his chest swelling, a red glow lighting up deep in his throat. Whoosh! A blast of scorching dragon breath spewed forth, accurately covering the corpses of Dandelion, Wild Boar, Tanuki, and Baku. The terrifying high temperature instantly turned flesh, bones, clothing, and even ninja tools into charred remains, finally becoming a pile of unrecognizable ashes. A gentle breeze blew, scattering them into nothing, truly managing to scatter the ashes. Done. Except for Leopard with the exploded brain, all Root corpses are disposed of, leaving no evidence. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen suspects, he can't find any proof. Next, Sora took out an empty sealing scroll and sealed the corpses of the 4 Iwagakur shinobi into it one by one. The ashes of these few needed to be scattered somewhere far away. After finishing all this, Sora let out a long sigh of relief. Looking around, the valley was still bloody, but the biggest hidden danger had been eliminated. The battle traces and that pile of ashes were enough to show a great battle happened here. And the traces of the Iwa withdrawal could complete the story. After all, the Third Shinobi World War was going to break out in a few years. Currently, relations between Konoha and Iwagakur were already tense. They definitely wouldn't verify this matter with each other over what happened in the Land of Grass. In the end, both sides would only conclude that the other side had eliminated their own ninja team. Sora gave the valley one final check, confirming no oversights, then fixed his direction towards Konoha, his eyes sharpening. 8 gates release technique, 4th gate, Gate of Pain, open. Boom. The green energy steam erupted again, but noticeably weaker than during the battle earlier, clearly lacking stamina. Sora gritted his teeth, opening the Gate of Pain 3 times in a short period, even with the rapid recovery ability of the Zoan-type Azure Dragon Fruit, felt unsustainable. He would inevitably need to rest for a while after returning. Thud. He stomped the ground hard, leaving a deep footprint, his whole body shooting out like an arrow from a bow. The speed was extremely fast, but his posture was deliberately made to appear somewhat staggering and hurried. Run. Use this speed, run all the way back to the border of the Land of Fire. But Sora's figure quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest, leaving behind only a meticulously forged battlefield that seemed puzzling yet could explain itself. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 73, Chapter 73, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the next day. Sora was speeding through the mountain forests. The 8 gates released formation had long been deactivated. He only maintained a relatively fast speed, desperately fleeing towards Konoha's direction. As for the ashes of the 4 Iwa, Sora had used his flight ability during the journey to find a hidden location to scatter them. Sora's breathing was somewhat ragged now. His muscles also transmitted waves of tearing soreness. Opening the Gate of Pain 3 times in a row really takes its toll. Thankfully, the recovery power of the Azure Dragon Fruit is propping me up. Otherwise, I'd probably be paralyzed by now. Casually swallowing a few soldier pills, Sora gritted his teeth and persisted, while carefully sensing his surroundings. His condition was extremely poor now. His chakra was bottoming out, and his stamina was massively depleted. If he encountered patrols from other ninja villages or rogue ninjas now, he would be in big trouble. If only I had a god-tier sensing ability like Karen's now, or even the Byakugan or Sharingan would do. Sora couldn't help but lament internally. In the original work, Karen's super large-range precise sensing would simply be a divine skill at a time like this. Also, the Byakugan's X-ray vision and telescopic vision, and the Sharingan's perceptive insight and ability to see through genjutsu, were all top-tier abilities for survival and combat. In comparison, the night vision enhancement brought by the Azure Dragon Fruit was really of limited use during daytime travel like this. It's a shame. You can't choose multiple Devil Fruit abilities. Sora shook his head, dismissing these unrealistic thoughts, and focused on traveling. He only wanted to return to Konoha, to a relatively safe place, as quickly as possible now. The journey was nerve-wracking but ultimately uneventful. Perhaps because this area was already near the border of the Land of Fire, Konoha's patrols were intensified, making ninjas from other countries dare not approach easily. Finally, as the sun set in the west, Sora saw from afar the towering walls of Konoha and the faintly visible Hokage monument. Sora stopped not far from Konoha's sensing barrier and looked at his arms and body. The minor cuts and bruises from the earlier battle had already mostly healed under the powerful recovery of the Azure Dragon Fruit, without even leaving a scar. This recovery power is good, but it's a bit troublesome right now. Sora frowned. His perfectly fine appearance did not look like someone who had experienced a fierce battle and desperately escaped back. After all, he had witnessed the fight to the death between the Root and the Iwa Nin, and then fled in panic. Having not a single injury on his body was too hard to justify. Need to add some drama myself. Sora sighed. He was really making things difficult for himself. He carefully checked his surroundings. After confirming no one was there, his right hand slightly dragonified, the fingertips becoming sharp. Then, gritting his teeth, he made several not too deep but rather ferocious-looking cuts on his left arm, chest, and thigh. Next, Sora took out a few shuriken and made several tears on his back. Finally, he condensed a small mouthful of dragon breath, controlled the temperature, and singed the edges of his clothes and the remaining bandages, creating traces of being grazed by a fire-release ninjutsu. After doing all this, Sora was already grimacing in pain. Although the recovery power of the Azure Dragon Fruit was already slowly healing the wounds, the psychological pressure of cutting oneself was still significant. That should be enough. Look sufficiently miserable. Sora took a deep breath, mobilized his nearly depleted chakra again, and stumbled towards the Konoha gate, dragging his battered and wounded body. Halt! Who goes there? The guard ninjas at the Konoha gate noticed him immediately and shouted loudly. But when they saw the tattered green snake mask on his face and the Anbu uniform, their tone softened a bit. An Anbu person? What happened? Gasping for breath, Sora took off the mask and said in a hoarse voice. I am Green Snake from Anbu Team C5. I have urgent intelligence. I must see the Hokage immediately. The guard who looked like Katetsu recognized Sora. Seeing him in such a wretched state, he was shocked and did not dare to delay, immediately granting passage and sending someone to the Hokage building to inform them. Sora proceeded unimpeded all the way directly to the door of the Hokage's office. Knocking and opening the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting behind his desk, brows slightly furrowed as if dealing with documents. Seeing Sora enter covered in wounds and with a weak aura, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, but he quickly returned to calmness. Sora, weren't you out on a mission? How did you end up like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the pen in his hand, his tone carrying a trace of concern. Sora took a deep breath, forcing an expression mixing lingering fear and anger onto his face, and began to report the prepared account in his mind. Hokage-sama. The mission was a trap. After I met the contact person codenamed Dandelion in the land of Grass Valley, he suddenly launched a sneak attack on me, using a highly skilled genjutsu at that. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe paused slightly, his gaze turning grave. Oh, Dandelion attacked you? Continue. I barely broke the genjutsu and discovered 3 more masked ninjas suddenly appearing around me. They seemed somewhat like Anbu. They joined forces to surround and attack me, wanting to capture me alive. I was forced to open the 4th gate of the 8 gates released formation to counterattack. Only by pushing myself to severe injury did I barely manage to kill one of them in return. Sora said urgently, but he deliberately omitted the specific process, only emphasizing the opponent's identities and his own ferocity. As for why not mention Root, he had been in the Anbu for 6 months but had never once heard even a whisper about this department. Moreover, Sora remembered in the original work, after Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, when Danzo, this Root leader, wanted to compete for the Hokage position, many present didn't even recognize him. Clearly, Root was an existence more secretive and less known than the Anbu. Just as I was about to be unable to hold on, a team of Iwagakure ninjas suddenly appeared. They seemed to have come tracking Dandelion. Both sides immediately erupted into battle. At this point, Sora timely showed a face of lingering fear. The battle was very intense. I took advantage of their melee, forcibly squeezed out my chakra, and opened the gate of pain again to barely escape by chance. Sora lowered his head, his voice low. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. The mission failed. The intelligence couldn't be brought back either. A brief silence fell in the office, only the slight crackling of tobacco burning in Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a smoke ring, looking at Sora with a profound gaze. Danzo. As expected, you couldn't resist making a move. He sighed internally, a surge of anger and helplessness welling up. The anger was because Danzo actually reached into the Anbu and used such underhanded means against a child, undoubtedly touching his bottom line. The helplessness was because he understood Danzo's personality. For the so-called village security, Danzo was capable of anything. Moreover, the potential Sora displayed in his identity as an orphan from outside would indeed make Danzo feel uneasy and desirous of control. Even, deep in his own heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen might not have a shred of similar concern. Only he was more inclined towards bonds and guidance, rather than the Root's forced brainwashing. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 74, Chapter 74, Favor. Sora's report seemed reasonable, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, having been Hokage for many years, was shrewd. He could naturally detect some vagueness and omissions within it. For example, how did Sora manage to counterkill one person and successfully escape from the siege of 1 Jonin and 3 Takebutsu Jonin? Was the timing of the Iwanin's appearance too coincidental? But he did not intend to investigate deeply. First, there was no evidence. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, the Root personnel could already be considered dead with no way to verify their testimony. It was even more impossible to seek confirmation from the Iwanin side. Second, the outcome was something he was happy to see. Danzo's plot had failed. Sora had suffered some hardships but successfully escaped back, and would now rely even more on Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, someone who has experienced betrayal and danger is often more easily moved by warmth and protection. Third, and most importantly, the value Sora currently demonstrated was not yet sufficient for him to completely break with Danzo over Sora. A genius who could open the 4th gate of the 8 gates at age 7 and escape from such a deadly trap was indeed rare. But he was still just a child. Although Hiruzen estimated Sora could reach Kage-level strength, he wasn't there yet, was he? Moreover, the current Danzo, unlike during Naruto's time, could be considered someone Sarutobi Hirutobi trusted the most. After all, Root was originally a department split off from the Anbu, a legacy left by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It was only later that it gradually became independent and slowly developed towards being Danzo's private force. At this time, rather than causing internal strife with Danzo over Sora's matter, it was better to first stabilize the situation, hold their positions and watch for changes, while incidentally giving Danzo a warning. As long as Sora remained in Konoha, within Sarutobi Hiruzen's sight, he couldn't cause any major trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen had this confidence, and the strength to control the overall situation. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became serious and filled with authority. He said in a deep voice, "Sora, I know about this matter. You did very well. Being able to successfully escape in that situation is already very remarkable." He paused, his tone intensifying, carrying an undeniable meaning. "Rest assured, I will handle this matter seriously. Konoha absolutely does not allow such acts of harming comrades and internal strife to occur. I will definitely give you an explanation." Sora lowered his head, listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's righteous and stern words, but sneered inwardly. "Give me an explanation? Probably it's about giving Danzo a warning, right?" As a transmigrator, he understood this third Hokage's governing style all too well. Maintain stability as the priority, balance all factions. In the end, the value I've shown now isn't enough for Sarutobi Hiruzen to make up his mind to completely eradicate Danzo, this tumor. In his eyes, I might just be a promising tool, worth investing in and drawing close, but not yet to the point where he needs to risk internal division to fully protect me. But this is fine too, it suits my intentions. As long as things look acceptable on the surface, give me some time to develop. Thoughts raced in Sora's mind, but on his face, he revealed an expression of tearful gratitude, as if he had found his main support. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I believe Hokage-sama will definitely stand up for me." Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed quite satisfied with Sora's reaction. His expression softened a little, and his tone became gentle. You had quite a scare and injuries this time. Rest well for a while first. I'll give you half a month's leave. Go back and recover properly." "Yes, thank you, Hokage-sama." Sora bowed respectfully. "Go on, child. Remember, Konoha is your home. I will protect you." Sarutobi Hiruzen said one last sentence, then picked up the documents again, signaling that Sora could leave. Sora bowed once more, then turned and walked out of the Hokage's office, dragging his exhausted body step by step. The dialogue between the two master actors ended. Sora walked out of the Hokage building, looked back at that imposing structure, and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally managed to temporarily bluff my way through. He dragged his battered and bruised body, slowly walking towards the direction of the orphanage, but his mind was rapidly reviewing his performance just now. Sora understood very clearly that this third Hokage was most adept at the art of balance. In the original story, he mostly turned a blind eye to Danzo's various actions. As long as they didn't cross the bottom line, he wouldn't truly break with him. This governing style had its pros and cons. The benefit was maintaining Konoha's stability. The downside was allowing Danzo's influence to grow increasingly strong. In the end, Sora was currently just a promising pawn, not yet worth Sarutobi Hiruzen completely breaking with Danzo over him. In the eyes of this Hokage-sama, a genius who hadn't fully grown yet was far less important than a root that could help him handle dirty work. Sarutobi Hiruzen definitely didn't fully believe it, but he won't investigate deeply either. For him, Sora and Danzo checking each other is the best situation. Sora walked slowly on Konoha's streets, his mind as clear as a mirror. Even if he were replaced by Kakashi, or the more important Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina, the result would be the same, because this simply wasn't a multiple-choice question. At most, there would be some difference in the severity of punishing Danzo. Although the current Sarutobi Hiruzen was at the peak of his strength, he was already beginning to show signs of decline. Mentally, he was gradually becoming indecisive like in the later period. He wanted to thoroughly cultivate Sora into a true Konoha shinobi, yet he didn't want to punish Danzo too severely. A typical case of wanting the horse to run fast without letting it eat grass. Sora had already been aware of this before meeting Sarutobi Hiruzen, but when he truly analyzed this meaning from his words, he still felt anger inside. It couldn't be denied that when Nono was sent out of the village on a mission by Danzo, Sora did indeed block Danzo's reach by clinging to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, owing him a favor. But now, Sora also lowered that shred of regard he had for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He changed his original plan of saving Sarutobi Hiruzen's life during the Konoha Crush plan to saving his son, Asuma's, life instead. Their family anyway. Saving Sarutobi Hiruzen or saving his son, isn't it the same meaning? But this is just fine, it gives me time to develop. Sora touched the wound on his arm that was almost healed, his gaze calm. After this incident, Danzo's forces were bound to be suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he wouldn't dare to move against Sora again in a short time. Just give me a few more years. Wait until I can fully control the Azure Dragon Fruit, or open higher stages of the 8 gates. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, by then, no one will be able to easily manipulate me. But Sora thought of Naruto's experiences in the original story and sneered inwardly. In the end, the shinobi world revered strength above all. The so-called will of fire, bonds, were merely tools used by the strong to bind the weak. Without strength, you couldn't even protect the people you cared about. But for now, I still have to keep acting along with them. Sora quickened his pace, heading towards the orphanage. He urgently needed rest now. Opening the Gate of Pain 3 times consecutively, then running back all the way, even with the Azure Dragon Fruit supporting him, he had already reached his limit. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 75, Chapter 75 The Curtain Falls. Inside the Hokage's office. After Sora left, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gentle expression gradually faded, becoming deep and thoughtful. He tapped on the desk, and a black shadow silently appeared in the corner of the office. Go retrieve the detailed records of Green Snake's mission this time, including the information of the mission issuer. Yes. The shadow responded and vanished instantly. Not long after, a mission scroll and a personnel file appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. He first picked up the mission scroll. His eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the issuer's codename character Renuki. He then opened the file of Renuki and carefully examined it. The file was very clean, the career history clear, with no issues at all. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's intuition told him this Renuki was problematic. This codename is unfamiliar, I haven't paid much attention to it before. But why did he issue this solo mission precisely when all members of Sora's team were unavailable for missions? Doubts arose in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. His many years as Hokage made him particularly sensitive to this kind of coincidence. Danzo, is this your person? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly, feeling a surge of weariness and anger. He understood Danzo's dedication to the village's security, but this kind of internal strife was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Especially reaching into the Anbu, this had already crossed his bottom line. But just as he had thought earlier when facing Sora, Sarutobi Hiruzen still made the same decision. He summoned an Anbu member again. Keep an eye on Renuki. Report to me immediately if there is any unusual activity, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Yes. Also, send a squad to the land of Grass Valley to investigate the scene. Be discreet. Understood. The Anbu member accepted the orders and left. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, took a deep puff of his pipe, and slowly exhaled. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze grew profound. That child Sora. He is more extraordinary than I imagined. To escape from the coordinated attack of 4 elite root members, even with the Iwanine disturbance, was by no means easy. His strength is probably more than what he has shown. A flash of sharp light appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. But he did not intend to investigate deeply. As long as Sora felt a sense of belonging to Konoha and was willing to fight for Konoha, it was fine for him to have some secrets. After all, he is the young person I value most, after Minato and Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen recalled Sora's performance at the Ninja Academy, and the bonds he shared with Kurane, Asuma, and others. A slight smile appeared on his face. Bonds. They are the best shackles. He believed that by giving Sora enough trust and care, this child would certainly become a pillar supporting the protection of Konoha. As for Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes turned cold. His reach has gotten a bit too long. It's time for a trim. The office fell into silence again. Only the glowing embers in the pipe flickered in the darkness. Just as Sora, dragging his severely injured body, returned to the orphanage. Deep within the root base, Danzo sat behind his desk, listening expressionlessly to his subordinate's report. So, that brat came back alive. Yes, Danzo-sama. Confirmed just now through our eyes at the village gate. Green Snake has returned and went directly to the Hokage building. Danzo's fingers lightly tapped on the desk. A flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. For elites, including 2 Jonin, actually couldn't capture a 7-year-old brat. He felt both shocked and furious inside, but more than that, a kind of indescribable desire. This talent. This power. If it could be used for me. But soon, he suppressed this thought. The priority now was damage control. Danzo ordered coldly. Immediately send people to the land of Grass Valley. Get there before the Anbu and clean up all traces that might point to Root. Yes. Also, have Renuki prepare himself. He has likely already been exposed. Saying this, a trace of pain flashed in Danzo's eyes. Renuki was a pawn he had planted within the Anbu at great cost, holding the highest position and being the most useful. This time, to capture Sora alive, he had to use this card. In his envisioned scenario, Sora should have been smoothly captured and brought back to Root, from then on wearing a mask and becoming his tool, essentially a dead end with no proof. Moreover, the mission information issued by Renuki was genuine, so it shouldn't have affected him. But he never expected that Sora could actually escape from the hands of an elite squad. Not only was the objective not achieved this time, but he also lost personnel. It was truly a double loss. 1 week later, the Hokage's office. Sora once again stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen. This past week, he had lived quite comfortably, resting and recuperating peacefully at the orphanage while continuing to develop the abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked in a gentle, concerned tone. How is your recovery from the injuries going? Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. It's much better now. Sora answered respectfully, with an appropriately fearful expression on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his expression turning serious. Regarding the attack on you during your last mission, the investigation has results. After investigation, the Anbu member, Renuki, who issued that mission had long been colluding with other ninja villages, intending to undermine Konoha's internal stability. He has confessed and is now imprisoned awaiting trial. Sora lowered his head, inwardly sneering. As expected, find a scapegoat to take all the blame. Colluding with other ninja villages, he was probably already disposed of by Root. As a transmigrator, he understood too well the modus operandi of Danzo and the Root. At times like these, sacrificing a pawn to save the king was the most common tactic. Sora put on an expression of sudden realization and righteous indignation. So that's what happened. That traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sora's reaction with satisfaction and continued. As for those ninja who attacked you, based on the on-site investigation, they should have been forces from outside villages that Renuki colluded with. Fortunately, the IWA pursuit force appeared in time, giving you a chance to escape. He paused, his tone intensifying. This matter ends here. The village will strengthen internal review to ensure similar incidents do not happen again. Ends here? Easy for you to say. Sora sneered inwardly. Danzo remained unscathed, having only lost a pawn, while he, the victim, had to accept this result gratefully. But on the surface, he wore an expression of profound gratitude. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for upholding justice for me. I believe under Hokage-sama's leadership, Konoha will definitely become better and better. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded approvingly. It's good that you think this way. Remember, Konoha is your home. We will all protect you. After exchanging a few more words of care, Sarutobi Hiruzen let Sora leave. Walking out of the Hokage building, Sora looked back, his eyes complex. Indeed, being weak is the original sin. Clearly knowing who is behind this, yet having to play along with the act. He recalled Danzo's various actions in the original story and Sarutobi Hiruzen's tolerance of them. In the end, in the eyes of these people, I am ultimately just an outsider. Valuable, but not worth them truly breaking face over. But it's fine. This is actually good. Sora clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his body. When he fully mastered the Azure Dragon Fruit and opened the higher gates of the 8 gates. At that time, it wouldn't be Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others choosing how to treat Sora, but Sora choosing how to treat Konoha. That would be the true reversal of offense and defense. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 76, Chapter 76, Multiple Shadow Clones. Konoha Anbu Underground Headquarters. Sora was walking down a stone staircase. Only a few torches hanging on the walls on both sides provided illumination. The purpose of his trip was the Anbu ninjutsu storage vault. The deeper he went, the more pronounced the feeling of being closely monitored became. Sora could feel at least 4 or more hidden gazes falling on him from the shadows in different directions. They carried an air of scrutiny and assessment. Faint, cold chakra fluctuations were present, as if a lethal strike could be launched at any moment. The defenses are really tight. At least 2 Takubitsu Jonin and 2 Chunin, and that's only the ones I can sense on the surface. Sora thought to himself, but his expression remained unchanged, maintaining a steady pace and breathing. The purpose of these guardians was not only to defend against external enemies, but also to monitor all internal personnel entering this place, preventing anyone from stealing or destroying the village's precious ninjutsu materials. Soon, Sora reached his destination, a heavy iron door engraved with complex sealing formulas. An Anbu clerk wearing a Suzuka mask seemed to have been notified in advance and was waiting there quietly. After verifying Sora's identity token and written order, he silently formed a few hand seals. The sealing formulas on the iron door glowed faintly, and then the heavy door opened inward, revealing a wide, well-lit stone chamber behind it, filled with scroll racks. The air was filled with the distinctive smell of old paper and ink, along with a faint herbal scent used for preservation and insect prevention. Countless scrolls were arranged on the racks by category, from basic D-rank ninjutsu to high-level scrolls marked with the characters Secret or Forbidden, a dazzling array. This place was a microcosm of Konohagakure's vast ninjutsu system, a treasure trove of knowledge coveted by countless ninja. Green Snake Sir, you have 1 hour to make your selection. You are permitted to browse the catalog and some summaries. In the end, you may only take out 1 scroll. After choosing, register it with me. The voice from behind the Suzuka mask was flat and emotionless. After stating the rules, he stood back in his original position like a statue, not looking at Sora again. Understood, thank you. Sora nodded and stepped inside. His goal was clear. He walked directly towards the scroll area marked a rank, non-elemental, and support/special. Sarutobi Hiruzen was being generous this time, allowing him to choose 1 ninjutsu within the A rank range as a reward. Officially, it was to commend his previous outstanding performance and potential, but Sora understood perfectly well. This was more like compensation and appeasement towards him after the incident in the land of Grass Valley. Strike with a stick, then give a sweet date, an old tactic. But it's fine. A freebie not taken is a freebie wasted. It's a good chance to see if there's something suitable for my current situation. While flipping through the thick ninjutsu catalog, Sora inwardly curled his lip. His gaze quickly scanned the names and summaries of each ninjutsu. Lightning Release, False Darkness, Water Release, Water Severing Wave, Earth Release, Earth Style Wall, all were powerful offensive or defensive ninjutsu with great power and high chakra consumption. Sora shook his head. None of these techniques were suitable for him at the moment. What he wanted more was a technique that could greatly enhance close-quarter destructive power and matched his robust physique. Speaking of which, the most ideal would still be Tsunade's monstrous strength. The extreme refinement and control of chakra, concentrated at a single point for an instant burst, producing terrifying destructive power. If combined with my post-dragon transformation strength, the power is almost unimaginable. Holding a try-it-out attitude, Sora searched carefully in the catalog, even specifically checking every entry under the Taijutsu, Secret Transmission, and Non-Elemental categories. However, from beginning to end, he found no record of anything about monstrous strength. As expected, it's not here. Sora sighed inwardly, not too surprised. Monstrous strength was essentially more of a refined method of chakra application, not a traditional ninjutsu recorded on a scroll. It belonged to the Senju clan's inherited secret technique. It was fundamentally impossible to be stored in this kind of scroll vault open to some Anbu members. Such prized treasures were either passed down orally from master to disciple, or hidden in a more secret book of seals. It was absolutely not something Sora, a newly emerging Anbu rookie, could access now. Suppressing his slight desire for monstrous strength, Sora gathered his thoughts and continued searching within the existing catalog for a technique suitable for him. Soon, the name of another technique caught his attention, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Sora's heart stirred. He was too familiar with this technique. It was one of Naruto's signature trump cards in the original story. Relying on this technique and his massive chakra reserves, he achieved various comebacks. But for ordinary people, the side effects of this technique were extremely dangerous. Evenly distributing chakra meant the more clones there were, the weaker each clone and the main body became. If a large number of clones were destroyed, the accumulated fatigue and damage would instantly return, enough to cause the user's mind to collapse or even result in direct death. Massive chakra consumption, plus the risk of backlash. On the surface, it seems very unsuitable for someone like me with low chakra. Sora rubbed his chin, sinking into thought. His mind operated rapidly, analyzing based on his own advantages and needs. My current shortcoming is insufficient chakra, making it hard to sustain the consumption of high-level ninjutsu. Taijutsu and my fruit ability are my strong points. But taijutsu training, especially the 8 inner gates technique and the development of my fruit ability, require a lot of time and repeated trial and error. Training alone with my head down is inefficient, and many high-risk attempts can't be made lightly. What if I had multiple shadow clones? Sora's eyes gradually brightened. It must be known that every shadow clone was a physical entity with its own consciousness. This meant Sora could have clones perform tedious basic training, like hand seal practice, taijutsu move polishing. Although the physical effects of exercise couldn't stack, the experience and proficiency could be brought back to the main body. More importantly, the development of his fruit ability. Many fine operations and dangerous attempts regarding dragon transformation form and elemental manipulation, Sora could completely have clones do them. Even if they failed, at most the clone would disappear and the fatigue would return, which was much better than the main body getting injured or even crippled. This is equivalent to having countless fearless experimental subjects and safety personnel. Thinking of this, Sora couldn't help his heart beat faster. Although his chakra reserves were far inferior to a freak like Naruto's, unable to create thousands of clones at once. But at his current level, creating 1 or 2 clones for a short period should be achievable. Each clone could exist for a period of time, helping him with auxiliary training and dangerous experiments, and the accumulated experience could return 100%. This wasn't a minor improvement in efficiency. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 77, Chapter 77 Bug. Moreover, this thing is also a divine skill for probing for information and confusing enemies. Although Sora's current chakra is low, and he cannot create a large army of clones, creating 1 or 2 clones for feigned attacks or escape at critical moments can still increase his chances of survival. Rubbing his chin, Sora quickly thought in his heart. As for the backlash from accumulated fatigue, I have the recovery power of the Azure Dragon Fruit as a foundation. My physical fitness and mental toughness far exceed ordinary people. Enduring the fatigue feedback from a small number of clones should not be a big problem. Weighing the pros and cons, Sora increasingly felt this technique was practically tailor-made for his current stage. Offensive ninjutsu, he has dragon breath and dragon-enhanced taijutsu. Defensive ninjutsu, he has dragon scales. Speed, he has the 8 gates and wind element enhancement. What he lacks is not the power of individual moves, but ways to improve his overall strength and training efficiency. It's this one. Sora did not hesitate any longer. Pointing at multiple shadow clone technique on the directory, he said to Suzuka who was behind him, "I choose this one." Suzuka looked up at him, seeming somewhat surprised that this boy, whose chakra didn't feel particularly vast, would choose this technique notorious for its massive chakra consumption and danger. But he did not ask any questions, merely nodding calmly. "Please wait a moment." He turned and walked towards a scroll shelf with special seals deep inside the room. He carefully took down a dark blue scroll, then took it to the nearby registration desk. While registering it, Suzuka emphasized the rules as a matter of routine. A-rank ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. The scroll borrowing period is 1 month. It must be returned upon expiration. During this period, the scroll must not be damaged, copied, or privately taught to others. If there is a risk of robbery or loss, prioritize destroying the scroll. Understood. Understood. Sora nodded solemnly and took the heavy scroll. Multiple shadow clones. I didn't expect the first proper A-rank ninjutsu I learned would be this one. Feeling somewhat emotional inside, he then carefully put the scroll into his clothes. He nodded slightly to Suzuka and turned to leave the stone room full of secrets. The heavy iron door slowly closed behind him, sealing those precious knowledge once again. Sora gripped the scroll inside his clothes and quickened his pace a little. He was already somewhat impatient to go back and study this new technique. Returning to the somewhat desolate entrance of the orphanage, Sora's steps unconsciously slowed down, and the gentle figure of Nono surfaced in his mind. Sister now. I wonder how she is doing. During his last meeting with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sora specifically brought up Nono to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking his pipe at the time, speaking in a gentle tone to comfort him, saying the village would never mistreat any ninja who contributed to Konoha, and that Sora need not worry. After all, from Sarutobi Hiruzen's perspective, in Sora's eyes, the conspiracy against him in the Land of Grass, and the forceful transfer of Nono, were essentially the work of the same group of people. How could this child not fear that Nono might also meet with misfortune outside? And as the Hokage, even though Root nominally operates independently, just as Danzo could reach into the Anbu, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not have his own eyes and ears within Root? The one sitting on the highest seat of power in Konoha was ultimately him, not Danzo. As for the cursed tongue eradication seal, given his status as Hokage and his methods, he naturally had ways to circumvent it. Therefore, if only to reassure Sora, to prevent him from developing estrangement from the village or the Hokage due to concerns about his sister's safety, Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally make some arrangements. At the very least, he would ensure Nono would not actually die on a mission. This bottom line, he could still uphold. After dinner, Sora returned to his room. He took out that dark blue scroll and carefully unrolled it. Multiple shadow clone technique. Looking at the complex hand seals and detailed chakra circulation pathways on the scroll, a flash of excitement appeared in Sora's eyes. The training difficulty of this technique was extremely high, requiring not only a vast amount of chakra but also precise chakra control ability. But for Sora, chakra control was not the problem. His consistent shortcoming had always been chakra amount. On the contrary, his chakra control ability was quite outstanding. Back when he learned the clone technique from Nono, he mastered it easily in no time, though he couldn't maintain it for long. But it's fine. I'm not like Naruto, creating thousands at once. Creating one or two should be no problem. Sora took a deep breath and began to carefully study the contents of the scroll. Time passed minute by minute. Sora became completely immersed in learning the ninjutsu. It must be said, his ninjutsu talent was indeed not low. Perhaps because of his 2 lifetimes, his comprehension and learning abilities far exceeded ordinary people. In just over an hour, Sora had already grasped the main points of the multiple shadow clone technique. Let's try it. Sora stood up and formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof. A puff of white smoke flashed, and another Sora appeared in the room. Success. Looking at the clone identical to himself, Sora felt a surge of excitement. Although it was only one clone, this was already the limit of his current chakra amount. Indeed, the chakra amount is still too little. Feeling the chakra in his body instantly reduced by more than half, Sora couldn't help but smile wryly. Compared to the monstrous chakra amount Naruto had in the original story, his own chakra was simply pitiful. But it's fine. Having one clone is also good. At least it can help me do many things. Looking at the clone, Sora began to make plans in his heart. First, test the flight ability. He willed it, and the clone immediately understood. The clone concentrated, trying to mobilize the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. An invisible airflow naturally gathered at the clone's feet, causing it to float slowly into the air. Although the movement was still somewhat clumsy, and the flight path was wobbly, it was indeed flying. Great. The clone can also use the fruit's abilities. Sora was overjoyed in his heart. This meant many of his ideas could be realized. The clone tried various flight maneuvers in the air. Although the room space was limited, the potential of flight was evident. Next, try dragon transformation. Sora willed again, and the clone immediately attempted dragon transformation. The clone's form gradually changed into the appearance Sora had in the Land of Grass, a complete little dragon man. Perfect. The clone can also fully dragonize. Sora was quite excited. This meant he could completely have clones conduct dangerous fruit ability development experiments, like trying higher temperature dragon breath, or more precise elemental manipulation, even developing new ability forms. Even if it failed, at most the clone would disappear and fatigue would return. That was always better than the main body getting injured or even disabled. This is practically like using a cheat. Sora couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the original story, Naruto using shadow clones to accelerate training was already a bug-level operation. And now, he was using shadow clones to develop devil fruit abilities. Compared to those in One Piece who trained through bitter hardship, wasn't this operation also a bug? Like the story. Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 78 Chapter 78 The Ninja World Capitalist. Okay, now let the clone begin developing the waist dragon transformation. Sora gave the instruction to the clone. The waist is the key part of the body for generating force, and also the hub connecting the upper and lower body. If the waist could also be fully dragonified, it would not only greatly enhance the body's overall coordination and explosive power, but also better connect the dragonified power of the upper and lower body, unleashing stronger combat ability. The clone immediately understood and began to concentrate, trying to guide the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit towards its waist. This process was more difficult than imagined. The nerves in the waist are complex, the muscle layers are many, and the flow of power easily becomes sluggish. The clone tried several times, but could only make sporadic dragon scales appear on its waist, unable to form a complete dragon transformation. It really isn't easy. Sora watched the clone's attempts, not surprised in his heart. The difficulty of dragonifying the waist was indeed high. It not only required precise power control, but also a deep understanding of the waist structure. But it's okay, take it slowly. Anyway, there are still over 3 years before the third war breaks out. Sora was not in a hurry and let the clone continue trying. He himself picked up the scroll again, continuing to study the multiple shadow clone technique, hoping to make a few more. Sora carefully studied the techniques for chakra distribution written on the scroll. The danger of the multiple shadow clone technique largely stemmed from uneven chakra distribution. If he could control the distribution of chakra more precisely, perhaps he could create more clones based on his current chakra amount. That rough distribution method used by Naruto in the original story relied entirely on his massive chakra reserves to force it through. But I am different. My chakra amount is small, so I must control it more precisely. Sora began to try adjusting the proportion of chakra distribution. He found that he didn't actually need to distribute exactly equal amounts of chakra to each clone. Depending on the clone's task, different amounts of chakra could be allocated. For example, Clones only doing simple taijutsu practice or theoretical knowledge study could be allocated less chakra, while clones conducting dangerous experiments or combat training needed to be allocated more chakra. This way, perhaps I can maintain 2 or even 3 clones at the same time. A glint flashed in Sora's eyes. After experimenting a few times, he formed hand seals again. Multiple shadow clone technique. Poof, poof. 2 puffs of white smoke flashed, and 2 more clones appeared in the room. Success. Sora felt the remaining chakra in his body, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. Although these 2 clones had less chakra than the first one, they could at least maintain a basic existence. One is responsible for developing waste dragon transformation, one is responsible for practicing flying, and one is responsible for learning ninja world knowledge. Sora quickly assigned tasks to the 3 clones. Watching the 3 clones each performing their duties, Sora suddenly felt like a boss. Is this the joy of being a capitalist? Letting others work while I reap the rewards. Sora couldn't help but mentally complain. But complaining aside, his evaluation of the shadow clone technique rose another level. Although the shadow clones could accelerate training, Sora, as the original, could not slack off either. He quickly calmed down. After all, what the shadow clones brought was just experience and proficiency. The actual strength of the body still needed the original to train personally. Especially for a taijutsu like the 8 gates, the original had to train personally to improve physical strength. However, because the room was narrow, Sora did not choose taijutsu training. Instead, he practiced fine control of chakra, hoping to create a few more clones later. Time passed quickly during the training. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. Sora, feeling the almost depleted chakra in his body, dispelled the shadow clones. Poof, poof, poof. 3 puffs of white smoke flashed as the 3 clones disappeared one after another. Instantly, a large amount of memories and experience flooded into Sora's mind. The proficiency in waste dragon transformation development, the insights from flight practice, the learning results of ninja world knowledge. Various pieces of information came in a torrent, making Sora's brain ache and feel swollen. Ouch. This feeling is really unpleasant. But Sora rubbed his throbbing temples, unable to hold back a sharp intake of breath. Although it was just the memories of 3 clones returning, the huge amount of information still overwhelmed him somewhat. No wonder this technique is classified as a forbidden jutsu. This backlash is indeed powerful. Sora now somewhat understood why the multiple shadow clone technique was classified as a forbidden jutsu. This instantaneous return of memories and fatigue could easily cause a mental breakdown. Fortunately, Sora's physical and mental resilience were much stronger than an ordinary person's. Although his brain ached somewhat, it was still within a bearable range. Moreover, as the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit flowed, that feeling of discomfort was quickly subsiding. It seems my choice was right. This technique really suits me. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Sora's eyes. Although the process was somewhat painful, the gains were also huge. With just 1 night of training like this, he had made significant progress in developing waste dragon transformation, his flying skills had become much more proficient, and he had even incidentally learned some new knowledge. At this rate, it won't be long before I can fully master the partial beast transformation, and even try the full beast transformation. Sora's heart was filled with anticipation. The full beast transformation, the Azure Dragon form, in his conception, was a terrifying existence comparable to a tailed beast. By then, people like Danzo, people like Sarutobi Hiruzen, wouldn't dare to easily manipulate him anymore. But for now, I should rest first. Sora felt the fatigue in his body and decided to get a good night's sleep first. After the rude attack incident passed, Sora's life gradually returned to normal. The half-month holiday given by Sarutobi Hiruzen still had about a week left. Sora did not idle away but continued to throw himself into his daily taijutsu training. On a weekend morning, Sora came to the small river behind the orphanage for training as usual. Before even reaching the river, he heard familiar roars from the distance. "Guy, put in more effort. Youth does not permit slacking off." "Yes, father. This is youth." The corner of Sora's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This lively father-son pair really are as constant as the sunrise. But he quickened his pace and, sure enough, saw the 2 familiar green figures on the opposite bank of the river engaged in terrifying training. Might Due was doing handstand push-ups, while Guy was doing frog jumps beside him. Both were sweating profusely, but their eyes were exceptionally bright. "Senior Due, Guy." Sora crossed the small river and greeted the 2. "Oh, it's Sora, boy." Mike Due flipped over and stood up, giving Sora a thumbs up and revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Do you want to burn youth together?" Sora smiled. "Of course. But today I wanted to ask about the subsequent training methods for the 8 gates." Mike Dewey's eyes lit up. "Oh, have you completely mastered the first 4 gates already?" Sora nodded. "More or less. I can now open and close the 4th gate relatively proficiently." This was the truth. After that life-and-death struggle in the Land of Grass, Sora's mastery of the 8 gates had improved considerably, especially the 4th gate, the Gate of Pain. He could now control it relatively freely. Although, due to his body not being fully developed, opening 4 gates placed a great burden on him, it did not prevent Sora from seeking guidance from senior Mike Dewey. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 79, Chapter 79, Mike Dewey's 8 Gates Formation. No wonder they call you a genius of hard work. Mike Dewey patted Sora on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration, then said, "Since that's the case, I'll demonstrate the next few gates for you." Guy, who was nearby, also stopped and looked at his father with anticipation. "Father, I want to see too." Mike Dewey laughed heartily. "Good. Today, I'll let you witness the true power of the ultimate secret technique of the Mike family, the 8 Gates Formation." As he spoke, he walked to an open space in the center of the riverbank and assumed a starting stance. Watch closely. The first 4 gates of the 8 Gates Formation primarily remove the brain and body's limits, releasing basic physical ability. Starting from the 5th gate is when one truly steps into the extraordinary domain. Mike Dewey took a deep breath, and a powerful chakra fluctuation suddenly erupted from his body. The first gate, Gate of Opening, open. The 5th gate, Gate of Limit, open. Boom. The green energy steam became more intense. Mike Dewey's skin began to turn red, his blood vessels bulged like earthworms, and the surrounding air began to distort. This is the Gate of Limit, located in the abdominal cavity. Once opened, speed and strength are greatly enhanced, far surpassing the sum of the first 4 gates. Mike Dewey said this, then suddenly flashed, instantly appearing before a giant rock 10 meters away, and threw a punch. Bang! With a loud crash, the boulder taller than a person was shattered by his single punch. What incredible power! Sora's pupils constricted slightly. This power is already close to a Jonin's full-strength attack. But Mike Dewey did not stop. The aura around him climbed once more. The 6th gate, Gate of View, open. Rumble. An even more vast chakra burst forth. The green energy steam almost solidified. Mike Dewey's hair stood on end. The ground around him began to tremble slightly. The Gate of View is located in the chest cavity. Once opened, chakra gushes out like a volcanic eruption, granting strength far exceeding conventional limits. Mike Dewey let out a low shout and suddenly slammed a fist into the ground. Boom! The entire riverbank shook. With his fist as the center, the ground cracked with spider-web-like fissures, spreading out nearly 10 meters. Is this the 6th gate? Sora was shocked internally. This power is already comparable to an A-rank jutsu. And this is just pure physical strength. He remembered in the original story, when Guy opened the 6th gate, he easily defeated Kisame's clone. It seemed it was truly well-deserved. Father is amazing. This is the power of youth. Guy watched with shining eyes, excitedly gesturing. Mike Dewey gasped for breath, the green steam around him slowly receding. The Gate of View is usually my limit. Each opening places a huge burden on the muscles and meridians, requiring a long time to recover. He looked at Sora, his expression serious. The 8 Gates Formation becomes more dangerous the further you go. Once the 7th gate, Gate of Wonder, is opened, all the blood in the body flows at high speed like a torrent, granting immense power. But the side effects are severe, even shortening lifespan. And the 8th gate, Gate of Death. Mike Dewey paused, his tone heavy. Once opened, death is certain. It is power exchanged for life. It should only be used when protecting the most important things. After speaking, Mike Dewey's gaze turned gentle, looking at Guy and Sora. Sora nodded silently. He remembered in the original story, Mike Dewey opened the Gate of Death, ultimately killing 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, leaving only 3 members of the original elite 7-man squad, leading to the joking nickname 3 Lucky Treasures. And now, there were still over 3 years until the Third Shinobi World War. That meant the current Mike Dewey likely could already open the Gate of Death. Sora looked at Mike Dewey. This original character who seemed a bit eccentric, the Eternal Genin, now carried a tragic hue in Sora's eyes. A person who can possess Kage level or even beyond Kage level power at any time, yet is content to be a Genin, doing D-rank missions every day. Is this Dewey-senpai's ninja way? Sora felt deep respect inwardly. Dewey-senpai, can you open the 7th gate? Sora couldn't help but ask. Mike Dewey was stunned for a moment, then showed his trademark smile. Of course. Although the burden is great, to show you the pinnacle of youth, I can. No need. Sora quickly interrupted him, speaking rapidly. The burden of the 7th gate is too great. I don't want to see you get hurt for it. What a joke, having Mike Dewey open the 7th gate for a demonstration. If any after effects remained, the loss would be too great. And also, Sora keenly sensed that in the distant forest, a faint gaze was watching this place. Clearly, it was an Anbu sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor him. However, Sora didn't mind. Since the incident in the Land of Grass, he knew his every move in Konoha was under surveillance. But as long as he didn't expose the true abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit, nothing else mattered. Besides, in the original story, it wasn't until Mike Dewey fought the 7 ninja swordsmen to the death and displayed his ability to open the Gate of Death that Sarutobi Hiruzen learned his 8 Gates formation had reached such a level. There was no need to expose it prematurely now. Although, with great power comes great responsibility, is common sense, Sora really didn't want Mike Dewey to attract too much attention from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once targeted, he would likely be sent on high-risk, high-rank missions. But the 8 Gates Formation secret technique inflicts severe damage on the body with each full opening, even draining life force. He didn't want to see Might Dewey pay that price early. After all, Sora hadn't been brainwashed by the will of fire. For him, the village was far less important than the people around him. What he cared about were only those people he held in his heart, those he wanted to protect with all his strength. Might Dewey scratched his head. Alright, since you say so. Then the demonstration ends here today. He patted Sora and Guy on the shoulder. The 8 Gates Formation is a technique that requires long-term training. It can't be rushed. Your current focus is building a solid foundation. When your bodies are strong enough, then try to impact the higher gates. Yes, father. Guy responded loudly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. I will train hard and become as strong as you soon. Sora also nodded. I understand. Thank you, Dewey-senpai. It is worth mentioning that Guy once again asked to learn the 8 Gates Formation this time. But facing his son's request, Might Dewey did not directly refuse this time. He only said he would teach Guy after he graduated from the Ninja Academy. Now Guy had been specially enrolled by Sarutobi Hiruzen in April. Sora estimated that Guy would most likely graduate after 1 year at the Ninja Academy, just like in the original story. Although Sora didn't know when Guy started training the 8 Gates Formation in the original story, it was definitely not as early as in this timeline. And people like Yui Kurane and Asuma would stay the full 3 years, graduating next year, at the end of Konoha year 40. By then, there would only be 2 years left until the Third Shinobi World War in year 43. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 80, Chapter 80 Sora's Path. The next few days, Sora trained with Might Dewey and his son every day. Under Might Dewey's guidance, Sora's understanding of the 8 inner gates became deeper. Although he was not at the point of impacting the 5th gate, the physical burden when opening the 4th gate was indeed lighter. After all, Might Dewey had devoted himself to training in the 8 inner gates for about 20 years, his experience far richer than Sora's. And Guy, after seeing Might Dewey's demonstrations, trained even more desperately. Every day he performed terrifying amounts of various training, constantly shouting words like youth and passion. Sora watched this, but his feelings were different. In the original work, Guy relied on this kind of effort to eventually become the man who nearly kicked his way to the series finale with one blow. Now, with my stimulation, he might be able to open the 8th gate even earlier. Thinking this, Sora suddenly had an idea. Perhaps, I can try to guide Guy to develop Evening Elephant and Night Guy earlier. And I have memories from my previous life, it's not impossible for me to develop them myself. However, this thought was only fleeting. It was still too early to think about these things. The immediate priority was to improve his own strength. Sora shook his head and refocused his attention on training. Time quickly turned to evening. Sora said goodbye to the still energetic Might Dewey and his son, who were clamoring to run another 500 laps, and headed alone towards the orphanage. Sweat soaked his clothes, his muscles ached intensely, but his mood was exceptionally calm. It's been over 2 years since I came to this world. As he walked, Sora reviewed this not-so-long second life of his. From the confusion and helplessness when he first crossed over, to the despair upon discovering his extremely poor ninjutsu talent, to the ecstasy of unexpectedly obtaining the Azure Dragon Fruit, and later joining the Anbu, experiencing life and death crises and growing. The journey had been filled with constant dangers. Fortunately, I've managed to gain a preliminary foothold in this world. Sora clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing within his body. The first 4 gates of the 8 inner gates, Chunin level Taijutsu, the partial beast transformation ability of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Individually, these abilities might not be top tier, but combined, they gave him, at the age of 7, combat power comparable to a special Jonin. Even at full burst, he could instantly kill a Jonin caught off guard. It was worth noting that Kakashi had just been promoted to Chunin, and it would be over 5 years before he became a Jonin. This showed how abnormal Sora was. And this was also why Sarutobi Hiruzen ranked Sora as the 3rd most important person in his mind. However, it's still not enough. Sora's eyes grew deep. Thinking of the brutality of the 3rd Great Ninja War in the original work, the terror of the Nine-Tails attack, the Pain attack, and finally, the Otsutsuki clan. This level of strength was far from enough to protect himself and those he cared about in the future turmoil. But fortunately, Sora had at least achieved his initial goal of not being cannon fodder. Stopping and starting along the way, Sora recalled the attack in the land of Grass Valley, a lingering trace of fear still in his heart. If it weren't for the Iwanin's chance interference, he would probably have been captured by the Foundation and brainwashed into a tool without emotions. It seems I need to be more careful with Anbu missions from now on. Sora stroked his chin, warning himself internally. Although his teammates in Squad C5 seemed decent, the squad leader Fox was experienced, and Grey Wolf and Night Owl each had their strengths, though one could guarantee that every mission would be without accidents. Moreover, Danzo's influence was pervasive, and he might strike again in secret at any time. Just like with this Land of Grass mission, Fox executing a classified mission could barely be explained. But Grey Wolf and Night Owl were also special jonin. How could they end up hospitalized for over a month after being injured by wandering ninjas during a C-rank escort mission, only being discharged a few days ago? Sora didn't even need to guess, he knew it was definitely Danzo's doing. Fortunately, with the multiple shadow clone technique, I can send a clone to scout ahead before missions. Thinking of this newly learned technique, Sora felt slightly reassured. Although with his current chakra reserves he could only create one clone with combat capability at most, it was enough for reconnaissance and trap testing. And the biggest use of shadow clones is still accelerated training. Thinking this, Sora couldn't help but let a slight smile touch the corner of his mouth. These past few days, he had been using shadow clones every night to develop the abilities of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Although each time he dispelled the clone, his brain would ache from the returning memories, the gains were also enormous. In just these few days, his mastery over the Waste Dragon transformation had already surpassed the progress of the previous 2 weeks. At this rate, in at most 3 more months, I can complete the full dragon transformation of the Waste. At that time, the power of the partial beast transformation should increase by at least 30%. Sora calculated internally, his future training path becoming clearer. Normal taijutsu training during the day, using shadow clones to develop fruit abilities at night, consulting Due Senpai about the 8 inner gates on weekends. This rhythm is just right. However, Sora was also aware of his shortcomings. His body was still too young. He looked at his own physique, which was sturdy but still somewhat slender, and sighed helplessly. A 7.5-year-old body was ultimately not fully developed. The 8 inner gates placed an immense burden on the body, especially the 4th gate, the Gate of Pain. Each opening caused significant damage to the meridians and muscles. Although he had the recovery power of the Azure Dragon Fruit as a foundation, over the long term, hidden injuries were inevitable. I need to strengthen my nutrition. Sora made up his mind to earn more mission rewards in the future to buy high-quality nutritional supplements and medicinal herbs. Fortunately, Anbu mission rewards were quite generous. The reward from 1 B-rank mission was enough for him to buy a month's worth of supplements. Then there's the issue of chakra reserves. Thinking of this gave Sora a headache. His chakra reserves had improved a lot since he first arrived, but compared to geniuses like Kakashi at the same age, the gap was still too large. Not to mention freaks like Naruto. Sora felt his chakra reserves might not even be 1/10 of Naruto's. Am I really mentally ill? In Fanfiction's transmigrator's soul is stronger and they have large chakra reserve, why is it for me? This thought crossed Sora's mind once again, as chakra was the product of the fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. With his current physical condition, his physical energy certainly wasn't the problem, so the issue must lie in the spiritual aspect. But spirit was too abstract. Sora couldn't grasp it at all. He could only wait until he was strong enough in the future to find a way to figure it out. Sigh, it seems I need to find a way to increase my chakra reserves. Either continue training my body, or look for other methods. Sora recalled various methods from the original Naruto series to increase chakra. Sage mode. It required extremely strong physical and spiritual energy, and the training locations were hard to find, with high risks. Tailed beasts. Don't even think about it. Those were not something he could touch at his current level. Kekkai Genkai. Unless he got another devil fruit. Forget it, I should be down to earth. Sora shook his head, dismissing these unrealistic thoughts. Increasing chakra reserves was not something that could be achieved in a day, it couldn't be rushed. For now, focusing on taijutsu and developing his fruit abilities was more practical. Fortunately, with the Azure Dragon Fruit, Sora's upper limit for taijutsu was much higher than an ordinary person's. Thinking of Guy's heroic figure, who nearly kicked his way to the finale with one blow, his heart filled with motivation. Training taijutsu to its extreme might not be inferior to ninjutsu. Moreover, the complete beast transformation form of the Azure Dragon might truly be comparable to a tailed beast. A flicker of anticipation appeared in Sora's eyes. He remembered that in the original work, when Guy opened the Gate of Death and used Night Guy, it could even distort space and severely injure Six Paths Madara. As a mythical creature, the strength of the Azure Dragon's complete form should definitely not be underestimated. By then, whether it's Danzo, Obito, or Pain, anyone who dares to touch the people I care about, I'll let them taste the wrath of a divine dragon. Sora's gaze was firmer than ever before. Previously, deep down, he still carried the cowardice and hesitation of his previous life as an ordinary person. But after experiencing the life and death crisis in the Land of Grass, an uncontrollable surge of heroism rose within his heart. He was no longer someone who only passively protected. A heart belonging to a strong person was slowly awakening and taking shape in this ninja world. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 81, Chapter 81, 2.5 years. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this week, Sora lived a regular and fulfilling life. He conducted taijutsu training during the day, developed his fruit abilities using shadow clones at night, occasionally sparred with Might Due and his son, or instructed the children at the orphanage in their training. Through his deliberate efforts, he also maintained good relationships with people like Genma Shiranui and Rado Namayashi. Although they met less frequently than during their Ninja Academy days due to his Anbu status, every encounter was pleasant and filled with good conversation. Sora was well aware that these future elites of Konoha would be among his most important bonds in this village, and having these bonds would greatly increase his reliability in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. That morning, Sora had just finished his morning training and was preparing to return to the orphanage for breakfast when a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was the captain of Squad C5, Fox. "Green Snake, break time is over. The Hokage summons you. There is a new mission." Fox's voice came through the mask, still carrying that calm, unfluctuating tone. Sora felt a jolt internally, but on the surface, he nodded calmly. "Understood. I will be there immediately." He quickly returned to his room, changed into his Anbu attire, put on his mask, and then hurried towards the Hokage building. "I wonder what this mission is. I hope it's not another trap set by Danzo." Sora remained inwardly vigilant while adjusting his breathing to enter a combat-ready state. No matter the mission's content, he had to maintain 100% focus and caution. In this cruel ninja world, a single moment of carelessness could lead to irreversible doom. Soon, Sora arrived at the Hokage's office. The other two members of Squad C5, Grey Wolf and Night Owl, were already waiting there. The three exchanged glances, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and said nothing more. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, looking at the four Anbu before him, and slowly began to speak. "There is an urgent mission that requires your attention." He picked up a mission scroll and handed it to Fox. "A group of rogue ninjas has appeared near the border of the Land of Rice. They are suspected to be connected to the bandits who previously attacked Konoha's supply lines. Your mission is to investigate their identities and objectives. Eliminate them on sight if necessary." Fox took the scroll, quickly scanned its contents, and then nodded. "Understood." Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over the four, pausing slightly on Sora at the end. "The Land of Rice is relatively close to the Land of Lightning. You may encounter Kimonin. Be extremely careful. Go now. I wish you success on your mission." "Yes." The four responded in unison, then transformed into four black shadows and vanished from the Hokage's office. A new mission had begun. 2.5 years passed quietly, bringing the time to Konoha year 42, border of the Land of Rain. Four figures wearing animal masks moved soundlessly through the forest, their movements swift as phantoms. Fox, leading the way, gave a hand signal. The three instantly stopped and concealed themselves within the dense tree canopy. Fox lowered his voice and said, "The target is in the cave ahead. Grey Wolf, Night Owl, you flank from both sides. Green Snake, you come with me for the frontal assault." "Understood." The three responded in unison. Sora took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within his body. 2.5 years had transformed him from that 7.5-year-old boy into a 10-year-old Anbu elite. Furthermore, thanks to the Azure Dragon Fruit, he was considerably taller than his peers. Under his silver-white short hair, his face showed increasingly defined features. His body, clad in Anbu attire, displayed lean, firm muscles full of strength. His body was wrapped in specially made bandages from the Akimika clan, and his ankles bore the heavier training weights specially ordered for him by Might Due. During this period, Sora had carried out dozens of missions, large and small, ranging from C rank to A rank. Thanks to him, Squad C5 had never been assigned an S rank mission. The vast majority were A rank, with only a few being B rank or C rank. There were two reasons for this. First, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwilling for Sora to be lost prematurely on high-risk missions. Second, it was also to avoid Danzo and prevent him from targeting Sora again. Therefore, all missions for Squad C5 were the result of Sarutobi Hiruzen's careful screening. Sora's teammates, Grey Wolf and Night Owl, were also fully aware of this. Consequently, on every mission, the two would take extra care of Sora. It is well known that Anbu mortality rates are traditionally extremely high. Yet, their squad had not lost a single member in 2.5 years. The most severe situation was only someone spending a month in Konoha Hospital. Under Captain Fox's leadership, Squad C5 had become one of the most efficient squads within the Anbu. Sora's own strength had also advanced by leaps and bounds during these 2.5 years. He had gained control over the first 4 of the 8 gates, and had even progressed to opening the 5th gate, Gate of Limit. His normal Taijutsu level had reached that of a special Jonin. The development of the Azure Dragon Fruit had progressed even more rapidly. Waste Dragon transformation had long been completely mastered, and Sora had successfully entered the 3rd stage, the complete Azure Dragon form. However, whether due to insufficient proficiency or the relatively short time since consuming the fruit, his size in the fully dragonized form was only about 30 meters, far from the world-destroying colossal form of Kaido. Maybe because Kaido himself is a giant. Let's see, I am already 30 meters. As my age increase I will grow even bigger. But Sora was not discouraged by this. After all, he had only possessed the Azure Dragon Fruit for 5 years. If he could match decades of Kaido's accumulation in such a short time, that would be the truly illogical thing. Move. Fox's low command snapped Sora out of his thoughts. The 4 figures shot towards the cave like arrows from a bow. The cave interior was dim and damp. Several Rainin defectors were sitting around a campfire, completely unaware of death's approach. Who? One defector suddenly looked up, alert, but it was already too late. Fox and Night Owl appeared behind them like phantoms, kunai precisely slicing across the throats of two. Grey Wolf swiftly subdued another defector, pinning him to the ground. Sora's target was the one who appeared to be the leader, a middle-aged ninja with a fierce scar on his face. Brat, you think you can catch me? The scar-faced man sneered, forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A water dragon roared as it charged towards Sora. Sora neither dodged nor avoided it. His hands quickly formed seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. However, what erupted from his mouth was not ordinary flame, but a disguised azure dragon breath. The searing dragon breath instantly vaporized the water dragon and continued its relentless charge towards the scar-faced man. What? The scar-faced man's eyes widened in horror as he hurriedly dodged to the left. But Sora's figure suddenly appeared behind him, a kunai precisely piercing his heart. Impossible. The scar-faced man looked down incredulously at the kunai in his chest before slowly collapsing. Done. Sora flicked the blood off his kunai and quickly searched the scar-faced man's body. Over the past 2 years, he had long grown accustomed to using the great fireball jutsu to disguise his dragon breath. After all, in the world of Naruto, breathing fire wasn't strange, but transforming into an azure dragon was an entirely different matter. Clear the site. Look for the intel scroll, Fox ordered calmly. Night Owl and Grey Wolf swiftly searched the cave, soon finding the needed intelligence scroll in a hidden compartment. Found it, Night Owl said, handing the scroll to Fox. Fox quickly inspected it and nodded. Mission accomplished. Green snake, standard procedure. Sora understood. He took a deep breath and formed seals again. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Scorching flame swept through the cave, reducing the bodies and any traces that might reveal their identities to ashes. For the past 2 years, Sora had used this method to clean up after every mission, both for security and to practice fine control over his dragon breath. Withdraw, Fox commanded. The four swiftly disappeared into the curtain of rain. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 82, Chapter 82 The Death of White Fang. Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the intelligence scroll in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. You have done very well. This intelligence is very important to us. He looked up at the 4 Anbu standing before him, his gaze lingering on Sora for a moment longer. In 2.5 years, this child, whom he had specially recruited into the Anbu, had grown into a reliable combat force. Although only 10 years old, his strength was already no less than that of many adult ninja. Pity, after all, he is not a child born in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly, but on his face he wore an approving smile. This mission's difficulty exceeded expectations. You have 4 days off. Rest well. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The 4 responded in unison. After walking out of the Hokage building, Fox patted Sora on the shoulder. Kid, you performed well this time. The power of that great fireball technique has increased again. Sora scratched his head. Just okay. Maybe because the ground was wet from the rain, the steam effect was more obvious. Grey Wolf and Night Owl also walked over. Grey Wolf said with a smile. Green Snake, your fire release is practically more impressive than an Uchiha's. If I didn't know your background, I'd suspect you might have some kind of Kekii Genkai. Just luck. Sora replied modestly. After 2 years of getting along, their teasing was mostly in good fun, and he didn't mind. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Sora went straight back to the Anbu dormitory. He changed out of his Anbu attire and put on ordinary ninja clothing. Although only 10 years old, long-term training made him appear much more mature than his actual age. His silver-white short hair was particularly conspicuous under the sunlight, causing several passing female ninja to glance over frequently. 2.5 years. Time really flies. Walking on the road back to the orphanage, Sora felt a surge of emotions. Over these 2 years, he had carefully hidden his true strength, secretly training at night while maintaining the image of a taijutsu genius during the day. Just as Sora was deep in thought, a familiar voice interrupted his train of thought. Sora. He looked up and saw Ui Kurane standing at the orphanage gate, waving at him. 2.5 years had passed, making the little girl who used to cry easily grow more and more graceful and poised. Her red eyes were like the purest gems. Her black long hair was tied in a ponytail that swayed gently with her movements. Though only 10 years old, one could already see the shadow of the future genjutsu master. Kurane, why are you here? Sora asked with some surprise. Ui Kurane's pretty face flushed slightly as she said softly, I was passing by after finishing a mission, so I just came to see. Hey, Sora, your little girlfriend is here waiting for you again. Miyamoto Ichiro poked his head out from the courtyard, winking and teasing. Yusuji Rin also chimed in with a laugh. Yeah. Kurane comes every week asking about your news. Ui Kurane's face instantly turned as red as her eyes. She stomped her foot. You, stop talking nonsense. Sora also scratched his head awkwardly. Over these 2 years, Ui Kurane often came to the orphanage to find him. Anyone with eyes could see the young girl's feelings. But after all, they were only 10 years old. Lolicon is illegal. Sora tried to change the subject. Kurane, have you eaten? Let me treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Kurane's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly. Okay. I'm actually quite hungry. Then the two walked side by side on the streets of Konoha, with Kurane chattering away about interesting things that had happened recently. Sora listened quietly, occasionally nodding. Peaceful days are really good. He sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, such days won't last much longer. According to the original timeline, the Third Great Ninja War would break out in full force in about a year. At that time, the current peace would be completely shattered. We're here. Kurane's voice pulled Sora back from his thoughts. Tuka saw the two and greeted them warmly. Hey, Sora, Kurane, long time no see. Boss, 21 bowls of tonkotsu ramen, extra chashu. Sora ordered expertly. 20 bowls were for him, and the other one was for Kurane. The two sat down at the counter. Kurane stole a glance at Sora and asked softly. Have missions been tough lately? You look a bit tired. It's okay. Sora smiled, just regular patrol missions. Far from it. Not long ago, I was killing and burning things at the border of the Land of Rain. He grumbled internally. Such was the life of an Anbu. You might be joking with friends during the day, and have blood on your hands by night. Sora had gradually gotten used to this double life. Steaming hot ramen was served, the rich aroma filling the air. Let's eat. They said in unison, smiling at each other. The setting sun shone through the curtains into the shop, dyeing everything a warm golden color. At this moment, war, conspiracies, life and death crises all seemed far away. Only two teenagers remained, enjoying the simple happiness brought by a bowl of ramen. The steaming hot ramen emitted an enticing aroma. Kurane ate in small bites, looking up at Sora from time to time, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes holding the unique shyness and joy of a young girl. Sora ate his noodles heartily. The taste was as delicious as ever, but his mind wasn't completely on the food. Many things had happened over these 2.5 years. Two of them were of particular note to Sora. First, Heitake Sakumo died. It was about 1.5 years ago, around Konoha year 40. Just like in the original story, Heitake Sakumo chose to abandon the mission in order to save comrades who were in a desperate situation. The news reached the village. At first, there was silence. But soon, all kinds of rumors and gossip sprouted like poisonous mushrooms after rain, quickly spreading throughout Konoha. Sora had also seen Heitake Sakumo once or twice from afar after the mission failure. The man who had once been as sharp as an unsheathed blade now appeared somewhat hunched. The light in his eyes was gone. Though still calm, beneath that calm was an indescribable weariness and disappointment. He had been the Anbu commander of Konoha, a hero admired by countless ninja. Yet overnight, he was pushed into an abyss by the very people he had sworn to protect. Sora remembered that during that period, the atmosphere at the Anbu headquarters was particularly oppressive. Many Anbu members, especially those who had been directly commanded by Heitake Sakumo or saved by him, had looks of resentment and injustice in their eyes. But they could say nothing, do nothing. Captain Fox was also unusually quiet those few days. Sora could sense that Fox held deep respect for Heitake Sakumo. Truly, laughable and tragic. Sora thought silently while eating his noodles. He had known the outcome, so he wasn't surprised. But witnessing this process firsthand gave him a deeper understanding of the darkness beneath Konoha's glossy exterior. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as expected, chose to stand by and watch. Sora understood very well that with the Hokage's authority, it wasn't completely impossible to suppress or even reverse public opinion if he wanted to. But he didn't. Finally, one morning, news came that Heitake Sakumo had committed suicide at home with a short sword. No suicide note, no explanation. He ended his life silently in this way, responding to all the criticism with the most decisive method. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 83, Chapter 83, Land of Wind Mission. A dead genius is no longer a genius. A dead hero will also soon be forgotten. Sora saw this very clearly. However, the death of Heitake Sakumo did bring some benefits that Sora had not anticipated. The biggest change was the reduction of attention from within the Anbu. When Heitake Sakumo was alive, although he showed more appreciation and expectation towards Sora, Sora could feel that scrutiny lay behind that attention. Fox's attitude towards him also carried a hint of observing on behalf of Heitake Sakumo. But with Heitake Sakumo's death and the new head captain taking office, both disappeared. Fox now treated Sora with an attitude closer to that of an elder towards a junior, carrying some care and trust. In short, Sora could clearly feel that the invisible shackles of surveillance on him had loosened by more than a little. This made it much less stressful for him to secretly develop the Azure Dragon Fruit abilities. Speaking of which, do I have to thank Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen for their godly assist. If they hadn't joined forces to pressure White Fan to his death, I'm afraid I would have had to wait a few more years to escape such focused attention so easily. Sora smiled self-mockingly, feeling no fluctuation inside. He held no ill will towards Heitake Sakumo, even somewhat admired him, but that was all. To go against the entire village's public opinion and the higher-ups' tacit approval to save White Fang. That was something only the protagonist of a overpowered fanfiction protagonist would do, not him, Sora. In this dangerous world, staying alive and protecting the people he cared about were the most important. Everything else was secondary. The second thing, Hyuga Hikaru died. It was said that he died at the hands of rogue ninja during an outside mission. But at that time, Sora happened to be on a mission nearby. When he received the distress signal and rushed to the scene, the remaining rogue ninja were either already dead or had long since fled without a trace. Only Hikaru's body lay quietly on the ground. The Hyuga main family publicly stated he was killed by rogue ninja, but Sora found an extremely minute needle puncture mark on Hikaru's head. It was the trace left when the caged bird seal was forcibly triggered, and the seal instantly destroyed the brain. Hikaru was an even more talented ninja than Niji. Sora even felt that, given the chance to grow normally, he would eventually reach Kage-level strength. Although Hikaru had a ruthless personality, in this law of the jungle ninja world, precisely such a temperament allowed one to live longer. If he were from the Hyuga main family, he might have been able to lead the Hyuga clan to a higher level. Unfortunately, Hikaru was born into a branch family. His fate was already sealed. Sora. Yui Kurene's voice pulled Sora back to reality from his memories. What are you thinking about? The noodles are almost cold. Sora snapped back to the present and smiled at Kurene. Oh, nothing. Just thinking about some mission-related things. Was the mission troublesome? Not troublesome. It's already resolved. Sora shook his head, put down his bowl, and looked out the window at the gradually darkening sky. Just feel that. Being able to quietly eat a bowl of ramen like this is really nice. Kurene nodded somewhat understandingly, a sweet smile appearing on her face again. Yeah, next time you return from a mission, let's come eat together again. Okay. Sora also smiled. Outside the window, Konoha gradually lit up with street lamps, a feeling of peace and tranquility. But Sora knew that beneath this calm, undercurrents never stopped flowing. The deaths of Heitake Sakumo and Hyuga Hikaru were merely a microcosm of this depressing ninja world. Power. Still need stronger power. Sora repeated silently in his heart. Only with sufficient power could he protect himself and this brief warmth around him within such a whirlpool. As for everything else, what did it have to do with him? The 4-day holiday passed in the blink of an eye. Early morning, Sora appeared on time at the Anbu underground headquarters. He changed into his uniform, put on his green snake mask, and headed towards the Squad C5 assembly room. Pushing the door open, Fox, Grey Wolf, and Night Owl were already waiting there. Grey Wolf leaned lazily against the wall and asked, "How was the holiday, Green Snake? Did you go on a date with your little girlfriend?" Sora helplessly shook his head. "Stop talking nonsense. Just ordinary friends." Night Owl chuckled lightly. Although he didn't speak, his eyes clearly held disbelief. Fox knocked on the table, interrupting their idle chat. "Quiet. The mission briefing is coming shortly." As soon as the words fell, a messenger ninja hawk flew in from the window and landed on Fox's outstretched arm. Fox took the small scroll from the hawk's claw, quickly scanned it, and his expression turned slightly serious. "What mission?" Seeing this, Grey Wolf put away his lazy attitude, straightened up and asked. Fox placed the scroll on the table. "Land of Wind. The Hokage has ordered us to investigate abnormal movements in the Land of Wind." Sora's heart stirred. As expected, it's here. As a transmigrator, he knew all too well that the third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest Kazekage of all generations, had already been turned into a human puppet by Sasori. This incident triggered the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War and could be considered the catalyst for the war. Sora had long anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would send people to investigate the situation in the Land of Wind. He just didn't expect the mission to fall on their squad. Grey Wolf frowned. Land of Wind. That's Tsunagakure's territory. What abnormal movements could they have? Night Owl also spoke up. There have indeed been rumors recently that the Land of Wind's borders are heavily guarded. Entry and exit checks are much stricter than usual. Fox nodded. According to intelligence, Tsunagakure has been making frequent moves recently. Large numbers of ninja have been recalled to the village. Border patrol intensity has increased several-fold, but the specific reason is unknown. Our mission is to infiltrate the Land of Wind and ascertain the reason for Tsunagakure's abnormal movements. Contact local informants if necessary, but be extremely careful not to expose our identities. Understood. The three responded in unison. Under his mask, Sora's face showed no expression, but his mind was already churning. At this point in time, Tsunagakure should not yet have publicly announced the Kazekige's disappearance. They were only searching secretly. In other words, Squad C5's mission risk factor was quite high. If they were discovered by Tsunagakure investigating the Kazekige's disappearance, it could very likely trigger a diplomatic dispute, even Ninja World War. Sarutobi Hiruzen assigning this mission to them clearly showed great confidence in Squad C5's abilities. Fox ordered. Departure in 1 hour. Make your respective preparations. This mission may require long-term. Bring sufficient supplies. Yes. The three quickly dispersed to make their own preparations. Sora returned to his own storage locker and began organizing his equipment. Kunai, shuriken, smoke bombs, soldier pills, medical kit. He carefully checked all the essentials, then neatly packed them into his backpack. Finally, he took out a small box from the back of the locker. Inside were several bottles of specially made dye. After all, his silver-white hair was too eye-catching, a very distinctive feature. He always had to do some coloring for infiltration missions. Although strange hair colors weren't uncommon in the ninja world, Sora was accustomed to thoroughly hiding his external features in missions requiring concealment. Over the past 2 years, he had grown accustomed to this pre-mission preparation routine. Every detail could be a matter of life and death. More importantly, Sora knew this matter involved Sasori of the Red Sand. Although Sasori wasn't as terrifying as in his later years, being able to single-handedly kill the third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest of all generations, meant his strength absolutely could not be underestimated. I hope I don't run into that puppet-playing kid. At Sora's current strength, dealing with ordinary Jonin was relatively easy. But against Kage-level opponents or someone of Sasori's caliber, his chances of winning weren't great. At his full strength, his strength barely qualified as a Kage-level gatekeeper, about on par with Danzo. After preparing everything, Sora arrived at the rally point. Fox, Grey Wolf, and Night Owl were also ready. Fox glanced at the three and nodded. Move out. The four turned into four black shadows, silently leaving the Anbu headquarters, racing swiftly towards the outskirts of Konoha. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 84, Chapter 84 Infiltrating the Land of Wind. Four figures darted swiftly through the dense forest, their speed so fast they left only a few blurred black shadows. It was Squad C5, where Sora belonged. It had been 3 days since they left Konoha. They had been traveling west, heading towards the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind. Tsunagakure. While maintaining high-speed movement, Sora pondered in his heart. His impression of the Land of Wind mainly came from Gaara and his siblings Temari and Kankuro in the original work, and the village perpetually shrouded in wind and sand. According to the original work, although the trigger for the Third Great Ninja War was the disappearance of the Third Kazekage, it was the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning that first ignited the war. However, Tsunagakure's internal affairs must be in complete chaos right now. The disappearance of the Third Kazekage. Such news absolutely cannot be kept secret from the higher-ups. Those below are probably searching frantically. Sora remembered that Sasori of the Red Sand defected from Tsunagakure in his teens and turned the Third Kazekage into a human puppet. Speaking of which, Konoha played an indirect key role here. If the White Fan had not been driven to suicide, Sasori would not have transferred his hatred to the Third Kazekage. Calculating the time, Sasori should have defected by now, probably hiding in some corner admiring his own artwork. Hopefully, this mission doesn't run into that freak. Sasori's puppet poison is extremely lethal. Getting even a little on you could be fatal. Sora had no desire to test the Azure Dragon Fruit's resistance to poison with his own life. We are approaching the border. Reduce speed. Heighten vigilance. The voice of Fox, the squad leader, came through his mask, interrupting Sora's train of thought. The four simultaneously slowed their speed, their movements becoming more fluid, blending into the environment like true phantoms of the night. In the border region between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, the vegetation gradually thinned, and the air began to carry a dry scent. In the distance, an expanse of yellow desert was already visible. Grey Wolf muttered in a low voice. The environment of the Land of Wind is truly harsh. Staying in a place like this for too long would probably ruin your skin. Night Owl glanced at him but did not respond, though his eyes seemed to hold a hint of agreement. Sora did not speak, silently observing their surroundings. Not long after, Fox made a hand signal, instructing everyone to stop. Fox lowered his voice and said, "There is a Tsunagakure outpost ahead. The guard is much tighter than usual. It seems the intelligence is correct. Something is definitely happening in the Land of Wind. What should we do? Go around it?" Grey Wolf asked. Fox shook his head. Going directly around is too risky. The desert terrain offers open fields of view, making it easy to be spotted. Let's first find a place to hide. We'll act after dark. The four found a concealed crevice in a rock wall, hid inside, and took turns resting and keeping watch. Sora leaned against the rock wall, resting with his eyes closed, but his mind was rapidly analyzing the current situation. Tsunagakure's strengthening border security was definitely to prevent information leakage, or to stop others from taking advantage of the chaos to infiltrate. Something like the disappearance of the Third Kazekage, once leaked, would surely attract the covetous eyes of neighboring countries, especially the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, which were watching like tigers stalking their prey. However, this was also an opportunity for them. The more chaotic it was, the easier it would be to find clues. Although Sora knew the reason for the Land of Wind's turmoil was the Third Kazekige's disappearance, the mission required solid, tangible evidence. Time passed minute by minute. The sun finally sank below the horizon. Night fell over the desert, and the temperature plummeted. "Move." Fox gave a brief order. The four, like ghosts, slipped out from their hiding place and began infiltrating into the Land of Wind. Nights in the desert were particularly cold, but they also provided the best cover. All 4 members of Sora's squad were elite Anbu, with superb infiltration skills. Coupled with Fox's rich experience, they were always able to avoid patrolling Sunanin in advance. The deeper they went into the Land of Wind, the higher the frequency of patrols became. Clearly, Tsunagakur was indeed in a state of high alert. It seems the news of the Kazekich's disappearance can no longer be concealed. At the very least, Tsunagakur's higher-ups are in disarray. Observing the situation along the way, Sora analyzed silently in his heart. Under normal circumstances, a major ninja village would not deploy so many troops on its border unless something major had happened internally. Stop. Fox suddenly raised his hand, signaling the team to halt. The 4 immediately hid behind a sand dune. What is it? Night Owl asked in a low voice. Fox pointed into the distance. There is a Tsunagakur squad heading in our direction. A considerable number, at least 10 people. Sora focused and looked. Indeed, he saw a squad of Sunanin moving swiftly in the distance, appearing to be in a hurry. Grey Wolf frowned. They don't look like a regular patrol. They seem to be searching for something. A thought occurred to Sora. He remembered that in the original events, Tsunagakur had sent out a large number of ninja to conduct a carpet search for the missing Kazekage. The Sunanin squad ahead was most likely looking for clues about the 3rd Kazekage. Fox decisively ordered, "Avoid them. Our mission is reconnaissance, not combat." The 4 silently changed direction, circling around that Sunanin squad. But they hadn't gone far before encountering another search team. The situation isn't right. Fox stopped, his tone grave. The patrol density here is too high. It will be difficult for us to proceed deeper. Grey Wolf asked, "Then what should we do? Should the mission continue?" Fox pondered for a moment, then looked at Sora. "Green Snake, what are your thoughts?" After thinking briefly, Sora spoke up. "Tsunagakur is currently short-handed. They must be recruiting large numbers of temporary workers and rogue ninja to participate in the search. We can disguise ourselves as rogue ninja and blend into a nearby town." Night Owl nodded in agreement. "Good idea. We can use this opportunity to make contact with Tsunagakur's lower-level ninja. Perhaps we can gather some intelligence." "Let's do that. There's a small town ahead. We'll go there to get some disguises." Fox thought about it and found the plan feasible. Moreover, he needed to go to a nearby town to connect with Konoha's intelligence personnel in the Land of Wind. After confirming the plan, the 4 began moving again, heading toward the nearest human settlement. Before long, Sora and the others arrived at the nearest small town. The town didn't look large, but it was bustling with people coming and going. Many ninja carrying ninja tools moved through the streets. The atmosphere seemed somewhat tense. Fox ordered, "Split up. Regroup at the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town in 1 hour. Be careful. Do not attract unnecessary attention." "Understood." The 4 scattered, blending into the crowd. Sora pulled up the hood of his cloak to cover his conspicuous white hair and walked toward a rather shabby-looking clothing store. Need to get some clothes that fit a rogue ninja's identity. It would be best to also get some sand or something to look more like a local. Sora entered the shop, quickly selected a few pieces of rough cloth clothing and headscarves suitable for the desert environment, and also bought some dyes for disguise. After preparing everything, Sora went to the designated meeting point. Fox, Grey Wolf, and Night Owl had also changed into their disguises, looking like ordinary rogue ninja. "How did it go?" Fox asked. "Basic equipment is ready. Also gathered some information." Sora showed the things he bought, paused, and continued. "Tsunagakur is indeed recruiting in large numbers. The compensation is quite substantial, but no one knows specifically what they are looking for. They only know it's a very important person or item." Fox nodded. "Consistent with the intelligence we have. Next, we will split into 2 groups. Grey Wolf and Night Owl, go check out the mercenary guild. Seize the chance to gather information. Green Snake and I will go to the black market to see if there is any related intelligence." "Understood." The 3 replied in unison. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 85, Chapter 85, The Kazekage is missing. The black market of the town was hidden underground beneath a seemingly ordinary tavern. Fox led Sora through the noisy main hall of the tavern to the kitchen area in the back. In front of an inconspicuous storage room door, Fox knocked on the door panel in a rhythmic pattern. After a moment, the door opened a crack from the inside. A pair of vigilant eyes scrutinized them from behind the crack. "Buying goods." Fox lowered his voice and gave a passcode. The door slowly opened, and a thin man gestured for them to enter. Behind the storage room, there was actually a staircase leading down to a brightly lit underground space. This was the black market. Sora looked around curiously. It was much more spacious than he had imagined, resembling an underground marketplace with people coming and going, yet it was unusually quiet. Most people wore cloaks or masks, hiding their identities. Stalls were scattered around, selling all sorts of shady goods, from forbidden jutsu scrolls, poisons, and stolen goods, to information and hiring services. Everything was available. Just as expected, a place with all sorts of people mingled together. Sora thought to himself, subconsciously raising his guard. After all, in a place like this, betrayals and robberies could happen at any time. Fox seemed very familiar with this place. He led Sora through the crowd, not looking around, heading straight for a stall in a corner. It was a stall selling various medicinal herbs and ores. The stall owner was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, lazily polishing something that looked like a beast's tooth. Fox stopped in front of the stall, pretending to select herbs, but his fingers tapped out a complex rhythm on the stall seemingly by chance. The stall owner paused his polishing slightly, looked up at Fox and Sora, especially giving Sora an extra glance, seeming somewhat surprised to see a child here. Fox whispered an order to Sora, "Wait here. Do not wander off. Do not speak to anyone." Sora nodded to show he understood. Fox and the stall owner then exchanged a glance, and the two of them walked one after another towards a small partitioned room behind the stall. So this is the contact point. Sora understood. Such a mission obviously wouldn't be executed by just their squad alone, there must be Konoha intelligence personnel cooperating. He stood quietly by the stall, eyes lowered, appearing calm, but all his senses were on high alert. Sora could feel many subtle glances sweeping over him from the surroundings, but most were just curious, without obvious malice. After all, anyone who could come to a place like this, even if they looked like a child, was definitely not a simple character. The wait wasn't long. After about 10 minutes, Fox came out and gave Sora a look. Without a word, the two quickly left the black market and returned to the tavern above ground. Only after walking out of the tavern and into a quiet alley did Fox stop. "Any gains, Captain?" Sora asked. Fox nodded, his voice beneath the mask carrying a hint of gravity. "Yes. Someone very important is indeed missing from Tsunagakure, and their status is extremely high. Although the contact couldn't confirm exactly who, speculation points to one of the top leadership." Sora's heart stirred. It was indeed information about the third Kazekich's disappearance, but on the surface he still pretended to be surprised. Top leadership? That means. Yes, the matter is more serious than we imagined. Let's regroup with Grey Wolf and the others first. An hour later, the four met again at an abandoned warehouse outside the town. Grey Wolf and Night Owl had also returned. Fox asked, "How did things go on your end?" Grey Wolf shook his head, his tone somewhat helpless. The mercenary guild was very tight-lipped. "We only know that Tsunagakure has posted a large number of search missions with high rewards, but the mission details are vague. They only say it's to find a missing person, with no specific description. Many rogue ninja and mercenaries took the missions, but none have any leads." Night Owl added. "However, it's certain that Tsunagakure's internal atmosphere is very tense. There are frequent troop movements, as if conducting a large-scale search and rescue." Fox briefly relayed the information obtained from the black market. Grey Wolf stroked his chin, speculating. "An important person missing? Who could it be? An elder? The head of a major clan? Whoever can cause such a major mobilization by the entire Tsunagakure must be someone extraordinary." Sora looked at the three lost in thought, inwardly shaking his head. Even if they pondered for days, they probably wouldn't connect the clues to the Kazekage. After all, in the inherent perception of ninja, the Kage of a village represents the pinnacle of the village's combat strength, an absolute symbol of power. Anyone else could be in trouble, but definitely not the Kazekage. Therefore, Sora deliberately spoke hesitantly. "Captain, is it possible that the missing person is the Kazekage himself?" As soon as these words were spoken, the warehouse instantly fell silent. Grey Wolf and Night Owl both turned sharply to look at Sora. Even Fox's body stiffened slightly. Grey Wolf took a sharp breath and said, "The Kazekage? Kid, you can't just say things like that." Sora calmly explained. "It's just a speculation. For the entire Tsunagakure to be in such chaos, with even border patrols and internal defenses showing obvious gaps, an ordinary high-ranking official probably doesn't carry that much weight. Moreover, if it's the Kazekage who is missing, everything makes sense, why the news is sealed so tightly, why the search is on such a large scale yet so secretive. Most importantly, if the Kazekage is missing, Tsunagakure absolutely dare not make it public. Otherwise, neighboring countries, especially the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning who are watching closely, might take advantage of the weakness." Fox remained silent for a moment. He recalled the information the contact had hinted at, indeed suggesting the missing person's status was extremely high, far beyond that of an ordinary elder. Then he slowly said, "Your speculation is bold, but not impossible. If it really is the Kazekage who is missing, then the nature of this matter changes completely. This was no longer a simple investigation mission, but a major event involving the Kage of a village. If handled improperly, it could trigger international disputes or even war. Stay here. Do not move. Heighten your vigilance. I will go confirm this information again." Fox gave the order decisively. After speaking, his figure merged into the shadows again, swiftly heading back towards the town. Only Sora, Grey Wolf, and Night Owl remained in the warehouse. After about half an hour, Fox's figure appeared again at the warehouse entrance. Grey Wolf asked eagerly, "Captain, how did it go?" Fox looked over the three of them and said solemnly, "Green Snake's guess is likely close to the truth. Although the contact still cannot confirm it 100%, the Kazekage indeed has not made any public appearances for a very long time. He has even been absent from several high-level meetings within the village, which is extremely unusual. Furthermore, the contact provided a new, important piece of information. The son of a certain high-ranking official in Tsunagakure might know some insider information. According to the contact's investigation, this person moves secretly, but in 3 days, he will appear at an oasis in the northeastern part of the Land of Wind, near the border with the Land of Rivers, for a secret transaction. Specific location? Night Owl asked. The contact only gave the general direction of the oasis. We need to find the specific transaction location ourselves, but this might be the closest source to the core information we can currently access. Grey Wolf clenched his fist. Finally, some substantial progress. It's better than searching around blindly like headless flies. Sora silently gave praise to the Konoha intelligence personnel. He just wanted to get the evidence sooner and return to complete the mission earlier. After all, the current Land of Wind could be described as a powder keg, ready to explode with a single spark. And right now, those watching the Land of Wind's movements were not just Konoha alone. Fox looked at Sora and the other two and gave the order. Rest here. Replenish supplies. We depart early tomorrow morning for the oasis. This operation is crucial. Be sure to make all necessary preparations. Yes. The three responded in unison. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 86, Chapter 86 Oasis. After leaving the small town, the group of 4 including Sora swiftly headed northeast towards the Land of Wind. The further northeast they went, the more desolate the environment became. As far as the eye could see, there was almost nothing but endless yellow sand, with only a few scattered drought-resistant plants stubbornly surviving. Fortunately, all 4 were experienced Anbu, long accustomed to various harsh environments. However, to avoid Tsunagakure patrols, they often had to take detours and even travel at night, resting in hidden places during the day. With this stop-and-go travel, 2 days later, a patch of green finally appeared on the horizon. We are here, that is the place. Fox said, pointing at the distant oasis. The 4 of them, including Sora, slowed down and cautiously approached. It was a fairly large oasis. At its center was a clear lake, surrounded by some drought-resistant plants. A few simple adobe houses were scattered around the lake, looking like a small trading post or relay station. Fox gave the order. Spread out and scout. Identify the best observation points and escape routes. Meet up at the rocky area to the north in 1 hour. Stay hidden. Do not alert anyone. Understood. The 4 immediately dispersed, silently infiltrating the oasis. Sora chose the southern area. Using the shadows of trees and buildings for cover, he moved quickly while scanning every possible location for hidden sentries or traps, mentally noting the terrain features. 1 hour later, the 4 regrouped at the northern rocky area and shared their gathered intelligence. Night Owl and Grey Wolf spoke first. The adobe houses on the west side have some civilians and merchants. No trace of shinobi found. There are several small paths behind the houses that can serve as backup escape routes. Fresh footprints and traces of ninja tool use were found in the woods to the east. Someone stayed there briefly but has already left. The south side is relatively safe. No hidden sentries found, but there are few suitable observation positions. Following them, Sora also reported his observations. After listening to the reports from the 3, Fox thought for a moment and then said, according to the intelligence, the exchange is scheduled for tomorrow at noon. We will set up our ambush here in this northern rocky area. The view is good here, and with the rock wall at our back, it is relatively secure. He pointed to several natural depressions in the rock wall and continued. Night Owl, you are responsible for surveillance from the high ground. Report any developments at all times. Grey Wolf, you will be on guard on the west side to prevent anyone from flanking us from that direction. Green Snake, you and I will lay in ambush from the front. Act according to the situation. Understood. The 3 responded in unison. With the plan decided, Sora and the others began preparing for tomorrow's operation. They carefully cleaned up any traces they left, set up a few simple warning traps, and then took turns resting to conserve their energy. Sora leaned back against a rock, resting with his eyes closed, his mind constantly turning things over. Tomorrow is the key moment. I hope we can successfully capture that high-ranking official's son, get the clues about the Kazekage's whereabouts, and then leave this troublesome place quickly. He had a persistent sense of foreboding, a feeling that this mission would not go so smoothly. The Land of Wind now was like a volcano about to erupt, and they were dancing on its rim. Although with his current strength, plus his fully revealed trump card of complete beast transformation, he could put up a fight even against a Kage-level opponent, he did not want to expose all his abilities. After all, there were plenty in the current shinobi world who were stronger than him. The reason a trump card is because others do not know about it. The night passed without incident. The next day at noon, the 4 members of Squad C5 were already in their positions, lying in wait near the oasis, quietly waiting for their prey to appear. Sora was hidden behind a thick clump of bushes, covered with a camouflage net, perfectly blending into the surroundings. His gaze was fixed on the open space by the lake, which he believed was the most likely location for the exchange to take place. Time passed minute by minute. Just as Sora began to doubt the accuracy of their intelligence, Night Owl's voice sounded softly through a special communication method. Target sighted. East side. A team of 5. They are heading towards the open space by the lake. Sora's spirits lifted, and he focused his gaze. He saw 5 people walking from the east. Leading them was a young man in his 20s dressed in luxurious silk robes. His face was pale, his eyes shifting uneasily, looking like someone who had indulged excessively. He was accompanied by 4 guards dressed as shinobi. But judging from their gait and aura, their strength was at most Chunin level. Is this the high-ranking official's son? He doesn't look like much. Can a guy like this really know the inside story of the Kazekich's disappearance? Sora assessed in his mind. But appearances can be deceiving. Perhaps precisely because he seemed incompetent, he was sent for this secret exchange. The 5 of them stopped after reaching the open space by the lake. The young man kept looking around nervously. The 4 guards spread out around him, vigilantly observing their surroundings. After a while, another group appeared. 5 cloaked figures approached from the west. Their faces were not visible, but from their demeanor and movements, they seemed to be experienced shinobi. The 2 groups met in the center of the open space and began talking in low voices. Due to the distance, Sora could not hear what they were saying, but he could see the young man take out a small scroll from his robes and hand it to the leader of the other group. The other person examined the scroll, then handed over a heavy-looking money pouch. An information exchange? So this kid is selling Tsunagakure intelligence for money. Sora thought to himself with disdain. It seemed no place was free from a few corrupt individuals. The exchange concluded quickly. Neither party lingered, soon parting ways and leaving separately. Follow them. We will move after they get a bit further from the oasis. Fox made a hand signal. Then, the 4 of them, Sora included, followed the 5-man team like ghosts, silently maintaining a safe distance. The young man and his guard seemed completely unaware of being followed, chatting and laughing along the way, apparently very pleased with the successful exchange. After traveling about 2 or 3 kilometers from the oasis, the surroundings had become completely barren desert, devoid of any signs of human habitation. Now, Fox gave a low shout. 4 figures lunged at the targets like leopards. Bam! Sora pushed off the ground, rushing forward swiftly, his target directly aimed at the young man in the luxurious robes. Enemy attack. The guards finally reacted, hurriedly drawing their ninja tools to meet the assault. But how could these guards, whose strength was at most Chunin level, be a match for elite Anbu? Grey Wolf charged into the midst of the guards like a whirlwind, his short sword flashing, instantly taking down 2 guards. Night Owl's situation was similar, swiftly dispatching the remaining 2 guards. Fox did not join the fight. Instead, he stood guard on the periphery, watching for any unexpected developments. Sora reached the young man with almost no effort. The other man's face turned deathly pale with fright. Trembling, he tried to form hand seals to resist, but he was too nervous, unable to even form the simplest seal correctly. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 87, Chapter 87, Magneto Release, Toroa. Do not kill me. My father is a Tsunagakure elder. I will give you anything you want. The young man collapsed on the ground, begging incoherently. Sora ignored his pleas, delivering a precise knife-hand strike to the back of his neck. The young man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted limply. Even easier than imagined. It seems Tsunagakure's attention is completely focused on searching for the Kazekage. Even the protection for high-ranking children is this weak. Sora thought to himself, but this also confirmed how much impact the Kazekige's disappearance had caused in Tsunagakure. Fox, who had been standing guard nearby, gave a cold order. Clean the scene, take the target, withdraw immediately. Grey Wolf and Night Owl quickly dragged the guard corpses behind a dune to bury them. Sora slung the unconscious young men over his shoulder. The 4 of them disappeared silently into the vast desert, just like when they arrived, leaving only a few footprints soon covered by wind and sand. The capture was surprisingly smooth, but extracting clues about the Kazekige's disappearance from this guy and safely returning the information to Konoha was the main challenge. Inside a hidden cave in the desert, the 4 members of Squad C5 threw the unconscious young man onto the sandy ground. Fox made a gesture. Grey Wolf stepped forward and unceremoniously threw a ladle of cold water on the young man's face. Cough, cough, cough. The young man jolted awake, looking around in panic. Seeing 4 masked figures surrounding him, he trembled in fear. You, who are you? What do you want? Money. My father has a lot of money. Fox's voice came through the mask, coldly stating, we do not want money. We just need you to answer a few questions. The young man's eyes flickered, feigning calm. What questions? I will tell you what I know. What has Tsunagakure been searching for recently? Fox got straight to the point. The young man's face changed slightly, he stammered, no, nothing, just some regular patrol missions. Grey Wolf stepped forward impatiently, pressing a kunai against the young man's throat. Kid, do not play tricks. Do regular patrols require mobilizing the entire village's strength? Do they require high-ranking children like you to sneak out to sell information? Feeling the cold touch of the kunao, the young man broke out in a cold sweat from fear. But unexpectedly, despite his fear, he gritted his teeth. I do not know what you are talking about. They are just regular search missions. Sora stood to the side, carefully observing the others' reactions. Just as expected, involving the Kazekage, he dares not speak. If he talks, it is a death sentence when he returns, possibly implicating his entire clan. In comparison, dying at our hands might be quicker. Night Owl crouched down, softening his voice deliberately. Tell us the truth. We can guarantee your safety, even help you leave the land of wind. A flicker of hesitation crossed the young man's eyes, but it was quickly covered by greater fear. No, I really do not know anything. Even if you kill me, I do not know. Fox exchanged a glance with the other three. Although the young man was tight-lipped, that moment of fear and hesitation just now was enough to indicate the problem. He did know inside information, and it was serious enough to make him prefer death over revealing it. It seems Green Snake's guess is almost certainly correct. The missing person is really the third Kazekage. Fox thought gravely. This was definitely a major event that could shake the entire ninja world. Captain, it seems we cannot get anything out of him. Grey Wolf put away the kunao. This guy fears the people behind him more than he fears us. Fox nodded. Knock him out and take him. Back in Konoha, the torture and interrogation department has plenty of ways to make him talk. Sora stepped forward, delivering another precise knife-hand strike to the back of the young man's neck. Fox gave the order. Withdraw quickly. We should not stay here. Grey Wolf carried the unconscious young man. The four quickly left the cave, heading rapidly towards the direction of the land of rivers. Traveling through the desert was not easy, especially while carrying a prisoner. Fortunately, all four were Anbu elites, their stamina far exceeding ordinary people, so their speed did not slow much. Sora maintained high-speed movement while vigilantly observing his surroundings. For some reason, he felt uneasy, as if being watched by something dangerous. Is it an illusion? Or, just as Sora was pondering, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something cutting through the air shot rapidly from the distance. Its target was Fox at the front of the team. Captain, be careful. Sora gave the warning first. Fox reacted extremely fast, almost instinctively leaping back to the side. Rip! A square shuriken sparkling with electricity grazed the edge of Fox's clothes, embedding deeply into the sandy ground. The shuriken had a peculiar shape, covered with mysterious patterns, and electricity flowed over it. Magneto release. Lightning blade Fong. A low voice came from the distance. Not far away, on top of a sand dune, four figures had appeared unnoticed. The leader was a tall, dark-skinned Kimagakure ninja. He wore the Kimo forehead protector, had a lightning-shaped tattoo below his right eye, and his gaze was sharp. Most noticeable were the large shield on his back and the several square shuriken hanging at his waist. Trouble. Sora's heart sank. The person before them was precisely the Magneto release user from Kimagakure, Toroa. In Sora's perception, one elite Jonin, Toroa, plus 2 Jonin and 1 sensor ninja. Such a lineup was definitely an elite squad from Kimo. As for Sora's group of 4, aside from Fox being a veteran Jonin, the others were Takebutsu Jonin. Their strength was completely mismatched. What was Toroa's group's target? Were they also after the information about the Kazekage's disappearance? Or, were they simply trying to intercept Konoha's gains? Fox clearly recognized the other's identity as well. He made a hand signal. The 4 members of Squad C5 immediately formed a back-to-back defensive formation. Friends from Kimo, what is the meaning of this? Fox spoke calmly, his voice coming through the mask, showing no emotional fluctuation. Toroa grinned, showing his white teeth. Nothing much. Just seeing you all in a hurry, carrying a noble kid, made us a bit curious. His gaze fell on the young man being held by Grey Wolf, a flash of greed in his eyes. Hand him over to us. You can leave safely. Toroa's tone carried an undeniable note. Otherwise. He shook the square shuriken in his hand, the threat clear. Under his mask, Sora frowned tightly. The other side had 4 people, clearly superior in strength. His own side was not weak, but having to split attention to protect an unconscious prisoner would put them at a disadvantage in a real fight. Moreover, Toroa's Magneto release was very troublesome. It could magnetize metal. Once tools were magnetized, they became difficult to use effectively. A direct fight is not wise, but to hand over the captured intelligence source. Sora looked at Fox, waiting for his decision. Fox remained silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled lightly. Kimo's reach is truly long. This is the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers, not the land of lightning. The weak have no diplomacy. The strong take all. Is not that the rule of the ninja world? Toroa smiled indifferently. Last time I ask, will you hand him over? The 3 Kimagakure ninja behind him simultaneously stepped forward. Powerful chakra fluctuations spread out, forming an intangible pressure. A fight was imminent. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 88, Chapter 88, The Deadlock. The air in the desert seemed to have solidified. Under his mask, Sora's brows furrowed tightly, his brain operating at high speed. Toroe, Elite Jonin, Magnet Release Kekii Genkai. The tall, thin man and the short, muscular bald man behind him had intense chakra fluctuations. They were definitely Jonin level. The last female ninja wearing glasses had a slightly weaker presence, probably a Takebutsu Jonin. But she appeared in a squad of this composition, so she certainly couldn't be underestimated. The strength is completely unequal. Sora felt heavy inside. On his side, Captain Fox was a veteran Jonin with rich experience. But with only him alone, he couldn't hold up everything. Grey Wolf and Night Owl were both Takebutsu Jonin, strong in actual combat. But against true Jonin, they were absolutely no match. Although Sora had many trump cards, his apparent strength was only at the Takebutsu Jonin level. The most crucial point was, the other side had a professional sensor ninja. Sora glanced at that female Kumonin wearing glasses. No wonder they could discover us in advance. The lack of a professional sensor-type ninja in our squad has always been our weakness. Night Owl's sensing is only slightly stronger than an ordinary ninja's. Dealing with a professional like this is simply not enough. He recalled the smoothness of the journey so far. It turned out they had already been targeted by the other side. His own unease and premonition were not unfounded. Sora was not surprised by Kumo's arrival either. The Land of Wind at this moment could be described as a hodgepodge of spies from the 4 great nations. The Land of Lightning was even more special. Its domestic environment was mostly steep mountains and harsh conditions, with scarce resources. The entire village, from top to bottom, exuded a style of bandits and robbers. Seizing resources, seizing Kekii Genkai, seizing Jinchuriki, it was almost their traditional skill. Sora even suspected that Toroa's magnet release Kekii Genkai might very well have been something Kumo snatched from some unfortunate Sunanin and then passed down generation by generation. After all, in the original story, they even dared to forcefully try to kidnap the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter, Hinata. What wouldn't they do? Toroa's voice, carrying a teasing tone, broke the stalemate. What are you thinking, Kanahanin? My patience is limited. He shook the peculiar square shuriken in his hand. Electric sparks crackled on it. Fox remained silent, giving no response. But Sora could sense the chakra around him beginning to slowly flow, like a leopard ready to pounce. Next, Sora saw Fox's fingers behind his back quickly make several Anbu-specific hand signals. Disperse. Breakthrough. Abandon the target. The command was crystal clear. Sora's heart tightened. He immediately understood Fox's intention. A direct fight meant certain death. Handing over that Suna youth would absolutely not buy safety. Kumo's style had always been to take everything and leave nothing behind. They would never leave survivors to go back and report. Moreover, based on Sora's knowledge, this Toroe had a self-centered, arrogant personality. Faced with this near-crushing situation, he would definitely not let the 4 of them leave. The only way out was to take advantage of the enemy's underestimation, scatter and break through. Escape whoever could. Fine. Fox suddenly spoke. His voice remained calm, not revealing any trace of panic. You can have him. I hope you keep your promise. As he spoke, he made a hand signal to Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf pretended to hesitate for a moment. Then he forcefully threw the unconscious Suna youth on his shoulder towards the empty ground to Toroa's left. The moment the youth left his hands, "Go!" Fox shouted in a low voice. The 4 of them, as if they had agreed beforehand, instantly shot out violently in 4 different directions. Their speed increased to the maximum, without any hesitation or looking back. Humph. I was already prepared for this move of yours. Yumiko. Toroa seemed to have anticipated this. He didn't go to catch the flying youth. Instead, he snorted coldly. That female Kumonin wearing glasses, Yumiko, rapidly formed hand seals with both hands. Secret technique. 4-sided lock formation. An invisible wave instantly spread out with her as the center, like a giant spider web enveloping the surrounding space. Sora, who was fleeing at high speed, immediately felt his body grow heavy, as if crashing into a layer of sticky glue. His speed involuntarily slowed down. From the corner of his eye, he saw the figures of Fox, Grey Wolf, and Night Owl also noticeably stagnate. Their breakout momentum was interrupted. Bad. It's a large-scale barrier-type technique. Sora's heart sank. This Yumiko was clearly not just a sensor ninja. She actually knew this kind of barrier secret technique that could restrict enemies over a wide area. With this, they were completely put on the defensive. Capture them. That kid seems interesting. I want him alive. Toroa gave a fierce laugh and finally gave the order. As Sora suspected, he had no intention of letting anyone go. The battle erupted instantly. Toroa did not choose the strategy of matching strengths and weaknesses. His own person transformed into a flash of lightning, charging straight at the strongest, Fox. The huge shield on his back had somehow been taken into his hands at some point, surrounded by lightning. Magnet release. Shield bash. Fox did not dare to be negligent. He instantly drew the special material short sword he had specifically prepared before coming to the Land of Wind. The blade was covered with condensed wind attribute chakra, attempting to cut through the magnet release defense. Wind release. Vacuum blade. Boom. Lightning and wind blades violently collided, stirring up a cloud of dust. The two instantly fought together, their speed dazzlingly fast. On the other side, the tall, thin Kimonin Jonin gave a weird laugh. With a wave of both hands, several shuriken flashing with electric light shot towards Grey Wolf from bizarre angles. Lightning release. Lightning Fong Senbon. Grey Wolf roared angrily. His body rapidly dodged. The kunao in his hands precisely parried. But he was clearly suppressed by the dense lightning release attacks, forced to constantly retreat and evade. The bald Kimonin roared wildly as he charged towards Night Owl. His attack style was wide open and unrestrained. His fists and feet were wrapped with heavy earth attribute chakra. Earth release. Rock fist technique. Night Owl's figure was nimble, moving like a ghost between the gaps of the heavy attacks. But the bald Kimonin's strength and defense were extremely strong. Her containment efforts seemed exceptionally difficult. And Sora's opponent was precisely that female censor ninja wearing glasses, Yumiko. As expected, matched according to strength. This guy Toroa is truly arrogant. He chose the opponent that best showcases his martial prowess, not the most efficient distribution. Sora analyzed rapidly in his heart. This was fortunate amidst misfortune. If Toroa came to deal with him personally, or sent a jonin, the pressure would be much greater. Yumiko adjusted her glasses. Her tone was flippant. Little brother, big sister will play with you. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Sora did not reply. He silently assumed a combat stance. At the same time, his gaze quickly swept across the entire battlefield. Captain Fox had already engaged Toroa. Although Fox could hold on for a short while, Grey Wolf and Night Owl could not. Must end this quickly, then go support them. Otherwise, if Grey Wolf and Night Owl collapse first, it's all over. Oh dear, little brother still has time to care about others. Yumiko seemed to have noticed Sora's distraction. She chuckled and formed hand seals. Let big sister see your skills. Genjutsu. Fox mind technique. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 89, Chapter 89, Instant Kill of Yumiko. Genjutsu, Fox Heart Technique. The moment Yumiko's voice fell, Sora only felt the scene before his eyes sway slightly, as if a faint mist was spreading, and the faint, indistinct whisper of a fox seemed to ring in his ears. So Kimonin can also use such obscure genjutsu. Sora snorted coldly in his heart. Of all things, why use genjutsu? If it were an ordinary special jonin, even if they could break it, their mind would inevitably be dazed for an instant. But for him, who possessed the Azure Dragon Fruit and had experienced the test of the Sharingan's genjutsu, there was no need to deliberately mobilize chakra to resist. The majesty of the Azure Dragon within him, as if provoked, erupted on its own. Bzzzt. An intangible, formless, yet vast and mighty dragon's might centered on Sora, abruptly spread out. The sensation flashed by, so fast it was almost imperceptible. But in Yumiko's perception, it felt like crashing into an indestructible steel barrier with a terrifying recoil force. Ugh, ah. Yumiko let out a short cry of pain. Her eyes behind her glasses widened suddenly, filled with disbelief. She felt that the moment her genjutsu chakra touched the other's mind, it was ruthlessly crushed and rebounded by a more overbearing, more ancient and majestic force. Genjutsu backlash. It felt like a needle had been viciously jabbed into her brain, causing waves of sharp pain. Her vision blurred and doubled for an instant. How is this possible? My genjutsu was instantly rebounded. This guy, isn't he a taijutsu user? How can his mental power be? Yumiko was horrified in her heart. She couldn't understand it at all. A Konoha Anbu who looked only about 10 years old, clearly specializing in taijutsu, how could he possess such formidable mental power, strong enough to rebound her meticulously cultivated genjutsu? This simply defied logic. However, in the midst of battle, the situation changes in an instant. There was simply no time for her to ponder this illogical point. Just as she was frozen in a brief moment of stiffness due to the genjutsu backlash, Sora moved. He had been waiting for this exact moment. Third gate, gate of life, open, boom. Green energy steam erupted instantly from Sora's body. Although only the third gate was opened, combined with Sora's formidable physical constitution, the speed unleashed at this moment had already reached an extremely terrifying level. A cold glint flashed in Sora's eyes as he powerfully pushed off with his foot. Thud. The sandy ground was kicked into a shallow pit. His figure vanished from his original spot like a ghost, leaving only a faint green afterimage in the air. Not good. Yumiko's pupils constricted sharply. A strong sense of crisis made her scalp tingle. She desperately wanted to retreat, wanted to form hand seals for defense, but the pain in her brain and the stiffness of her body made her fatally slow by a critical beat. Her vision couldn't even capture Sora's specific movements. She only saw a blur of green rapidly enlarging before her eyes. But as a sensory ninja, her chakra perception clearly captured Sora closing in at a terrifying speed, carrying an intense oppressive force. However, the speed was simply too fast, making defense completely impossible. The next moment, an indescribable tremendous force smashed violently onto the arm she had hastily raised in defense. Crack. The clear sound of bone fracture rang out. Ah! Yumiko screamed in agony. Excruciating pain shot through her arm as her entire body flew backward uncontrollably. But Sora's attack did not stop. Having landed a hit, his figure stuck close like a shadow to the flying Yumiko. His right fist, covered in fine dragon scales and shimmering with green light, struck out again. This punch aimed straight for Yumiko's chest. Fast, accurate, ruthless, without the slightest hesitation or mercy. Sora understood clearly that in such a group battle with a disparity in strength, once an advantage is gained, the opponent's effective force must be reduced at the fastest possible speed. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself and one's teammates. Thump. A dull impact sound rang out. Yumiko's body flew through the air like a kite with its string cut, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the sandy ground over 10 meters away, tumbling several more times before coming to a stop. She lay limp in the sand. Her sternum was visibly sunken, blood continuously spilling from her mouth. Her body twitched slightly, her gaze unfocused. She had clearly lost consciousness, her fate unknown. Instant kill. From the genjutsu rebound to the violent assault, the entire process took only 2 or 3 breaths. The key figure who had caused Sora and his team to be surrounded, Yumiko, hadn't even had time to display more of her abilities before being cleanly and efficiently dealt with by Sora. One down. Sora slowly let out a sigh. He didn't even glance at the fate-unknown Yumiko in the distance, instead swiftly scanning the entire battlefield with his eyes. The situation was not optimistic. Grey Wolf had already fallen to the ground, motionless. The sand beneath him was stained red. The tall, thin Kimo Jonin was walking towards him with a vicious grin, seemingly intending to deliver a final blow. Grey Wolf. Sora's heart tightened. Night Owl's situation was slightly better. Relying on agile movement techniques and speed, he was still maneuvering against the bald Kimo Jonin, but was clearly at the end of his rope. His movements were getting slower and slower, and defeat was only a matter of time. And the captain, Fox. Sora looked towards the most intense part of the fight. The battle between Fox and Toroa had reached a white-hot intensity. The clashing sounds of ding-ding-dang-dang were incessant. Bolts of lightning and wind blades flew everywhere, each exchange carrying deadly intent. Fox's combat experience was extremely rich. His wind-release chakra blade technique was sharp and fierce, often launching attacks from inconceivable angles. But Toroa's magnet release was far too troublesome. His huge shield could not only easily block Fox's attacks, but the magnetic force attached to it continuously interfered with Fox's chakra short sword. Sora could even see that Fox's specially made short sword, which should have been unaffected by magnet release, was now vibrating slightly in its blade. Fox's movements would occasionally show an unnatural hint of stiffness. Clearly, the intensity of Toroa's magnet release exceeded expectations, affecting even weapons made of such special materials. More importantly, Toroa's square shuriken appeared unpredictably. The lightning release chakra attached to them was highly penetrating, forcing Fox to expend a great deal of energy dodging and parrying. Fox was already at a disadvantage, only holding on through sheer effort. His defeat was probably also just a matter of time. This is a huge trouble. Sora analyzed rapidly in his mind. The captain is completely tied up by Toroa. Defeat is inevitable sooner or later. Grey Wolf's fate is unknown. We must rescue him immediately. Night Owl can't hold on much longer either. We must save one first to relieve the pressure. His gaze quickly shifted between Grey Wolf and Night Owl. Saving Grey Wolf meant facing the tall, thin Kimo Jonin head-on. The fact that the other could take down Grey Wolf in the same time it took Sora to instantly kill Yumiko showed he was an exceptionally strong fighter even among Jonin. Once entangled, the consequences would be hard to predict. Moreover, Grey Wolf's injuries were unclear. Even if saved, he would lose his combat ability in the short term and instead become a burden. Saving Night Owl meant facing the bald Kimo Jonin known for strength and defense. Night Owl still had speed. With the two of them cooperating, perhaps they could resolve the opponent faster, or at least form a stalemate. Go to Night Owl's side. In a flash, Sora made his decision. As long as he and Night Owl quickly dealt with the bald one, they could free their hands to face the tall, thin Kimo Ninja 2 against 1, and then go support Fox. This was the only chance to break the current deadlock. With his mind made up, Sora hesitated no longer. Pushing off with his foot, he rushed at high speed towards the battle between Night Owl and the bald Kimo Jonin. Hang on, Night Owl. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 90, Chapter 90 Intense Battle Against the Cloud Duo. Hold on, Night Owl. Sora inwardly shouted, increasing his speed another threefold as he swiftly charged towards the battlefield where Night Owl and the bald Kimonin were fighting. His entry was completely unexpected, his speed so fast it left only an afterimage on the sandy ground. The bald Kimonin, who was fully focused on suppressing Night Owl, clearly did not anticipate that Sora could resolve the situation with Yumiko so quickly and come to support. It wasn't until Sora closed into within a few meters, the sharp rush of air from his fist hitting his face, that he jolted in alarm. Earth style, earth wall. The bald Kimonin possessed extremely rich combat experience. Though startled, he did not panic. He abandoned his pursuit of Night Owl and slammed both fists into the ground. Boom. A thick earthen wall instantly erupted from the ground, blocking the space between him and Sora. But Sora's target was never a direct attack on him. Sora's figure did not pause in the slightest. Like a swimming fish, he slid along the edge of the earthen wall, his right leg, transformed by dragonification and wrapped in bandages, sweeping fiercely like a steel whip towards the bald Kumonine's lower body. This strike was powerful and heavy, carrying the violent power unleashed after opening the third gate. The bald Kumonine's pupils contracted. He clearly hadn't expected Sora's change of move to be so fast and so tricky, but he was exceptionally skilled in Earth-style hardening techniques and powerful frontal assaults. Though caught off guard, he could only hastily gather part of his chakra into his legs for hardened defense while retreating backward. Thud! Sora's leg whip slammed hard into his hardened shin, producing a dull impact sound. The bald Kumonine felt his shin go numb, his body stumbling uncontrollably. Although he wasn't seriously injured, his offense was completely disrupted, and a slight flaw appeared in his previously perfect defensive posture. So hard. This bald guy's defense is ridiculously abnormal. Sora exclaimed inwardly in surprise. This was the first ninja he had encountered who completely defied the Naruto world's usual high attack, low defense rule. He felt as though his kick had swept against solid alloy, the recoil making his own shin ache slightly. Green Snake. The pressure on Night Owl suddenly lessened. She seized the chance to retreat and catch her breath, her voice carrying a trace of fatigue and surprise. She hadn't expected Sora to deal with the troublesome Kunoichi so quickly. Sora gave her a slight nod, but his gaze remained fixed on the bald Kumonine who had just steadied himself. He said in a low voice, "Together. Let's finish him first." "Okay." Night Owl agreed without hesitation, tightening her grip on the Kunao again. However, just as the two prepared to attack the bald Kumonine together, thinking of 2 against 1, have you asked me? A cold voice suddenly came from the side and behind them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several lightning-wrapped senbon shot toward the backs of Sora and Night Owl like venomous snakes. Both of them tensed instantly and were forced to abandon their attack, dodging rapidly to either side. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The lightning senbon embedded deeply into the sandy ground where they had just stood, emitting sizzling electrical sounds. Sora stabilized his stance and looked up. He saw that the tall, thin Kumonine Jonin had appeared at the edge of the battlefield at some point, staring at them with a teasing gaze, like a cat playing with mice. Meanwhile, over at Grey Wolf's location, where he should have gone to finish the job, there was currently no movement at all. Sora quickly glanced over with the corner of his eye and saw that Grey Wolf was still lying there, though his chest seemed to be faintly rising and falling. Alive? This guy thinks Grey Wolf no longer poses a threat, so he prioritized coming for us. Sora instantly understood. The tall, thin Kumonine licked his lips, looking at Sora with a flash of surprise and greed in his eyes. "Brat, I didn't expect you to deal with Yumiko so quickly, seems you're hiding quite a few secrets. Capturing you might be more valuable than that Suna brat." He had originally thought that dealing with a Takubitsu Jonin level brat would be easy for Yumiko, or at least result in a stalemate. He hadn't expected her to be counter-killed in such a short time. That made him extremely interested in Sora. As for feeling sorrow or anger over Yumiko's death, that didn't exist. In Kumogakure, from top to bottom, strength was supreme. Dying only meant you weren't strong enough, nothing worth caring about. Reiga, stop the chatter and subdue them quickly. The bald Kumonine twisted his numb shin and spoke in a deep, muffled voice. The way he looked at Sora now carried clear seriousness and irritation. Being forced back by a brat made him feel deeply humiliated. "Got it, Gonko." The tall, thin Kumonine named Reiga sneered coldly and swung his hands again, firing several more lightning senbon to block Sora and Night Owl's paths of movement. The situation instantly turned into a 2-on-2. Yet the pressure on Sora and Night Owl did not decrease at all, on the contrary, it increased. One possessed astonishing defensive power and terrifying strength, Gonko, the other had extreme speed and tricky, bizarre attacks, Reiga. With these two working together, the effect was absolutely greater than 1+1. Troublesome, these two must have very tight coordination. Sora's mind raced. I have to break their rhythm. Night Owl, I'll be the main attacker. You restrain the thin one. Sora shouted in a low voice, without hesitation raising his chakra again. Fourth gate, Gate of Pain, open. Boom. Even more violent green energy steam erupted from Sora's body. The powerful chakra airflow blasted sand and dust into the air. His skin began to turn red, blood vessels bulging slightly. Fortunately, with Sora's constitution and recovery ability, the burden of opening 4 gates was far lighter than it would be for ordinary people. What? He can power up again. Shock flashed through Reiga's eyes. This brat, what kind of monster is he? Even the usually steady Gonko's expression grew even more serious. After all, even among Jonin in Kumogakure, not everyone was familiar with the secret technique known as the 8 gates. Here I come. Sora roared lowly, his figure vanishing instantly. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gonko. His dragonified fist, carrying a piercing shriek as it tore through the air, smashed fiercely toward his opponent's face. His speed was more than twice what it had been before. Earth style, rock fist. Gonko roared angrily, neither dodging nor retreating, his massive rock fist smashing forward to meet it head-on. He had absolute confidence in his own strength and defense, reinforced multiple times by Earth-style. Thud. The two fists collided, producing a deafening explosive sound. This time, Gonko's expression changed drastically. He felt an unimaginable surge of power coming from Sora's seemingly small fist, numbing his arm. The rock covering his fist actually developed fine cracks. His entire body staggered backward, step, 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 retreating 3 full steps before barely stabilizing himself. How is this possible? His strength, increased by this much in an instant. Gonko was inwardly horrified. But Sora's attacks were like a raging storm, giving him no chance to catch his breath at all. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, every part of his body turned into a lethal weapon, unleashing a continuous, relentless assault around Gonko. The speed was so fast that only trails of green afterimages could be seen. Boom boom boom. Dull impact sounds rang out without pause. Gonko pushed his Earth-style hardening technique to its absolute limit, his entire body seeming to transform into a rock giant as he barely defended against Sora's fierce onslaught. Yet every block made his arms tremble violently, and the sandy ground beneath his feet continuously exploded into craters, clearly bearing immense pressure. He was actually being completely suppressed by Sora. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 91, Chapter 91, Scorching Dragon Breath. On the other side, Night Owl was also fiercely clashing with Rega. Night Owl's movements were like a ghost, weaving and dodging through Rega's dense barrage of lightning release, Senbon attacks, her kunao occasionally stabbing out like a poisonous snake, forcing Rega to defend. Although Rega's speed couldn't compare to Sora with the 4 gates open, it was still extremely fast. Moreover, his attacks carried a lightning paralysis effect, making the fight exceptionally difficult for Night Owl. She could only barely contain him, utterly incapable of providing Sora with any effective support. Damn Konoha rats, is hiding all you can do? Frustrated by his prolonged failure to land a hit, Rega formed hand seals even faster. Lightning release, earth flow. Zzzzzzz. Intense electrical currents instantly channeled into the ground, spreading towards Night Owl like a spider web. Night Owl's face changed, and she hastily leaped to dodge. But the moment she was airborne with no footing, a ferocious grin spread across Rega's face. 3 specially made lightning release shuriken he had prepared earlier shot out at high speed, sealing off all her possible escape routes. It's over. Just as Night Owl was about to be hit. Whoosh! A smoke bomb suddenly exploded at her feet, dense smoke instantly enveloping the area. Thump, thump, thump. The 3 shuriken shot into the smoke, but seemed to disappear without a trace, making no sound of hitting their target. Rega frowned. Sora's figure, having momentarily forced Gonko back, had appeared at the edge of the smoke. With a sharp wave of his hand, a whirlwind kicked up, dispersing the smoke to reveal Night Owl inside, completely unharmed. Clearly, Sora had used the smoke bomb and wind at the critical moment to disrupt Rega's vision and attack. TCH, troublesome brat. Rega spat in annoyance, his eyes turning colder. He hadn't expected Sora to divide his attention while in the thick of battle and use such a trick to save Night Owl. The 4 of them fell into a brief standoff again, but the atmosphere was even more tense, filled with the smell of gunpowder. Sora was breathing slightly heavily. Although opening the 4th gate placed less burden on his body compared to ordinary people, the consumption of stamina and chakra was real. Simultaneously dealing with 2 well-coordinated Jonin, even with Night Owl providing support from the side, was immensely stressful. This absolutely cannot continue. Sora's gaze rapidly swept across the entire battlefield, his mind racing as he analyzed the desperate situation before him. The captain over there. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the fight between Fox and Toroa. The situation was extremely bad. Fox's breathing had become heavy, his movements noticeably slower. The specially made chakra short sword was now covered in notches. Every time it clashed with Toroa's magnetically infused shield, it sparked violently and trembled even more intensely. Toroa, on the other hand, seemed perfectly at ease, even wearing a mocking, cat-and-mouse smile on his face. His square shuriken appeared unpredictably, constantly launching attacks from bizarre angles, forcing Fox to keep dodging, draining his stamina and focus. The captain is just a regular Jonin. Being able to hold out for this long against Toroa, an elite Jonin with magnet release, is already pushing his limit. Sora's heart sank. If Fox were defeated and Toroa became free, all of them would die here today. Grey Wolf's condition is unknown. Night Owl. Sora looked at his teammate beside him. Night Owl had steadied herself, but the hand holding her kunao trembled slightly. Clearly, Rega's lightning release earlier had imposed a significant burden on her. Her chakra was severely depleted, and she probably couldn't hold on for much longer. And on my side. Sora's gaze returned to the 2 enemies before him. The bald Gonko had monstrous defense and terrifying strength, like an immovable iron turtle. The tall, thin Rega had incredible speed, and his attacks carried lightning paralysis, making his harassment and sneak attacks extremely annoying. One attacked, one defended. Together, their coordination was seamless. Their teamwork must be broken. Focus fire to eliminate one first. A flash of determination crossed Sora's eyes. He took a deep breath, chakra surging within him once more, deciding on a risky move. Night Owl, cover me. Sora shouted lowly, his hands suddenly forming hand seals. Still trying to use ninjutsu. Reiga sneered. At this close range, you think I'll give you the chance? His hands moved in a flurry, instantly shooting over a dozen lightning release Senbon at Sora like a storm, attempting to interrupt his seals. But at that moment, Night Owl moved. Gathering her strength, her figure flickered like a ghost. She swung her kunai, accurately knocking away most of the Senbon, buying Sora a precious moment. Humph! Asking for death. Gonko roared, his massive stone fist taking the opportunity to smash towards Night Owl, who was busy blocking, attacking where she must defend. However, Sora's hand seals were already complete. Fire release, great fireball technique. Boom! An enormous, blazing fireball, far larger than a regular great fireball, with a color much deeper and tinged with a hint of bluish-green, erupted fiercely from Sora's mouth. Carrying a terrifying, incinerating heat, it didn't shoot directly at Gonko or Reiga, but instead slammed into the ground between the two of them. What? Both Gonko and Reiga were shocked, not expecting the scale of Sora's fire release to be so vast, nor that he would target empty ground. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. Scorching shockwaves mixed with billowing sand and dust violently spread out in all directions. This was definitely not the power a C-rank technique should have. This was the scorching dragon breath belonging to the Azure Dragon. Gonko and Reiga instinctively retreated, avoiding the impact of the shockwaves. Their originally tight formation was instantly, forcibly torn apart by the sudden explosion and sandstorm. Now, this was exactly the effect Sora wanted. Fifth gate, Gate of Limit, open. After quickly opening the fifth gate, Sora used the cover of the explosion. He pushed off powerfully with his feet, his figure charging directly into the dust cloud, his target set squarely on Gonko, who had fallen back half a step. His fist, covered in fine dragon scales and shimmering with green light, concentrated all his power at this moment, and blasted towards Gonko's chest. Don't underestimate me. Earth release, Earth Mountain armor. Gonko, maintaining his composure in the face of danger, roared. The stone armor on his chest instantly thickened to more than double, shimmering with a heavy, earthen yellow glow. Thump! A heavy, dull sound rang out. Sora's punch, concentrated with the power of the 8 inner gate's fifth gate, slammed hard into Gonko's chest. Crack! The thickened stone armor on Gonko's chest shattered in response, fragments flying everywhere. His massive body shook violently. A flash of pain crossed his face as his feet stumbled back several steps. A metallic taste rose in his throat, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But he had actually withstood it. He only suffered some internal vibration, not losing his fighting ability. Damn it! This turtle shell is really hard. Sora inwardly cursed. This was already the strongest attack he could unleash in his normal state. However, at that very moment, as his old force was spent and new force had yet to be born. Got you, brat. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 92 Chapter 92 The Collapsing Situation. Got you, kid. A sinister voice, like that of a devil, sounded behind Sora. It was Reiga. Using his speed advantage, he had long since bypassed the explosion area, appearing behind Sora's blind spot as if by teleportation. The short blade in his hand, flashing with a blinding electric light, ruthlessly stabbed towards Sora's back. This strike was cunning and vicious, the timing grasped perfectly. Green Snake, watch out. Night Owl, who had just stabilized himself from the explosion's impact, was horrified and desperately tried to rush over to help, but it was already too late. Every hair on Sora's body stood on end. The shadow of death instantly descended upon him. He desperately tried to twist his body to dodge, but his body was in a brief state of stiffness after his attack, completely unable to react in time. At this critical moment, Sora could only strive to shift his body and quickly transform his back into its dragon form. SSHHK. Although Sora's back had the protection of dragon scales, Reiga was after all a Jonin. His lightning-short blade ultimately stabbed deeply into Sora's back. Furious lightning release chakra was instantly injected into Sora's body. Ugh! Sora let out a pained grunt, his entire body sent flying forward by the force of the lightning, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. Electric arcs crackled wildly across his body, which twitched and convulsed in paralysis. An intense, burning pain shot from his back. Green Snake. Night Owl's eyes widened with fury. He charged towards Reiga without regard for anything else. Get lost. Reiga waved his hand back impatiently, his lightning blade drawing an arc of electricity. Night Owl was already greatly depleted, and frantic with worry, his movements were a beat slow. Though he barely managed to block with a kunai, he was still brutally kicked in the abdomen by a heavy follow-up kick from Reiga. Pfft. Night Owl spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward rapidly, crashing into a rock and sliding down limply, completely unconscious. Night Owl. Struggling to lift his head, Sora saw this scene, his pupils contracting sharply. It's over. The situation has completely collapsed. Grey Wolf is down. Night Owl is down. Now only he and Captain Fox, who is still fighting bitterly, remain. Cough, cough. Sora coughed up a mouthful of bloody saliva, enduring the intense pain in his back and the numbness in his body, arduously trying to get up. The regenerative power of the Azure Dragon Fruit was already taking effect quickly. A tingling, itchy feeling came from the wound on his back, and the numbness caused by the lightning was also rapidly fading. But the two, Rega and the others before him, clearly would not give him time to recover. Tisk, TSK, TSK. So tenacious, kid. Rega flicked the blood droplets off his short blade, walking over leisurely, a mocking and cruel smile on his face as he spoke. You can still move after taking my lightning release? Your body really is quite interesting. Over on the other side, Gonko had also caught his breath. Rubbing his still sore chest, he walked over with a ferocious expression. Kid, that punch just now hurt me a lot. The two of them, left and right, completely cut off Sora's escape route. Sora's heart sank to the bottom. His eyes quickly scanned the battlefield. He saw that Fox in the distance was also at the end of his rope. Toroa's attacks grew fiercer and more relentless. One shield served for both offense and defense. Under the magnetic interference, Fox's movements became increasingly sluggish. Finally, after another fierce collision, Fox's chakra short sword, due to continuous magnetic erosion and impacts, could no longer bear it. With a sharp crack, it broke into two pieces. Fox's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. But would Toroa let this opportunity pass? Magnet release, Thunderfang, Whirlwind. The square shuriken that had been circling nearby, waiting for an opportunity, instantly accelerated with a piercing shriek of thunder and a strange arc, shooting out like a life-seeking ghost. SSHHHT. Blood splattered. Fox let out a muffled groan. His entire left arm was severed at the shoulder, flying into the air. Captain. Sora cried out involuntarily, his heart giving a violent jolt. Fox staggered back, pressing his right hand tightly over the severed stump. Blood gushed out like a spring from between his fingers, his face instantly turning deathly pale. He barely managed to hook the half-broken sword on the ground with his foot, assuming a defensive posture. But anyone could see he had completely lost the ability to fight. Sora's heart turned completely cold. The last hope was shattered. Ha, Konoha's Anbu. So this is all you amount to. Toroa retrieved the shuriken, looking at the heavily wounded Fox, his tone full of disdain. He did not immediately deliver the killing blow. Instead, his gaze turned towards Sora, who was surrounded by Gonko and Rega, as if savoring the prey's final struggle. Seeing that Toroa had finished his fight, Rega grew even more smug. He taunted Sora. Kid, see that? This is the difference in strength. You have no chance of winning. Just surrender quietly. Our Kimagakur values talent greatly. A taijutsu genius like you is wasted in Konoha. Come back to Kimo with us. We guarantee you'll have a much better future there than being an Anbu in this damn desert. What do you say? We might even spare your captain's life. How about it? Rega's voice was full of temptation, but deep in his eyes flickered coldness and greed. What he coveted was Sora's unique body and potential. Hearing this, Sora inwardly sneered. Surrender to Kimo? Ha! Countless scenes from the original work instantly flashed through his mind. What kind of place Kimo was, he knew perfectly well. Outwardly calling themselves a militant faction, a gathering of muscle-headed brutes, but in reality, they were no strangers to dirty, underhanded methods. Coveting the Byakugan, they sent people to infiltrate Konoha in an attempt to kidnap the head family's young lady, Hyuga Hinata. And earlier, the same thing happened with Kushina. Perhaps they treated their own villages Jinchuriki, Yumiko and Killer Bee, decently enough. But talented individuals from other villages? Sora could guess the fate of someone captured and taken back with his toes. Either they'd be strapped to an operating table, dissected to study why someone so young could possess such power and a robust body, or they'd be used as breeding stock in an attempt to replicate his bloodline and abilities. The best possible outcome would be having a curse mark planted on them, completely controlled, becoming a dog of Kumo, forever losing their freedom, reduced to a tool for slaughter. Freedom and dignity? In a place like Kumo, they simply didn't exist. Moreover, Sora's greatest secret, the Azure Dragon Fruit ability, once exposed, would lead to endless imprisonment and experimentation for him. Expecting someone like Toroa to honor a promise and spare Fox. That was pure fantasy. Someone like Toroa would absolutely, without hesitation, kill all captives to eliminate witnesses. Surrendering meant a dead end, perhaps even a fate worse than death. Well, kid, have you thought it over? This is your last chance. Seeing Sora silent, Rega, thinking he was wavering, urged him further, while he and Gonko took another step closer. Sora slowly raised his head. His mask had long been damaged and fallen off in the previous battles, revealing his somewhat youthful face, now covered in dust and blood. His eyes were ice cold, showing not a trace of hesitation, only utter resolve. Why do they insist on seeking death? 93, Chapter 93, Konoha's Monster. Sora glanced at the critically injured, near-death Captain Fox, then at the motionless Night Owl lying on the ground, and the distant Grey Wolf whose condition was unknown. The miserable state of his teammates, the enemy's taunts, the pressure of a desperate situation, all crashed into his heart like an icy tide. He could not hesitate any longer. Hidden strength, trump cards, in the face of survival, none of that mattered. If he lost his life, what use was keeping a trump card? Being suspected by the village? Being feared and studied by the higher-ups? Those were things to consider only after he survived. There's no other way, it's reached the point where I have to use it. But Sora took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision, his eyes turning sharp. He slowly straightened his body, ignoring the stabbing pain still coming from his back. After removing the bandages wrapped around him, he let his hands hang naturally. Oh, coming to your senses. Seeing Sora's movement, Rega showed a smug smile on his face. However, the next moment, his smile froze on his face. He saw the surging green steam energy around Sora rapidly recede like a tide. He had voluntarily deactivated the 8 gates released formation state. That's right, a wise man knows when. Rega, thinking Sora had given up resistance, was about to step forward, but the words of flattery in his mouth were cut off abruptly. Because he felt it. An entirely different, more ancient, more domineering, more heart-palpitating aura was slowly awakening from within the youth before him. That feeling, it was as if a slumbering primordial beast was slowly opening its eyes. Sora slowly raised his head. Deep within his pupils, a flash of azure golden light seemed to flicker and vanish. A certain restriction within his body was being quietly released. In the distance, Toroe, who had just dealt with Fox, instantly lost his relaxed and casual expression, replaced by a look of suspicion and gravity. His perception was stronger than Rega and Gonko's. He could feel more clearly the terrifying power, different and wildly escalating, within Sora's body. Something's wrong. Be careful. There's something strange about this kid. Toroe shouted a warning. Rega and Gonko finally sensed something was amiss. The Sora before them had clearly deactivated that green steam state, but the sense of oppression he gave off didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. An authority as suffocating as it was palpable began to permeate the air. Trying to mystify us. Rega forcefully suppressed the unease in his heart, roared angrily, and the lightning-short blade in his hand once again erupted with a blinding light. He charged at Sora first. Let's see me turn you into charcoal. Gonko also roared, taking a heavy step forward. His giant rocky fist formed once again, ready to coordinate with Rega's attack. But at the very moment they moved, Sora suddenly raised his head and let out a low roar unlike any human sound. Roar! A visible wave of azure golden air erupted from him as the center. A substantial pressure instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Rega, at the very front, bore the brunt. He felt a buzzing in his brain, as if struck hard by a heavy hammer. Boundless fear instantly gripped his heart. It was the instinctive fear of a lower life form facing an apex predator. His movements instantly stiffened. It felt as if all the blood in his body was about to freeze. Gonko behind him wasn't faring any better. The terrifying pressure made him feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. His heavy earth-release armor now felt as fragile as paper. Even breathing became extremely difficult. Even the distant Toroe felt his heart palpitate. What is this? Toroe exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Under the horrified gazes of the three, Sora's body began to undergo astonishing changes. Dense azure scales rapidly sprouted from beneath his skin like bamboo shoots after rain, covering his arms, neck, cheeks, and all exposed skin, glinting with a cold metallic luster. The fingers of his hands grew sharp, his nails extended and thickened, transforming into gleaming, cold dragon claws. Just looking at them, one could sense their unmatched sharpness. Crack, crack. At the same time, a thick, powerful, similarly scale-covered dragon tail burst from his coccyx, tearing through his clothes. Like a steel whip, it casually lashed the sandy ground, splitting open a deep trench. Whoosh! A faint but unmistakable flow of wind began to spontaneously circle around Sora, ruffling the lock of hair on his forehead that had turned silver azure. In the span of 1 or 2 breaths, Sora had transformed from a harmless-looking youth into a half-human, half-dragon monster. An aura of a suffocating primordial beast radiated from his entire being. A monster. Rega was the closest and saw most clearly. The cold vertical pupils, the ferocious claws, the terrifying pressure completely shattered his mental defenses. He let out a scream of utter terror. All his previous arrogance and mockery vanished without a trace. Gonko was also dumbfounded, his mouth agape, his mind completely blank, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening before his eyes. This exceeded his understanding of secret techniques or Kekii Genkai. What is that thing? Toroe's shock was no less than his 2 subordinates. He even subconsciously took half a step back, his face written with incredulity. Full-body animal transformation? No, there's a tail too. What kind of Kekii Genkai is this? Or is it some contract power from a summoning beast? As an elite jonin of Kimagakure, he had witnessed all sorts of peculiar ninjutsu and Kekii Genkai. He had also seen the rampaging two-tails Matadabi in his village, but that was a terrifying existence formed by massive chakra and negative emotions. The change in Sora, however, was on a completely different level of life. It was more primitive, more domineering. The pressure acted directly on the depths of the soul. Is this the power of the full half-beast state? Sora felt the torrential, terrifying power surging within his body, far surpassing anything before. He was equally shaken. Although he had long been able to enter this stage, he had never shown it on a proper battlefield, being within Konoha. At most, he had secretly tested it a few times while out on missions. The feeling of power at this moment, as if he could tear the sky and shake the earth with a wave of his hand, was incomparable to any previous state. The wound on his back had long since stopped bleeding under the covering of scales and was healing rapidly. The paralysis caused by the lightning had completely vanished, replaced by incredibly abundant energy and an exceptionally clear perception of his surroundings. He could even clearly see the wind flowing in the air, hear the subtle movements beneath the sand, smell the faint scent of lightning on the distant Toroa. This feeling of being in control of everything was intoxicating, but he quickly suppressed this intoxication. His cold vertical pupils instantly locked onto Raiga, who was closest to him and almost paralyzed by the dragon's might. The fastest one must be eliminated first. Sora moved. No hand seals, no signs of chakra eruption. Boom! The air exploded. His figure instantly vanished from his original spot. His speed was more than a notch faster than when he had opened the fifth gate. What? All Raiga saw was a blur before his eyes. That terrifying blue-black figure had already appeared right in front of him like a ghost. He didn't even have time to react. All he could do was watch as that claw covered in azure scales, with a screech that tore through the air, came slashing fiercely towards his neck. Fast. Too fast. Faster than the limits of his neural reflexes. 94, Chapter 94, versus Toroa. Raiga, watch out. Toroa's cry of warning came too late, but it was already too late. Thump. The muffled sound of claws penetrating flesh clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Sora's dragon claw, like a hot knife through butter, effortlessly pierced through the chakra defense Raiga had hastily gathered around his neck, and grasped his neck with pinpoint accuracy. Crack. A sickening sound of bone breaking rang out. The panic and disbelief in Raiga's eyes instantly froze. His body stiffened violently, then quickly went limp. Instant kill. A true instantaneous kill. In the peak semi-beast state of the second phase Sora envisioned, his speed and power completely overwhelmed Raiga, a Jonin-level opponent. Raiga. Gonko let out a roar of shock and fury. Watching his companion be easily killed like a chick, immense fear and anger overwhelmed him. Bastard. I will kill you. Gonko went completely berserk. Disregarding everything, he channeled all his chakra. His earth release armor thickened once more as he roared and charged at Sora, his massive fist smashing down hard. Toroa's expression changed drastically, finally snapping out of his shock completely. Although he didn't understand what had happened to Sora, there was no doubt that this monstrous youth before him had raised his threat level to the maximum. It even exceeded any powerful enemy he had encountered before. Magnet release. Iron sand needles. Toroa no longer dared to hesitate. After casually throwing 2 shuriken to sever the fox's leg tendons, he formed hand seals. Manipulating magnetism, metallic particles from the surrounding sand were rapidly drawn out, coalescing into countless chillingly cold iron sand senbon that shot towards Sora like a rainstorm. He aimed to stop Sora's attack on Gonko and deliver an area of effect strike. Facing Gonko's furious giant fist and Toroa's wide-ranging iron sand attack, there was no fluctuation in Sora's cyan gold vertical pupils. He casually threw Raiga's corpse aside. The dragon tail on his back, as if possessing a life of its own, suddenly lashed out. Thwack. The dragon tail, striking later but arriving first, precisely whipped against the giant rocky fist Gonko was smashing down. Boom. An explosion louder than any previous collision erupted. Gonko's supremely confident, multi-layered earth release hardened giant fist shattered the instant it made contact with the dragon tail. Countless stone fragments flew in all directions. Impossible. Gonko let out a scream of disbelief. His entire arm twisted into a grotesque angle, blood gushing from the cracks in the shattered rock. His massive body, as if hit by a high-speed train, flew uncontrollably backwards. At almost the same time, Sora, facing the overwhelming rain of iron sand senbon, simply opened his mouth. Whoosh! A scorching hot, cyan blue-tinged dragon breath flame spewed forth. Not a spherical shape like the great fireball, but more like a fan-shaped flame storm, instantly engulfing everything in front of him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The iron sand senbon, infused with Toroa's chakra and magnetism, rapidly melted and vaporized like ice and snow the moment they contacted the dragon breath flame. They simply could not penetrate this flame storm. After the dragon breath, the area in front of Sora was clear. All the iron sand senbon had vanished, even the sand ground had been melted into a glass-like substance. Silence. Deathly silence. Only the sound of the desert wind and Gonko's groans of pain remained. Toroa stood in place, the hand holding his shield trembling slightly, a drop of cold sweat slowly sliding down his temple. But then, the initial shock in his eyes transformed into extreme gravity and wariness. He looked at the half-dragon youth standing proudly in the center of the sand, radiating a terrifying aura. He looked at Raiga, instantly killed with casual ease. He looked at Gonko, sent flying and severely wounded by a tail swipe. He looked at his confident magnet release attack being effortlessly neutralized by a single breath from the opponent. A chill swept through his entire body, but it did not make him lose his will to fight. Instead, it ignited the ferocity of a Kumo elite jonin. He was Toroe, master of magnet release. This Konoha brat, no, this humanoid monster, was an enemy of unprecedented strength in his career. But the more that was so, the more the glint of battle lust shone in Toroe's eyes. Defeating such a monster would prove the weight of his name, Toroe of magnet release. Gonko, can you still move? Toroe did not attack immediately, instead asking in a low voice to Gonko, who was struggling to get up in the distance. Cough. Not dead yet. Gonko spat out a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva. His right arm had a comminuted fracture. He could only use his left arm to support himself as he stood up, glaring viciously at Sora. Boss, let's team up and slaughter this little monster. Though severely wounded, his tenacious vitality allowed him to retain some combat ability. Sora's cold vertical pupils swept over the two, then his figure blurred again, directly pouncing towards Gonko who had just steadied himself. Don't even think about it. Toroe was prepared. Almost the instant Sora moved, the square shuriken in his hand were already thrown. Magnet release. Thunder Fang. Twin assault. Two shuriken entwined with intense electricity and magnetism, following bizarre arcs, crossed from left and right to block Sora's attack path, moving extremely fast. Sora's pupils contracted. He had to abandon the attack. His dragonized legs forcefully pushed off the ground, narrowly passing through the gap between the two shuriken. Buzz, buzz. Although he successfully avoided them, the intense magnetic field still made Sora feel his body grow slightly heavy, his movement sluggish for an instant. Indeed troublesome. This magnet release can not only manipulate metal, but also affect the body to some degree. Sora thought warily to himself. The formidable physique granted by the Azure Dragon Fruit gave him extremely high resistance to purely physical attacks and most ninjutsu, but the effects of this magnetic force would be significantly lessened. Earth release. Rock Spear Gun. In this instant of Sora's delayed movement, Gonko seized the opportunity, his lone arm slamming the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Several sharp rock spears suddenly thrust up from the sand beneath Sora's feet. Sora reacted extremely quickly. His dragon tail lashed out like a steel whip, smashing the first few rock spears. Simultaneously, air currents swirled around his feet, using the force to flip backwards, avoiding the subsequent attacks. But Toroe's pursuit had already arrived. Magnet release. Shield charge. Toroe charged like a raging bull. That massive shield erupted with lightning, carrying terrifying impact force and magnetic interference, crashing hard towards Sora who was midair with no leverage. If this hit connected squarely, even with Sora's dragonized defenses, he would definitely not be unscathed. Can't dodge. A fierce glint flashed in Sora's eyes. If he couldn't dodge, then he would meet force with force. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling slightly, cyan blue light gathering deep in his throat. Whoosh! The scorching dragon breath spewed forth again. Not the wide fan shape from before, but condensed into a searing beam, accurately blasting towards the charging Toroe. Toroe hadn't expected Sora to counterattack so quickly and accurately while in the air. His expression changed, hastily shielding himself with the shield held firmly in front. 95, Chapter 95, Iron Sand Boundary Method. Boom! The dragon breath pillar slammed fiercely into the magnet release shield, producing a deafening explosion. Blazing flames and violent lightning electromagnetic force wildly intertwined and annihilated each other, creating a violent explosion. Toroe's forward momentum was forcibly halted, even pushed back several meters by the explosive shockwave. An intense heat transmitted from the shield, and his shield-holding arm felt numb. Sora, using the recoil from the explosion, landed lightly backward, creating distance. What powerful flames! They can actually contend head-on with my magnet release lightning shield. Toroe looked at the charred marks on his shield, his heart even more shocked. This was definitely no ordinary fire release. Magnet release is indeed troublesome. Offense and defense integrated, and it can restrict my movement. Sora also shook his somewhat numb right hand. The recoil from the dragon breath was not small either. Gonko, restrict his movement. Toroe shouted loudly, forming hand signs again. Understood. Earth release, yellow spring bog. Gonko, with his one arm, formed hand signs with difficulty and slammed them onto the ground. The sandy ground beneath Sora's feet instantly turned muddy and soft, attempting to sink him into it. Simultaneously, Toroe poured a large amount of chakra into his shield. Magnet release, super heavy lightning prison. A terrifying magnetic field, several times stronger than before, suddenly expanded with Toroe at its center. Sora immediately felt his body grow heavy, as if every inch of his skin was burdened with heavy lead blocks. Even raising his arm felt exceptionally difficult, and the rate at which his feet sank into the bog sharply increased. Damn, the gravity field is strengthened. Sora was alarmed in his heart. This kind of combined control ninjutsu was extremely troublesome. Got you. Magnet release, 16 lightning fang blades. Toroe gave a fierce smile, waving both hands. A full 16 square shuriken shimmering with violent lightning suspended in front of him. As he pushed both hands forward, they shot towards the movement-restricted Sora from different angles all around, like homing missiles. A full saturation attack from all directions. Just as Sora was about to be swallowed by this dense barrage of lightning fang blades. At this critical moment, the azure gold light in Sora's eyes blazed brightly. He roared low, and the airflow around his body suddenly intensified. Bang! The bog beneath Sora's feet exploded violently. Relying on the instantly erupted power of wind, he forcibly broke free from the dual restraints of the super heavy lightning prison and yellow spring bog. His body shot skyward as if weightless. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The 16 lightning fang blades flew past, almost grazing the soles of his feet, colliding with each other and unleashing a continuous series of lightning explosions. What? He can still fly. Toroa stared dumbfounded, looking at Sora suspended mid-air, his brain once again short-circuiting somewhat. This completely defied his common sense. Good opportunity. Gonko, however, thought he had caught Sora's flaw of being unable to dodge while in mid-air. His single arm formed hand signs again. Earth release, rock stealing rod. An extremely sharp stone rod suddenly protruded from the sandy ground directly below Sora, stabbing rapidly towards his vitals. However, the current Sora, supported by the wind, far exceeded their imagination in agility. Unlike 2.5 years ago, when Sora's flight was still wobbly and even stabilizing his posture required effort, during these 2.5 years, whenever he had a spare moment, he would create a shadow clone to practice his flight ability. Now, being in the air was no different from being on the ground for him, even more agile. He saw Sora turn his body as lightly as a swimming fish in the air, not only easily evading the thrusting stone rod but also stamping down hard on the rod with one foot. Crack! The stone rod was shattered by the great force. Sora, using the reaction force, shot like an arrow from about towards the exposed Gonko at an even faster speed than before. Gonko, be careful. Toroa urgently warned, simultaneously the lightning fang blades to curve back and pursue Sora. But it was too late. Sora's speed was too fast. Almost as soon as the sound reached Gonko's ears, Sora's wind-wrapped figure had already appeared in front of Gonko. Those cold vertical pupils held not a trace of emotion. No, Gonko only had time to let out a desperate roar, hastily pouring all his remaining chakra into his left arm to harden it for a block. But all this was futile in the face of absolute power and speed. Sora's dragon claw directly smashed his hardened left arm, its momentum undiminished, precisely piercing through his heart. Thud. Blood sprayed. Gonko's body stiffened violently, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. His large frame collapsed to the ground with a thud. Another Jonin, slain on the spot by Sora. Gonko. Bastard. Toroa watched helplessly as another capable subordinate was killed, finally flying into a complete rage. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. Although usually arrogant and overbearing, he still held some affection for these subordinates who had followed him for many years. I will tear you to pieces. Konoha monster. Toroa went completely berserk, unleashing all his chakra without reserve. The powerful magnetic field even affected the surrounding natural environment. Metal particles in the sandy ground converged towards him, forming a layer of electrically sparkling metal dust storm around his body. Magnet release, iron sand boundary method. He roared furiously, forcefully bringing his palms together. A massive amount of iron sand instantly condensed into countless sharp long spears and thorns, stabbing towards Sora from all directions like living things, covering every inch of possible evasion space. This was an extremely large area, incredibly dense indiscriminate attack. Sora's eyes narrowed, not daring to directly receive this obviously ultimate technique. Wind power erupted beneath his feet, his figure flickering in the air, like a ghost through the dense iron sand attacks. His dragon tail and claws swung out from time to time, shattering unavoidable iron sand spears. But the quantity of iron sand was truly too vast. Moreover, after being shattered, it quickly recondensed under the influence of magnetism, as if endless. For a time, Sora was actually temporarily suppressed by this offensive, only able to constantly evade and block. Troublesome. This guy has gone completely mad, chakra as if it costs nothing. Sora observed Toroa while evading. Maintaining such a large scale, powerful ninjutsu must not be easy for Toroa, but judging by his appearance, he clearly didn't care about the cost. Also, the commotion here is too big. It could attract Sunanin or others at any moment. I must end the battle quickly. Can't drag it out any longer. Sora looked at Toroa's frenzied appearance, thinking to himself. Although the power in the half-dragonized state was sufficient to contend with an elite Jonin, and even had a good chance of defeating one, facing an elite Jonin like Toroa, who possessed a special Kekii Genkai and was completely insane, still seemed to lack something if he wanted to subdue him quickly. Toroa's magnet release integrated offense and defense, making it extremely troublesome. Long-range harassment with lightning fang blades, close-range defense with shields and magnetic field interference, and area coverage with the iron sand boundary method, it was like fighting a porcupine. It seems the degree of half-dragonization is still not enough to quickly resolve an opponent of this level. This thought flashed through Sora's mind. His gaze grew deeper as he looked at the crazed Toroa. It was time to reveal the true form. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 96, Chapter 96, Azure Dragon. Continuing to delay would only attract more unnecessary trouble. Sora made up his mind. The dormant power within him, the power truly belonging to myth, began to awaken and surge forth without reservation. He no longer suppressed it, no longer hid it. He poured all his will and spirit into a deep call to the power of the Azure Dragon fruit. As a soul from China, the most profound and awe-inspiring image of a dragon in his subconscious was the sacred existence that rode clouds and mist, commanded wind and rain, symbolizing the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, the five-clawed golden dragon. Although the fruit's essence was that of the Azure Dragon, its color was blue-green, its form leaned closer to that supreme eastern dragon shape. Roar! A dragon's roar far more shocking, ancient, and majestic than before suddenly erupted from Sora's mouth, echoing across the entire desert. This roar seemed to contain some power of law, actually causing the sky full of shooting iron sand spears to hesitate for a moment. What? Toroa's pupils constricted sharply. The unease he had just suppressed instantly skyrocketed to its peak. He saw a sight he would never forget, one that even overturned his worldview. He saw Sora in mid-air erupt with blindingly brilliant blue-gold light. His body rapidly expanded and transformed within that light. The scales covering his entire body became thicker, larger, shimmering with the heavy luster and mysterious patterns of ancient bronze vessels. His head stretched and distorted, his mouth lengthened, growing long dragon whiskers. The horns on his head grew larger, full of majesty. His body madly elongated, becoming slender and powerful, full of streamlined beauty and explosive strength. His limbs completely transformed into powerful dragon claws, each claw now bearing 5 extremely sharp talons. And the thick dragon tail grew even larger, stirring up howling gales with a light swing. In almost the blink of an eye, the half-human, half-dragon youth was gone. In his place was an azure dragon, over 30 meters long, suspended in mid-air, its entire body covered in heavy blue-gold scales, with deer antlers, an ox head, a python body, eagle claws, a fish tail. Combining features of multiple creatures yet harmoniously unified, filled with supreme majesty and power. Sunlight reflected off the blue-gold scales, casting dazzling, sacred light. The shadow of its massive form completely enveloped Toroa below. The divine dragon swung its tail, clouds and mist naturally formed. An indescribable, primeval, oppressive aura enveloped the entire sky and land like a physical force. Dragon, a real dragon. The madness and fury on Toroa's face instantly froze, replaced by unparalleled shock and disbelief. His jaw dropped, almost hitting the ground, his mind blank. This completely exceeded all his understanding of Kekii Genkai, secret techniques, or even summoning beasts. This was not a phenomenon any known ninjutsu or Kekii Genkai could explain. This was a mythical creature descending into reality. Though it couldn't match the nearly 100-meter size of the Eight Tails, Jayaki, in his village, it radiated an extremely young or even immature vitality. As if, this was still just a young dragon. This thought horrified Toroa even more. A young form already had such imposing power. What would it become if allowed to grow? Even-tailed beasts might pale in comparison. And that terrifying oppressive aura, that sacred yet violent presence, made him feel as insignificant as a grain of sand. What magnet release, what elite jonin, seemed so laughable and trivial before such an existence. No, impossible, this must be genjutsu. The highest level genjutsu. Toroa couldn't accept the reality before him. His voice trembled as he tried to convince himself, but the terrifying pressure told him all too clearly that this was real. In the distance, Fox, whose consciousness was fading from blood loss, was also jolted awake by the earth-shaking dragon roar and the terrifying pressure. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, his blurry gaze turning toward the sky. The next second, his breath hitched, his pupils rapidly dilated. What is that? Fox muttered to himself, almost thinking he had died and was seeing a final hallucination. That sacred creature winding through the sky, emitting a blue-gold radiance, was a terrifying existence he had never seen in any records or legends. The majesty, the power, the aura that seemed to come from ancient primeval times made him tremble with awe from the depths of his soul. Then, an even more absurd, unbelievable thought forced its way into his nearly stalled mind. Could that be? Green Snake. The moment this thought appeared, it felt utterly ridiculous. But recalling the various unbelievable things that had happened to Sora before, and how Heitake Sakumo had instructed him to secretly observe and guide Sora, this absurd thought began to grow wildly like weeds. In the air, Sora, transformed into the Azure Dragon, slowly lowered his massive dragon head. His blue-gold vertical pupils coldly locked onto the ant-like figure of Toroa below. This is the feeling of full beast transformation. Sora felt the surging, terrifying power within him, far surpassing his half-dragon form. It felt as if a swipe of his claw could tear the sky, a swing of his tail could shake the earth. This feeling of power filling his entire being, making him feel omnipotent, was intoxicating. But simultaneously, a cold, aloof mindset emerged, looking down on all life. It felt as if he was truly viewing Toroa and Fox below as just slightly larger insects. No, I must stay clear-headed. I am Sora, not a true beast. Sora fiercely bit his tongue, using the pain to force himself to remain rational. This was a side effect of the sudden power surge. He had to control it. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose himself in this powerful force and become a mindless beast of destruction. Sora's gaze focused on Toroe again. His massive dragon form moved. Not using any ninjutsu, but relying purely on physical power, like a mountain collapsing, he dove down towards Toroe with suffocating pressure. A giant dragon claw tore through the air with a sharp shriek, swiping down towards Toroe's head. Simple, brutal, yet containing ultimate power. Bastard, don't underestimate me. Magnet release, Iron Sand World Law. Toroe forcibly pulled a shred of reason from his extreme shock and let out a hysterical roar. He slammed his palms together, pushing the power of his magnet release to an unprecedented extreme. Bzzzt. More, denser, sharper iron sand spears and thorns than before blotted out the sky, stabbing from all directions at the diving azure dragon. This was his strongest attack, poured with everything he had. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 97, Chapter 97, Slaying Toroe. However, facing this terrifying attack sufficient to instantly annihilate an entire army, Sora, having transformed into the Azure Dragon, held only a piece of icy indifference within those bluish-gold vertical pupils. The enormous dragon body showed not the slightest intention to evade, still maintaining its diving posture. The body covered with thick bluish-gold scales directly crashed into the dense barrage of iron sand attacks. Ding ding dang dang, crack, puchy, puchy. Countless grating sounds of impact and shattering instantly erupted. The scene Toroe envisioned, of the Azure Dragon being riddled like a sieve, did not appear. Those iron sand spears capable of easily piercing steel, upon colliding with the Azure Dragon's scales, for the most part merely sparked a trail of dazzling sparks before being directly deflected, or were smashed apart. Only a very few of the sharpest iron sand spikes, infused with all of Toroe's chakra, barely pierced into the gaps between scales, but they penetrated only about an inch before being firmly stuck by the incredibly tough muscles and the finer, denser inner layer of scales, utterly unable to cause effective damage. The defensive power of the Azure Dragon was terrifying to such an extent. What? Even the Iron Sand World Law cannot break through its defense. Toroe's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his face filled with despair and disbelief. This was already his strongest attack, yet it couldn't even breach the opponent's surface defense on a large scale. How was he supposed to fight this? He might as well surrender. Right at this moment of his mental collapse, the Azure Dragon's colossal body had already broken through the layers of iron sand obstruction, descending upon him with an invincible momentum. That enormous dragon claw, carrying a terrifying power as if capable of crushing mountains, smashed down right on top of him. Simple, brutal. The pressure from the claw wind made it almost impossible for Toroe to breathe, the sand beneath his feet crazily collapsing. No. Magnet release, absolute defense. Toroe let out a desperate roar, burning all his remaining chakra along with his life force, madly injecting it into that massive shield. The lightning on the shield shone with unprecedented intensity, the attracted iron sand almost wrapping it into a giant metal cocoon, standing between him and the dragon claw. This was the strongest defense of his life. His all-or-nothing strike. Boom! The dragon claw and the lightning iron cocoon violently collided. The deafening roar was like the explosion of heavenly thunder. A terrifying shockwave wildly spread out in all directions, forcefully scraping off a layer of sand across hundreds of meters in radius. Crack, 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 crack. Bang! That absolute defense coagulated with all of Toroe's strength and hope, before the dragon claw containing mythical power, endured for less than a breath before emitting a groan of unbearable strain, then exploded with a boom. Shield fragments, iron sand, lightning, scattered everywhere. The dragon claw shattered the defense, its momentum slightly reduced, but still slammed with immense weight onto Toroe's body. Ugh ah 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 ah. Toroe let out a miserable scream, his protective chakra instantly dispersing. Countless bones throughout his body shattered, and his entire person was smashed away from the explosion's center like a ragged sack, heavily impacting a distant sand dune and embedding deep within it, his fate unknown. With just one strike, pure power overwhelming, it broke through the magnet release's life-gambling ultimate defense and completely defeated Toroe. Sora, in his Azure Dragon form, possessed such terrifying physical power. Sora shook his dragon claw, feeling a slight numbness at the claw tips, stained with some blackened marks from the lightning release. A few scales had slight cracks, but that was all, utterly insignificant. Magnet release's defense and counter shock indeed have some merit, but only that much. After complete transformation, my defense and power have exceeded the scope of conventional ninjutsu. This is Kage-level power. Sora silently evaluated within his heart, gaining a more intuitive understanding of this power. Then his enormous dragon head turned, the bluish-gold vertical pupils looking towards the direction where Toroe had fallen. His senses indicated the opponent's life force, though extremely weak, had not completely vanished. As expected of an elite jonin from Kimagakur, tenacious vitality indeed. But, it should end now. Sora did not intend to give the opponent any further chance to catch a breath. Long nights breed many dreams. He opened his enormous dragon mouth. Deep within his throat, bluish-gold light far more scorching and concentrated than during his half-dragon form began rapidly gathering. The surrounding temperature abruptly rose, and a destructive aura causing souls to tremble permeated the air. In the distance, Fox, who had with great difficulty lifted his head to witness everything, felt his heart almost stop beating upon sensing that destructive aura. This kind of chakra, this no longer feels like ordinary chakra, it's more like a natural disaster. He was horrified within, finally understanding the source of the power behind Sora's earlier, great fireball. And Toroe, smashed deep into the sand dune, with all his bones shattered, clinging to only a sliver of consciousness, also sensed that power locking onto him. He wanted to beg for mercy, wanted to struggle, but his broken body couldn't even move a finger, leaving only boundless fear and despair drowning his final awareness. Boom! A bluish-gold dragon breath pillar of light, its diameter far surpassing any previous instance, condensed as if solid, emitting waves of destruction, was expelled from the azure dragon's mouth, instantly streaking across the sky, precisely engulfing the sand dune where Toroe was. There was no deafening explosion, only the sizzling sound of extreme high temperatures scorching and annihilating everything. The light was blinding, impossible to look at directly. By the time the light faded, all that remained was an enormous, bottomless pit with edges as smooth as glass. Within the pit, faint smoke rose. All sand, rocks, including any trace of Toroe's existence, were utterly erased from this world, vaporized without a trace. Slaughtered. Truly, without any suspense, a complete annihilation of body and spirit. Sora slowly closed his dragon mouth, feeling the power within his body, which had diminished considerably but remained vast. Complete transformation indeed consumes a huge amount of stamina and energy, but the power is worth it. Kage-level power truly is a watershed. He silently evaluated his own strength within his heart, simultaneously forcefully suppressing that cold impulse to continue destroying and venting, born from the powerful strength. The enormous dragon head slowly turned. Those bluish-gold vertical pupils looked towards the sole surviving witness lying not far away. His captain, Fox. Fox was also looking at Sora at this moment, his eyes extremely complex. Shock, fear, bewilderment, disbelief, and even a deeply hidden trace of awe. Various emotions intertwined, leaving this experienced Anbu captain momentarily unsure how to face this unimaginable scene before him. The gazes of the man and the dragon met in the air. The air seemed to solidify once again. Like the story. Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 98, Chapter 98, The Choice. Sora slowly lowered his majestic dragon head, his azure gold vertical pupils coldly gazing at the man lying on the ground below. Fox. His captain. Also, the only person who had witnessed all his secrets at this moment. Sora's inner turmoil was far from as calm as his exterior appeared. The full beast transformation brought not only power but also an almost instinctive desire to eliminate potential threats. That cold will urged him to completely erase the human below who might leak his secret. But at the same time, another emotion was pulling at him. This was the first time Sora had seen Fox's true face, a man in his 30s, pale from blood loss. Not particularly handsome, but with sharp, strong features. This was the first person Sora had seen after crossing into this dangerous world. Afterwards, nearly 3 years in the Anbu flashed through Sora's mind like fragments. Although Fox's initial care for him carried the orders and scrutiny of a superior, investigating the secret behind his rapid strength increase. Sora was well aware of this. How could people like Sarutobi Hiruzen completely trust an outsider orphan? But it was undeniable that Fox had never treated him harshly. During missions, he would subconsciously leave the relatively safer positions to Sora. During training, he would instruct him without reservation in Anbu techniques and ways of survival. When Sora was injured on a mission, he would silently toss him a bottle of more effective medicine. Sora remembered all these small acts of care. Thus, Sora held complex feelings towards Fox. But now, all of this was placed on a scale. On the other end of the scale was his greatest secret, the power of the Azure Dragon Fruit. Once leaked, what he might face was the coveting, capture, and even, dissection and research by the entire ninja world. Kill him. Only the dead can best keep secrets. This is the safest, most permanent solution. Isn't one of the Anbu rules to eliminate all potential threats when necessary? Sora whispered in his heart. He had long witnessed the dark side of Konoha, Danzo's root, the schemes of the higher-ups, the tragedy of the White Fang, all reminding him of this world's cruelty. To survive, being ruthless and merciless seemed a necessary quality. Fox also read the killing intent contained within the silence from Sora's cold dragon eyes. To Sora's surprise, Fox did not panic and beg for mercy, nor did he try to resist, that was meaningless in the face of absolute power. Instead, he moved with difficulty, leaning against a piece of rubble to lie down more comfortably. Then he spoke calmly. I never imagined the little guy I casually picked up 5 years ago, was hiding such earth-shattering power. Fox looked at the mythical dragon in the air, his eyes complex, shocked, comprehending, and with a hint of ineffable emotion. He still remembered, on the way back to Konoha after picking Sora up from the border, he had personally checked Sora's vital signs. Sora had clearly shown no signs of life then, yet miraculously revived not long after. Back then, he only thought Sora had a special constitution and didn't pay it much mind. It wasn't until Sora entered the Anbu and Heitake Sakumo specifically sought him out, asking him to secretly observe and guide the child, that he truly placed Sora in his heart, gradually developing a special sentiment towards him, part mentor, part friend. "Are you considering whether to kill me to silence me?" Fox stated it outright, even pulling a smile with a hint of appreciation at the corner of his mouth. "A very correct choice. If I were in your position, I'd probably do the same." His words caused Sora's huge dragon pupils to contract slightly. Fox paused, catching his breath, then continued. "The rules of the Anbu, the laws of the ninja world, sometimes they are just this cold. Captain Heitake Sakumo, my old captain, in the end, perhaps he never fully understood this point, or, he was unwilling to understand." Mentioning Heitake Sakumo, Fox's eyes dimmed for a moment, revealing deep regret and a trace of disappointment. That disappointment was not towards the White Fan, but towards the Konoha higher-ups who drove him to his death. Konoha is not always what it seems in the light. I've seen too much darkness during my many years in the Anbu. For the sake of the village, many things can be sacrificed, including individual lives and reputations. You possess such power. Fox looked at Sora again, his gaze turning sharp. This power is too astonishing, too tempting. Once exposed, you will become a treasure in everyone's eyes, or a threat. How will the village higher-ups treat you? How will other villages react? Have you thought about it? Sora remained silent. Of course he had thought about these things, countless times of deduction and contingency plans. Precisely because he had thought about it, he had been hiding it from the moment he ate the Azure Dragon fruit. Then Fox spoke again, his tone surprisingly carrying a hint of affirmation. "You did the right thing. Hiding it, protecting yourself, that comes first." This kind of calm, almost cold, thinking is what allows one to survive in this devouring world, to reach the peak. I even feel that one day, you will become a true, strongest, surpassing even the Kage level. These words did not sound like they came from someone about to be silenced. Instead, they sounded like the expectations and earnest advice of a senior to a junior. Fox took a deep breath. The intense pain made sweat bead on his forehead, but his eyes were exceptionally clear. He glanced at the unconscious Grey Wolf and Night Owl in the distance, his voice carrying a plea. "My life, you can take it. Seeing what shouldn't be seen, this is the resolve an Anbu member should have. I have no complaints. But, Green Snake, Sora." For the first time, Fox called Sora by his name rather than his codename. "I beg you, spare Grey Wolf and Night Owl. They have been unconscious the entire time. They know nothing. They are innocent. Moreover, they have always seen you as a trustworthy teammate. Squad C5 cannot lose any more members. Take them back to Konoha, or just leave them here to fend for themselves. Just don't do it yourself, all right?" Fox's voice carried a trace of barely concealed exhaustion and sorrow. After saying these words, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He slowly closed his eyes, no longer looking at Sora. His expression was as if he were offering his neck for execution, awaiting the final judgment. In the air, Sora, in his Azure Dragon form, felt enormous waves surge within him. Fox's words were like a hammer, striking against the defenses of his heart. He hadn't expected Fox to be so direct, so composed, and even, so understanding of the possible choice of silencing he might make. "He actually doesn't hate me, and even thinks my choice is correct. Is it to protect Grey Wolf and Night Owl? Trading his own life for a chance for them to survive?" Sora instantly understood Fox's intention. This was a sacrifice, a kind of responsibility and protection belonging between Anbu ninja, belonging to a captain for his team members. This reminded him of Heitake Sakumo, who abandoned a mission to protect his comrades and was ultimately driven to his death. It also reminded him of the characters in the original work who fought desperately for their comrades. Isn't the Naruto world only darkness and schemes? Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 99, Chapter 99. Where the heart leads, the body follows. The killing intent began to waver. Killing Fox would indeed preserve secrecy to the greatest extent, but then what? How to deal with Grey Wolf and Night Owl? Kill them all? What difference would that make from a cold-blooded butcher? Sora sought power to survive, to control his own destiny, not to become a monster dominated by power and fear. Leaving them be? They were severely injured in this desert, their outcome would most likely be death too. Saving them? But Fox had already seen everything. This was a huge risk. Take a gamble? Gamble on Fox's character? Gamble that his disappointment with Konoha outweighs his loyalty? Gamble on that bit of feeling he has for me? Sora's brain was operating at high speed, weighing the pros and cons. Fox was a former subordinate of Heitake Sakumo, clearly harboring resentment towards Konoha's higher-ups. His words just now also revealed a clear awareness of Konoha's dark side. Moreover, if he were truly unwaveringly loyal, his first thought should have been how to relay the intelligence back to the village, not to beg me to spare his teammates. More importantly, Sora looked at Fox's pale yet calm face. I seemed to be having trouble doing it. This was not womanly compassion, but an emotional connection born from nearly 3 years of interaction, a connection that could not be completely erased by cold logic, and trust in Fox's character. Being decisive in killing was important, but to completely lose one's humanity, to become a machine that only calculates and kills, what would be the point of living then? What difference would it make from a tool? Just as Sora's inner struggle raged, the cold and savage beast instinct brought by the full Zoan transformation seemed to sense the host's hesitation, surging up fiercely once again, trying to forcibly dominate his will. That instinct roared and urged madly, to completely eliminate all potential threats before his eyes. Destroy. Leave not a single one. Sora's massive dragon head suddenly reared up, an intense blue-gold light erupting uncontrollably from deep within his throat. The terrifying dragon breath aimed at Fox below, on the verge of erupting. Fox also seemed to sense the lethal energy fluctuation, but he still kept his eyes closed, his brows slightly furrowed, as if merely waiting for the final outcome. Only his tightly clenched right fist revealed a trace of the turmoil within his heart. No, it can't be like this. Sora's human consciousness screamed wildly, clashing fiercely against that beast instinct. At the last critical moment, relying on his powerful willpower, Sora forcibly twisted the direction of his dragon head. Boom! The scorching dragon breath beam almost grazed Fox's body, blasting fiercely onto a spot dozens of meters away, where the Sunanin youth who had been knocked unconscious by Sora earlier lay motionless in the sand. At the instant the dragon breath was about to hit the ground, that supposedly unconscious Sunanin youth suddenly opened his eyes, letting out a furious, despairing, and hateful curse filled with resentment. Bastard! Your mother's! Boom! His curse was cut short. Along with the patch of sand where he lay, everything instantly vaporized and vanished under the extreme heat of the dragon breath, leaving nothing behind. After unleashing this breath, Sora felt much of that savage destructive desire in his heart also vented. The blood-red color in his cold, vertical pupils gradually faded, and reason regained the upper hand. He glanced coldly at the spot where the Sunanin youth disappeared, feeling no ripple in his heart. Such a self-righteous guy, dead is dead, nothing regrettable. Just as well, his death also quenched the killing intent in my heart. In the air, the light around the azure dragon began to slowly withdraw inward, its massive form gradually becoming blurred and transparent. Sora deactivated the full Zoan transformation. The blue-gold light dispersed, he returned to human form, landing bare-chested on the sand. Don't ask about the pants, his face appearing somewhat pale. Sora casually swallowed a handful of soldier pills, then felt the immense, though heavily depleted, power still surging within his body. He recalled the invincible stance from moments ago, after the full Zoan transformation, crushing Toroa and withstanding the sand-iron world method. A thought gradually became clear. I seem to have been overly cautious. The reason he had to hide the Azure Dragon fruit ability like a thief before was because he was weak. Just like a child holding a gold brick in a bustling market, terrified of being discovered by anyone, because he had no ability to protect himself. Once exposed, it would be a disaster of annihilation. Back then, even a tiny secret could attract a fatal disaster. But now, Sora clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power contained beneath his muscles. Although unclear exactly what level he belonged to among the Kage level, he was confident. If he played all his cards, even if he couldn't defeat someone at the peak level like Sarutobi Hiruzen or the Sannin, dealing with that old schemer Danzo shouldn't be a big problem. Even if he couldn't win, relying on the Azure Dragon's flight ability and endurance, if he wanted to leave, probably not many could stop him. Now, he was no longer that weakling who needed to tread carefully, as if on thin ice. He already possessed the initial power to control his own destiny. Moreover, Sora's gaze turned towards the direction of Konoha. He had lived in Konoha for over 5 years, from the orphanage to the Anbu. On the surface, he was a Konoha ninja of impeccable background. Although originally an outsider orphan, after so many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards him was more about observation, cultivation, and utilization, not necessarily one of forced control or dissection for study. Although in Sora's eyes Sarutobi Hiruzen was a complex person, having his dark and compromising side, he also had his side of protecting the village and cherishing talent. The greater the value he displayed, the safer he might actually be. As long as he didn't openly rebel, staying under the big tree of Konoha could also avoid harassment from other villages. High risk might also come with high reward. Most importantly was, Sora once again turned his gaze towards Fox, who was still waiting for death with closed eyes, and the unconscious Grey Wolf and Night Owl in the distance. His original intention from the start was simply to survive, to not become an anonymous cannon fodder among the countless ones in the Third Shinobi World War. What he yearned for was truly controlling his own destiny. What was truly controlling destiny? It was absolutely not merely possessing power to crush all beings. It was, when standing at the crossroads of fate, being able to clearly hear the voice within one's own heart, and having the ability, the courage, to follow its choice. If, in pursuit of that seemingly absolutely safe path, he unhesitatingly killed the captain who had shown him kindness and consideration, killed the teammates who trusted him. What difference would there be between him and those walking corpses consumed by power, dominated by fear? What difference from those tools under Danzo who only knew how to execute orders, devoid of self and emotion? Even if, relying on such coldness, he reached the pinnacle of the shinobi world in the future, what would remain of such a strongest, aside from the cold and loneliness brought by boundless power? That was not strength, that was the tragedy of being enslaved by power. That was absolutely not the outcome he desired. Power should be a tool to protect one's true heart, to realize one's will, not shackles that in turn dominate the mind. The path he wanted to walk was one where he could possess power while also guarding his true heart. A path, belonging only to him, Sora. Its name was, "Where the heart leads, the body follows." Thoughts unimpeded, nothing obstructing. This is called, following one's heart's desires. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels. 100, Chapter 100, Aftermath and Hidden Dangers. Sora looked at the closed eyes of Fox. At this moment, if he followed the cold calculation and killed Fox, his heart would find no peace, only a deeper shadow would cover it, planting seeds of doubt and regret. And following the choice of his heart, sparing Fox, the road ahead might be unknown, but at least at this moment, his thoughts were clear and unblocked. In that case, then I will not kill. Having figured this out, Sora felt his heart suddenly clear, as if some invisible shackle that had always been there was broken, his thoughts becoming extremely clear and unblocked. He took a deep breath and took a step toward Fox's direction. He would gamble. He would gamble on Fox's character, gamble on the bond forged fighting side by side these 3 years, gamble on his own judgment of people. Even if he lost the gamble in the end, then he would deal with soldiers with arms, and water with earth. Possessing strength at the Kage level, he had already preliminarily gained the confidence to face turmoil and challenges. Hearing footsteps, Fox slowly opened his eyes. When he saw that Sora had returned to human form and was walking towards him, deep astonishment and disbelief flashed once more in those tired eyes. Sora stopped before him, crouched down, looked into his eyes, and spoke calmly. "Captain, you were right, hiding is to protect oneself. But now I think, perhaps, I don't have to always hide in the shadows either." His voice was very calm, yet carrying an unprecedented firmness. "You." Fox opened his mouth, momentarily not knowing what to say. Looking at Sora's clear yet extremely firm black eyes, it was as if he saw some kind of dazzling light. Fox stared blankly at Sora crouching before him, finally letting out a long sigh. "You've made a very foolish, but also a very remarkable decision. Judging by Anbu standards, this is stupid, but by human standards, thank you, Sora." Then Fox's gaze became extremely serious, and he said in a deep voice, "I swear in the name of my late captain, Heitake Sakumo, that everything I witnessed today, concerning your power, will be buried with me into the grave, and will never be revealed to a second person, including the Hokage-sama." This was an extremely solemn promise. Sora looked into Fox's eyes and nodded. Since he chose to believe, he would not be suspicious again. Deal with the wounds first. Sora was brief and to the point, no longer dwelling on the topic. He first quickly examined the wounds on Fox's severed arm and leg, simply bandaged them with hemostatic powder and bandages, temporarily stopping the bleeding, but subsequent treatment would have to wait until they returned to Konoha. Then, he immediately went to the unconscious Grey Wolf and Night Owl, carefully examining them. Different from that Sunanin youth, Grey Wolf's and Night Owl's vital signs were faint but stable, clearly truly unconscious and seriously injured. Grey Wolf had a terrifying penetrating wound on his chest, not far from the heart, his breathing intermittent, and it was unknown whether he could last until Konoha. Night Owl's condition was slightly better, mainly chakra exhaustion and internal organ trauma. Sora took out the soldier pills and water he carried, carefully fed a little to the two of them, and used basic medical ninjutsu to stabilize their injuries. After doing all this, Sora stood up, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield. Toroe had already been vaporized by the dragon breath, but the corpses of Reiga, Gonko, and that female Kumonin Yumiko still lay not far away. There were also traces left by the Sunanin youth whom Sora had casually silenced. "We need to clean it up thoroughly," Fox reminded weakly, leaning against a rock. Sora responded. He walked over to the corpses of Reiga, Gonko, and Yumiko, without the slightest hesitation, opened his mouth again. Whoosh! 3 small-scale dragon breath flames spewed out, instantly covering the 3 corpses. The sizzling sound of burning rang out, and in just a moment, only 3 human-shaped charred marks and some scattered ashes remained there, blown away by the wind and completely dispersed, once again achieving the feat of reducing bones to ashes. Towards enemies, Sora would not show the slightest mercy, especially towards corpses that might leak information. Finally, he similarly dealt with the traces left by the Sunanin youth. Then, he stored his own remaining items like weights into a scroll. After doing all this, the traces at the scene were minimized. Unless there was an extremely professional tracking master examining inch by inch, it would be very difficult to reconstruct the complete truth. As for those glassified craters, no one in their wildest dreams would attribute them to Sora. They would only be considered as some powerful ninjutsu by certain strong individuals. Sora returned to Fox's side and said, We need to leave this place quickly. The commotion was too big, it might attract others. Fox nodded. Sora took a deep breath, carried the heaviest gray wolf on his back, secured him with bandages, then tucked the still unconscious night owl under one arm, while carefully supporting the one-armed fox with his other hand. Although the three together weighed nearly 400 pounds, it was no problem for Sora. Hold on tight. Sora shouted low, exerted strength in his feet, wind elements quietly encircled him to lighten the load, and his figure swiftly dashed towards the direction of the Land of Rivers. Once they crossed the Land of Rivers, they could enter the border of the Land of Fire, and then it would be relatively safe. Approximately half a day after Sora's group left, from behind a sand dune extremely far from the battlefield, the air slightly twisted, and a palm-sized, pitch-black, beetle-like small creature silently emerged from the sand. Its small eyes flashed with a faint red light, looked towards the direction Sora's group had left, then vibrated its nearly transparent wings and flew at an extremely fast speed towards the direction of the Land of Lightning. This was a miniature communication insect that Yumiko had summoned with her last trace of chakra when she sensed Sora's terrifying power erupting instantly and knew she was doomed, burying it deep in the sand. It had little intelligence, only instinctively recording the last seen images and returning to its nest. And the last image it recorded was a figure of a youth wearing a green snake mask, erupting with green steam, and that ghostly fast fatal strike. As for the shocking scene of the azure dragon appearing later, it did not see it. This small insect became a negligible oversight point in this fierce battle. Sora, carrying 3 injured individuals, although his speed was not comparable to his peak condition, still far exceeded that of ordinary ninjas. Midway, Night Owl groaned and was the first to wake from unconsciousness. She opened her eyes in confusion, finding herself being carried under Sora's arm moving at high speed. Captain Fox was being supported, his face pale as paper, his left arm severed at the shoulder, and Grey Wolf, whose condition was unknown, was on Sora's back. Captain, Green Snake, what happened? Night Owl's voice was weak and bewildered, her last memory still stuck at the moment she was heavily injured by Raiga's kick. Fox and Sora exchanged a glance and told Night Owl the story they had already agreed upon. The general idea was that later a group of Sunanin came to rescue the Sunanin youth, and while the Kumonin group wanted to wipe out Sora's team, the Sunanin youth was clearly more important intelligence. So the two sides fought, and in the end, Fox escaped with the others at the cost of an arm. Like the story? Read 120 chapters ahead. Patreon.com/fanfic novels.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.